Chapter 71, Chapter 70, SCP-1499 is the key to another world? Well, it is indeed a gas mask, but it is a very special gas mask. After Brit finished speaking, Kiwo and Vale turned their heads at the same time, their curiosity even more intense. Although both of them knew that since it could be listed as an item SCP by the Foundation, then this gas mask was not an ordinary item. However, the two still want to know what kind of peculiar effects this mask has. Human curiosity is very strong. Take a look, this file is quite long. Brit handed over the file. Kiwo and Vale immediately ran over to take the file. Two pairs of eyes stared at the file for reading. SCP-1499, the gas mask. Object Class, Safe. Description: SCP-1499 is a Soviet GP-5 gas mask. A seal test performed on the object suggests that the object retains its original functionality. The anomalous effects of SCP-1499 activate when a human places SCP-1499 on their head. Approximately 1 second after SCP-1499 is fully secured on the subject's head, the subject vanishes from view, and is no longer detectable. The subject reports no feeling of motion at this time. Testing has revealed that two-way radios remain capable of both receiving and transmitting despite the subject being undetectable. Upon wearing SCP-1499, test subjects report completely different surroundings than they were in prior to wearing SCP-1499. Subjects have reported that it appears barren and inhospitable, with tall black towers filling the area. Subjects have also sighted entities in this landscape. These entities, designated SCP-1499-1, have been described as tall, nude humanoids with dark skin that have a thick coat of an unknown viscous substance. Instances of SCP-1499-1 also have large amounts of eyes and mouths covering their body. Upon removing SCP-1499 from their head, subjects reappear in the same location they were in when they put it on. For more information, see test log 1499. The entire file is very long, except for the description part. There is also a test record. Test log 1499. 1. Subject D67393. Reported events: subject found herself in building of an unknown black substance. After surveying the room for approximately 15 seconds, subject reportedly heard sounds of movement and removed SCP-1499 in a panicked state, reappearing in the test chamber. 2. Agent C. Reported events: Agent found himself in the same room described by D67393. Approximately 2 minutes were spent exploring the room, which Agent C reports contained multiple hollow black cubes. Agent was capable of descending down the building without running into any interference. Upon reaching the second floor, Agent heard sounds from the floor below. Agent hid himself behind one of the black cubes and observed 2 instances of SCP-1499-1. Agent then removed SCP-1499. 3. Agent U. Reported events: Agent was selected due to her stealth training. Agent found herself in the same room as Agent C was in when he removed SCP-1499. Sounds of movement were heard on higher floors, prompting the agent to head downstairs and out of the building. Agent reportedly saw many instances of SCP-1499-1 wandering outside of the building. Each individual seemed to have unique mutations, and occasionally uttered low, grating sounds. Agent successfully made her way past more of the structures while avoiding detection. Agent followed 4 instances of SCP-1499-1 for observation. The group encountered a 5th instance of SCP-1499-1, and one of the group stepped forward. Agent observed the 2 entities violently assault one another, coating the nearby ground and observing entities with unknown fluid and thick viscera. Agent removed SCP-1499. My God, wearing this thing, can I go to a different world? After Kiwo read the file, her eyes widened, and the surprise on her face couldn't be concealed. Vale was also shocked. The various weird things in this game are really beyond people's imagination. Before playing this game, he couldn't imagine such a strange and weird thing in his dreams. He felt that the gas mask was like a key to another world. Put it on, and you can enter a different world. This kind of thing is incredible. Although Brit next to him had finished reading the file just now, the surprise on his face was still very visible at this moment. He shook his head slightly and said, I think this gas mask is probably also a must-have item for beating this game. Although it looks dangerous, after all, after wearing it, you will go to another different world. But what if we need it later? Chapter 72, Chapter 71, Brit goes to another world. Although it looks dangerous, after wearing it, you will go to another different dimension. But what if we need it later? Brit said. Kiwo and Vale also nodded in agreement. The three subconsciously came to the deepest part of the room, gathered around the table, and looked at the mask in the box. The mask looks very ordinary, even strictly speaking, similar to the gas masks they carry. But the gas mask in front of them is a key that can allow an individual to travel to another dimension. If they hadn't read the file in advance, who would know that this mask is so special? I have said it before, and I will say it again, I admire the thinking of the game development team. Vale looked at the mask and was very passionate. Kiwo nodded sympathetically, this game is free. To be honest, I think with the quality of this game, no matter how expensive it is, it's not too expensive. Brit next to her nodded in the same way, although we have only come here until now, and there is still a long way to go before beating the game. This game makes me feel the fun of playing games that I haven't seen for a long time. Fun, horror, realism. In every aspect, this game is packed. Equals. The words of the three streamers soon received strong support from the viewers on the stream. Countless viewers posted in chat to express their admiration and love for this game. To be honest, the game SCP Containment Breach is the best game I've ever seen in my life. There is no one else that surpasses it. The best game, no doubt about it. Now I'm super worried that the development team won't be able to make more content due to insufficient funds. I'm so on my feet that I even want to take the initiative to donate money to the development team. Me too, I want to donate. Don't worry, the development team has said that there will be more game content, and it will be available soon. Equals. The viewers on the stream were discussing enthusiastically. And the three in the game began to think about whether to do experiments. Let's try it now. Vale asked uncertainly. Brit and Kiwo both hesitated. After all, once this thing is worn, it will go to that unknown dimension. Going there, who knows what to expect, and what will happen. But since this mask has appeared, and its nature is so special, it almost certainly has its role. So when you want to leave a certain situation, be sure to wear this mask. That being the case, if you don't figure out the various properties of this mask in advance, you will be in a panic when you encounter any dangerous situation. Brit thought for a few seconds, then said, then let's try. Kiwo also nodded beside him. Equals. Many viewers in the stream are also very curious about the mask, and some are sending chat messages urging them. Try it quickly, Brit. I'm too curious about that dimension, but according to what's said in the file, that world might be a bit scary. I think that since this mask has appeared, there must be a reason for it. Put it on and try it. Equals. Brit and the other two looked at the chat, and then officially prepared to experiment on SCP-1499. After the three discussed for a while, Brit volunteered and decided to experiment himself. Kiwo and Vale were a little worried. But Brit shook his head and said, it's okay, according to the description in the file, as long as I take off the mask in time, I will return here immediately, and there will be no problems. And this mask is not the same as the book. That book has no benefit, and I feel that this mask may be used as a temporary shelter. Of course, the premise is that everything is really as described in the file. In short, let's try it first. Okay, be careful, Britain. Vale solemnly patted Brit on the shoulder. Kiwo also watched worriedly. The 5 of them entered the game, and Plumbella died first, followed by RT. Now there are only 3 people left. If they lose more members, they will be close to failure. Okay, I'm going to put it on. Brit said again, and then he picked up the mask in the box. The mask is relatively heavy to hold. Brit looked back and forth and then began to put it on his face. Vale and Kiwo were standing nearby. And countless viewers in the stream were also paying attention to this scene. Files are just words after all. Without actually wearing it, no one can visualize the real impression of that different dimension exactly. After I put it on, according to the file, I should disappear immediately. Pay attention to the SNAV. Before putting it on completely, Brit gestured an OK gesture to Vale and the others. After the 2 responded, Brit immediately put on the mask completely, and then, the next moment, his body disappeared. Chapter 73, Chapter 72, Brit's experience in another dimension. Brit's disappearance was extremely sudden. One moment he was still standing there, and the next moment, he completely disappeared. This miraculous situation left Vale and Kiwo in shock. He's gone, whoa, this game. Vale shook his head and sighed, feeling a strong urge to try it himself. Kiwo's eyes were also shining as she imagined what kind of environment Brit was in at that moment. Countless viewers in the stream had the same thought. Fortunately, the viewers in Brit's stream could see what was happening to him in real time. At that moment, countless people, along with Andrew, witnessed a vast, mysterious, and shocking different world. So fast. As Brit put on the gas mask, he wondered if he would experience something special. Although it was clearly described in the file, how could he know for sure what would happen unless he experienced it himself? But what happened was exactly as the file described. According to the file, once you put on the mask, you'd enter a strange and eerie world. After Brit put on the mask, he felt his surroundings change drastically. From the original containment chamber, it transformed into a vast, endless, and bizarre world. The sky was dark, a strange mix of darkness yet not complete darkness. And the ground was made up of black stone-like material, barren and vast. In the distance, a large number of black buildings could be seen, oddly shaped. Some were like minarets, others like columns, and some were simply towering black boulders. There were even huge black spikes jutting out from some buildings. They were strange, eerie, and unsettling, making people feel a chill deep in their bones. Hoo! Brit took a deep breath. Wearing the gas mask, he could hear his breathing very clearly, making the already silent environment feel even quieter. Everyone, can you see it? Brit asked softly. After asking, the chat flooded with "we can see." Equals. The viewers were also stunned by this bizarre world, and everyone seemed very excited. The chat was buzzing with admiration for the game and this world. I really can't believe it, this game is insane. The quality is unreal. My god, is this a different dimension? Everyone, look at the stones on the ground, there are patterns. This is incredible. I love this game so much. I'd pay $1,000 just for the creativity behind this. Brit, move around, let's see what else is in this world. Didn't the files say there are entities here? Equals. Brit glanced at the chat, and the loneliness from the eerie environment lifted a little. Taking another deep breath, he said, everyone, we need to thank the developers. Without them, who knows how long it would take for a game of this caliber to exist. The chat unanimously agreed. Brit smiled, satisfied, before looking around again. Hey everyone, I think I see something. It looks like the entities mentioned in the file. Brit frowned. In the distance, under the dim light, he could vaguely see some figures moving. All the viewers in the stream widened their eyes, staring into the distance. Soon, the viewers could see the dense figures too. Equals. Wow! It's them. Why do I want to get a closer look at them? Are those things dangerous? Oh no, I think they're moving toward Brit. Equals. After checking the chat, Brit peered into the distance for a while longer. Then he couldn't hold back anymore. OSH*T, those things are coming this way. Chapter 74, Chapter 73, Dark Humanoid Monster. Thank you, mbro1, for becoming a member on my Patreon. The Emperor protect. OSH*T, those things are coming this way. Brit's expression changed slightly. Alone in such an empty, eerie, and dark world, it would be a lie to say that there is no nervousness or fear at all. Fortunately, there is his chat to accompany him, otherwise, Brit reckons that he would be terrified too. It should not be that scary, but in fact, Brit is a little panicked now. Those weird things in the distance seemed to have spotted him, and they gathered more and more, and they all began to walk toward him. Brit swallowed his saliva with a gulp. Without further ado, he turns around and runs. According to the file, these bizarre humanoid entities are hostile, expecting them to treat him in a friendly manner is a pipe dream. Equals. The viewers in the stream also took on the role, and they are all urging Brit to escape at the moment. Run, Brit! Damn it, I feel like the number of those things seems to be endless, and they are all in the distance. It's dreadful. I feel like if I play this game alone, I will be unconscious. Run! Brit, find a place to hide. I guess this thing must not leave a way for players to survive, and it will get rid of them. Equals. No need to be reminded by the viewers in the stream, Brit also knows to run away at this moment. He chose a direction at random and ran wildly. He was tired and out of breath after running for a while. At this time, Brit began to regret that he did not bring a super gas mask in, otherwise, he would not be tired after running for a long time with that thing in hand. But then again, if he brought in that super gas mask, how would he wear it? Once he puts on the normal mask, he will leave for this world. Then how can he still explore the dimension? Brit smiled wryly in his heart. After running with all his strength for a while, Brit found a relatively tall black stone. The black stone stood upright on the ground, looking a little hideous and weird. It made people panic unconsciously. But now that the situation is urgent, it's better to have a place to hide than to run on the endless plain. Brit didn't bother to think too much, so he rushed over with his head buried. After rushing to the side of the stone, Brit quickly ran around the stone. After a few seconds, he found a gap on the side. Brit rushed in quickly. There is a cave inside, and there are many structures after entering. He doesn't know if it was formed naturally or by those humanoid monsters. Brit did not go deep into the cave recklessly but observed the entrance for a while. Not long after, footsteps sounded in the distance. Because of running wildly, Brit already had a lot of sweat on his body, but at that moment, he was sweating even more. Everyone, there are too many of those things, I probably can't escape. Brit said nervously. Sure enough, soon, there were footsteps all around the huge black stone. In addition to the sound of footsteps, there was also a very strange piercing, low growl, just like the description in the file. Brit's heart beat involuntarily. There is no doubting how realistic this game is, therefore, every drop of sweat on Brit's body is the same as the real one. He now feels as if he is in an obscure and horrifying place in the real world. Countless humanoid monsters have surrounded him. This one may be gone. Listening to the voices outside, Brit shook his head helplessly. He clung tightly to the black stone wall and his whole body was covered by the shadow of the stone wall as if it had merged with the darkness. With a little dim light, Brit saw many tall dark figures passing by outside. Those figures were indeed the same as described in the file, covered in pitch black, and wrapped in a strange substance from top to bottom. In addition, many eyes and mouths were growing on them. It looks horrifying. Please, don't see me. Brit was praying in his heart, but after a while, the outside voices gradually disappeared. Brit looked out and found that there seemed to be no humanoid monsters outside. Have they all gone? Another ray of hope surged in Brit's mind. Just when he wanted to go out to have a look, suddenly, from the entrance of the stone wall, a head full of eyes and mouth suddenly protruded, and those eyes were staring at him. F***ck. At that moment, Brit felt as if his soul had flowed out of his body and his whole body was immediately frozen. Chapter 75, Chapter 74, Scary Dark Humanoid Monster and SCP-106 appears again. Thank you, mbro1, for becoming a member on my Patreon. The Emperor protect. F***ck. No matter how serene his personality is, Brit couldn't help saying a classic curse at this moment. One must know that just as he relaxed and was about to leave, a large head suddenly popped up in front of him. It's a dark head with many eyes and mouths that are densely packed together. It gives people severe goosebumps. Brit was stunned on the spot and his head was buzzing. More than just Brit, even the tens of thousands of viewers on the stream were all scared. The chat on the stream paused for a few seconds. And a few seconds later, the chat flooded. What the h**LL is this thing that I'm seeing? I'm so scared. Brit, run away. sh*t. I'm going to change my pants, everyone, see you later. This thing is so scary. The chat in the stream was packed, but Brit in the game had no time to care. He was stunned for several seconds, staring at the monster's head for a few more. After that, Brit suddenly woke up and his clothes were instantly soaked with cold sweat. Gulp. He swallowed hard. Then, Brit subconsciously took a step back toward the cave behind him. But it's too late. As soon as he moves, the mouth on the head at the entrance suddenly opens wide, letting out a low growl. The sound was so eerie it made people uncomfortable just listening to it. At the same time, his heart beat faster, and fear grew. Unfortunate. Brit quickly stopped, with a frustrated look on his face. It felt like facing a beast that was eyeing him and he didn't dare to move at all. Even if he wanted to, his body was so stiff that he might not even be able to move in time. After Brit stopped, the humanoid monster finally took a step forward, fully revealing its body. It was only now that Brit saw its full appearance. After seeing it, a thought instantly popped into Brit's mind. It's the same as what the file says. Yes, the monster in front of him looked exactly like the entity described in the SCP-1499 file that Brit and the others had seen before. Tall, nude humanoids with dark skin laced in a thick coat of an unknown viscous substance. Of course, these weren't the main points. The main point was that it had eyes and mouths all over its face, chest, and even its arms. Those eyes and mouths were so densely packed, just looking at it made people feel like ants were crawling all over them. It was so uncomfortable. Moreover, if the player was more timid, they might be forced to quit the game just from looking at this humanoid monster. What should I do? Brit forcibly suppressed the fear in his heart and thoughts spun in his mind. As Brit was thinking, there was movement from the cave behind him. Brit was shocked and immediately looking back, he saw tall black humanoid entities emerging from the structures in the cave. The appearances of these entities weren't much different, but the eyes and mouths on their bodies were varied, and some of them were slightly mutated. All in all, this was a group of humanoid monsters that made people shake uncontrollably. And when Brit saw these monsters, his heart sank, and a sense of fear and despair surged quickly. There were wolves in front, and a group of tigers behind. It seemed like he truly couldn't escape. The viewers on the stream also raised their hearts to their throats in an instant. Damn it, so many! My god, Brit is done for. There are so many monsters. I feel like I'm going to be scared to death just through the screen while Brit can still stand. What a Chad! Run, Brit! Where can he go? Brit, quickly take off the mask, take it off, and get out. The viewers were extremely anxious. Many viewers even felt like they were the ones being besieged at this moment. And Brit in the game was naturally panicking, but he still had some sense left. He had put his hand on the mask, ready to take it off and run at any time. At the same time, he retreated to the edge of the stone wall. The humanoid entities at the entrance and the ones coming out of the cave's depths surrounded him, each of them had numerous eyes and mouths. And with another group here, one could imagine how many eyes there were. Being stared at by such a group of monsters with so many eyes, Brit felt unprecedented pressure. If someone with poor psychological quality were in front of this situation, they'd probably collapse from fear. Will they not attack me? Beads of sweat rolled down Brit's forehead and the muscles in his arms tensed unconsciously. In this confrontation, only a few seconds passed. The humanoid monsters began to approach Brit and they stretched out their arms. It is hideous. At this moment, Brit couldn't hold back any longer. He didn't want to be caught by these monsters. If they caught both his hands and feet, preventing him from taking off the mask, he would truly be unlucky. So, without hesitation, Brit immediately took off the gas mask. The next moment, the scene in front of Brit suddenly changed into a small containment chamber. Because it happened so suddenly, it shocked Vale and Kiwo, who were still waiting in the containment chamber. But soon the two were pleasantly surprised. They rushed over to Brit at the same time, and Kiwo couldn't help asking quickly, "How is it, Brit?" Vale also nodded and asked, rubbing his chin, "What was it like in there, old Brit?" Brit took a deep breath. After his heartbeat slowed a bit, he nodded slightly and responded, "It's just as described in the file, but there were a lot of those things, those humanoid monsters. They spotted me and trapped me in a cave made of dark stones. Hiya, I don't know what those monsters are or what secrets that world holds." Brit shook his head and said. Vale, next to him, looked concerned, "Since that's the case, how are we supposed to use this mask? Why don't we just leave it here and not wear it?" Brit thought for a while, then shook his head and said, "No, I must bring it. I guess those things won't stay there forever. They should leave after I disappear. In theory, this mask should be a tool to help us escape. For example, when we encounter dangerous situations in the game that we can't escape, we can use this mask to temporarily avoid danger. Then there's another question, can this mask only allow one person to enter that other world at a time?" Kiwo asked from the side. This time, Brit showed hesitation, "I'm not sure either." After Brit finished speaking, his eyes suddenly landed on the SNAV that Vale had hanging on his body. He froze for a moment and then immediately said, "No, let's go. SCP-106 is coming." Chapter 76, Chapter 75, Desperate, Sink into the Abyss. "No, let's go, SCP-106 is here," Brit said anxiously. It turns out that the SNAV veil hung on his body was for the convenience of observation, and so Brit happened to see the red dot mark on the NAV just by taking a casual glance. And the one displayed next to the red dot sign is the number of SCP-106. Hearing Brit's voice, Vale and Kiwo were also shocked. Vale immediately picked up the SNAV, and when he saw the red dot, his eyes widened. "FK, this thing is coming. Damn it, is there any way for us to kill it?" Kiwo next to him frowned tightly, "I think the old man can't be killed, anyway let's go." Brit also nodded quickly, "This one won't be handled so easily, let's leave quickly." Hearing this, Vale shook his head dejectedly, and the three of them were ready to leave immediately. Of course, SCP-1499 must have been brought too. After leaving the containment room, the three of them went to the small room with a computer outside, but then, they froze again. Because the metal door of the small room was not closed, they could see directly outside. They saw that the ground of the passage outside was covered with a dark substance at the moment. Those things are made by the old man, so that means it's here and it's near. Maybe right in the passageway outside. Damn it! Vale's face was extremely ugly, and when he saw the black material, he immediately remembered what happened before. I remember when I was solo before, I seemed to encounter these substances. At that time, I wanted to jump over it but failed. I stepped on it and then began to sink. Fortunately, I was agile and jumped out. This thing is like a portal, but I don't know where it is connected to. Having said that, Vale still had some fear on his face. That black goo is so bizarre. If they sink in, no one knows where they will arrive, or die. All in all, that would never be a good outcome, and this point can be seen from the terrifying appearance of the old man. After Vale finished speaking, Brit's face also became extremely ugly. Then we can't leave, as the outside is full of those things now. Brit felt that he was sweating again. He didn't know how many times he was sweating. This game is so problematic. At the critical moment, Kiwo spoke again, quick. Brit, try that mask, maybe it can bring us all into it. Vale subconsciously said, but Brit said there are many monsters in there. Brit was stunned for a moment, then said eagerly, I can't control that anymore. No matter how dangerous the other world is, it's better than being eliminated immediately. As soon as the voice fell, Brit saw a head popping out of the black substance outside the metal door. That head was rotten, terrifying, and covered with an insoluble black goo. It was the head of the old man. Hurry up, there is no time. Kiwo immediately grabbed Brit's arm. Looking at the scary old man's head, Brit also felt his body go numb, but he quickly put SCP-1499 on his head. At the same time, he said, quick, grab me and see if we can go in together. Vale stopped talking nonsense and immediately grabbed Brit's other arm. After this, Brit quickly put on the SCP-1499. Although entering that different world again, it is very likely to be caught by those humanoid monsters, but if you stay outside, you will still die. So it is better to give it a go. Maybe those humanoid monsters from another world have already left? Holding this thinking, Brit saw the environment flickering again. Then, everything around him was no longer the small room just now, but it was dark. There was a tall black stone wall next to it. I'm in and those monsters are gone. Brit was taken aback for a moment, then said excitedly. But the next moment, he was taken aback. Looking to the side, where were Vale and Kiwo? **T. Brit opened his mouth wide in an instant. They didn't come in? So that means the mask can only be worn by one person at a time. Brit was startled, and quickly took off the mask on his face again. The next moment, the environment around him changed once again and he went back into the room again. Oh, **T. Brit cursed. He saw that the old man had already entered the room, and the ground was covered with black substances and Vale and Kiwo were not in the room. Just when Brit was startled, Kiwo's shout came from the nearby room, Brit, this way. Brit immediately looked back and found that Vale and Kiwo had been forced into the room. It's all black goo on the outside, so they had nowhere to go. Brit ran over quickly and the old man followed him to the room. What should we do, Brit? The mask can't take more than one person. Kiwo was anxious, her mind was in a mess as she didn't know what to do. Vale was anxiously wiping the beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Moreover, faintly, he also felt that something was wrong with his **s. Oh no! Could it be that the hemorrhoid started? Vale looked terrified. Hearing Vale's words, Brit and Kiwo also looked at him in astonishment. But before the two could speak, the old man chased them into the containment chamber. At that moment, the groups were desperate. At the critical moment, Brit decisively put the gas mask into Kiwo's hand. There are no monsters in that world right now, so you go in and stay for a while before you come out. Vale next to him also reacted immediately and quickly handed over the SNAV and everything to Kiwo. I've given you all these. If Brit and I fail, it's up to you. Kiwo was slightly taken aback, and subconsciously wanted to refuse, but the next moment, Brit shook his head and said, it's okay, do your best, besides, Vale and I may not necessarily fail. After finishing speaking, Brit and Vale looked at each other, and then they rushed towards the old man. They had no choice now, so they could only give it a go. On the other side, Kiwo had no choice but to put on the gas mask bitterly. Before the scene in front of her eyes changed, Kiwo saw Brit and Vale being captured by the old man, and the two of them began to sink rapidly as if they had fallen into a quicksand. This scene disappeared in the blink of an eye. The next moment, Kiwo saw that the environment around her had completely changed. Surrounded by tall and eerie black stone walls, deep caves, and an environment so quiet that one can hear the beating of a heart, etc., all this made Kiwo's heart beat faster, and fear grew. Is this the other dimension? Kiwo murmured in her heart. However, soon she was worried again. What will happen to Brit and Vale? I feel so miserable. Kiwo said with her face in pain. On the other side, Brit and Vale felt that they were caught by the old man and were sinking into the depths of the earth. It felt like sinking into the abyss, and that made them unconsciously feel hopeless. Both were even ready to suffocate, but it didn't take long for the two of them to be astounded. Because they felt that the old man near them suddenly disappeared, and they also came to a very strange and scary place. Chapter 77, Chapter 76, The Pocket Dimension of the Old Man. What does it feel like to fall into hell? In the past, Brit and Vale may not have had any idea about this issue, but now they do. After being caught by the old man, the two of them felt like they were being dragged into the abyss of hell, and a drowning sense of despair gushes out from their hearts. The scene in front of them quickly turned into darkness, but not long after, the two suddenly felt that the old man who was holding them had disappeared, and their field of vision also changed from an empty darkness to a kind of dimness. There were faint outlines of buildings flickering between them. Almost at the same time, Brit and Vale felt dizzy in their heads, but there was also a down-to-earth feel to it at the same time. After the dizziness gradually disappeared, the surrounding environment became clear. After seeing the surrounding environment clearly, Brit and Vale were startled almost at the same time. They saw that the location they were in turned out to be a circular hall, and the hall was quite large. And on the ceiling of the hall, there was a small lamp, the dim light barely illuminating the hall. Of course, these were only secondary. The most important thing was that the walls around the hall were all in a state of severe corrosion. On the black and green rotten walls, there were still a lot of unknown stains. At the same time, blood splatters were all over the hall. There were even some fragments, which looked like the flesh and blood of some kind of creature. On the surrounding walls, there was an exit every certain distance, each leading to a deep, dark unknown. Rotten, black and green, dilapidated, flesh and blood, and unknown dark exits, the combination of these factors gave Brit and Vale the illusion of being in hell. Is this the pocket dimension of the old man mentioned in the strategy post? Brit raised his head and looked around. Vale followed and looked at it together. At the same time, he began to feel as if his lower back was getting more and more painful. This made his expression extremely contracted and painful. Damn it! Vale couldn't help but curse quietly, but there was nothing he could do. Naturally, the viewers in the two-person stream also saw the nearby scene, and they were all dumbfounded. Whoa, is this the pocket dimension? To be honest, through the screen, I feel like I'm getting goosebumps. Where's the old man? Why is he gone? The player is pulled into here, there should still be a way to survive, right? In the game. After looking at it for a while, Brit took a deep breath, then he looked at Vale and asked, "What's the matter? Can't handle it?" Vale had a strange look on his face and sighed softly, "It's okay, isn't it just appendicitis plus hemorrhoids, I can still hold on." The corner of Brit's mouth twitched, but he still nodded slightly. Vale looked around after answering, with a contracted expression on his face, "There are so many exits in this hall, where should we go?" Brit sighed and shook his head. So many exits throughout the hall, how can anyone know which one is safe? Moreover, in the guide post, there was no detailed info on this pocket dimension, so they didn't have any game experience to refer to right now. However, the poster said that if the player is lucky enough, they might be able to get out. Of course, the premise is that the old man doesn't come back. After all, this pocket dimension is equivalent to the nest of the old man. It throws its prey here and may come back to enjoy them. Hey, since we're already here, we can only bet our luck is good enough. Brit smiled wryly and shook his head. Vale could only nod helplessly. Then, Brit looked around, chose an exit at random, and walked over. Let's go, let's explore one by one. At this point, Brit and Vale knew in their hearts that they might not be able to get out. Even if the old man never comes back, if they stay here for too long, something will happen. But no matter what, at this moment, they were still alive. Since the game wasn't over, they shouldn't give up voluntarily, especially with so many people watching. Be careful. Before entering the exit, Brit whispered. Vale nodded solemnly and the two then officially stepped into the exit. After entering, the area suddenly shrunk, and there was only a passage in front of them that seemed to go on forever. There were traces of corrosion on the ground, and the faint smell of decay lingered on the walls on both sides. Moreover, as they walked, Brit and Vale felt their bodies shaking and tilting unconsciously as if they could fall at any moment. It seemed that the area here was abnormal. They had no other choice but to endure the discomfort and walk forward step by step, but the deeper they went, the darker the passage became. In the end, they could only vaguely see about 1 or 2 meters ahead. Even so, it was not clear at all. This kind of situation made them feel extremely nervous, and Brit and Vale could only hear their breathing and footsteps. Fear, like ants, crawled all over their hearts. During their walk, Brit and Vale also vaguely noticed the ceiling of the passage above their heads, as if something appeared and disappeared. But their eyes were nearly blind in the darkness, and they couldn't see what was on the ceiling. The viewers in the stream also felt a genuine fear of this situation. Many viewers said they had already hidden under the covers. After all, the bed is the most powerful place of protection. Ghosts cannot invade there. After walking for an unknown amount of time, when both Brit and Vale felt dizzy and their minds were in a trance, things began to change in front of them. The light flickered faintly and the surroundings naturally lit up. What? Brit was stunned. After looking around, they found that they had unknowingly come to a circular passage, with signs of dilapidation and corrosion all over. And the rear, where they had come from, had turned into a wall. The area is changing. Brit was very surprised, and Vale's eyes were also wide open. The two now had a deeper understanding of the pocket dimension of the old man. Let's go, there's no turning back. Brit patted Vale on the shoulder and moved forward again. Vale sighed and followed. Not far ahead was the exit of this short circular passage. It was dark inside, and it was unknown what was lurking there. When they came to the exit, Brit and Vale couldn't help but widen their eyes again. The viewers in the stream also gasped. Because, just outside the exit of the circular passage, there was a corridor that seemed to be suspended in the air. It was surrounded by endless darkness and nothingness. And it stretched out, lonely, into the thick darkness. It seemed to lead straight into hell. Chapter 78, Chapter 77, Loop Dimension? My God! I'm really over it. I'm already getting scared, won't I shudder on this road? Exciting, so exciting. It feels like this road leads to hell. Fortunately, they developed the multiplayer mode, otherwise I wouldn't dare to walk this way alone. Equals. The chat in the stream room is refreshed quickly, but Brit and Vale in the game are not in the mood to watch the chat. They are now faced with two choices. 1. Walk onto the road in front of you. 2. Quit the game as this is the end. The first choice's outcome is unknown. God knows where it leads, and there are endless dark voids on both sides. If you really fall down by accident, it will scare you to death. The second choice's outcome is very obvious. That is the end of the game, mission failed. However, they still have their last teammate, Kiwo. She should still be in the overworld at this moment. According to speculation, after Kiwo hides for a while, the old man should leave, and she will be able to come out at that time. But this is just speculation, and no one knows what will happen next. Furthermore, the containment chamber of SCP-1499 is covered with a goo-like substance on the outside, which means that even if Kiwo can come out, there may not be a place to go. Unless those substances disappear by themselves. Hey, there is no other choice, so let's go. After hesitating for a while, Brit shook his head and sighed. Vale subconsciously patted his butt, then nodded, I don't believe that I can't beat this game, let's go. After saying that, the two resolutely set foot on the suspended aisle, one in front of the other. This suspended walkway seems to be made of pure black stones, leading straight to the dark depths. Walking on it, no matter how calm you are, you can't help but get nervous. The chat in the stream is even more amazing. I feel like I'm on thin rope, help me. I don't want to fall, it's too scary. I don't dare to look at it anymore. Don't be nervous. The black aisle is extremely long, and walking on it will give people a very strong sense of alienation unconsciously. Fortunately, there were two people. If it was just one person, the psychological pressure would be too strong. Brit was not sure that he could handle it. Besides, it's extremely dark here. You can't even see your fingers. In the silent and dark environment, the only sounds that could be heard were the footsteps and light breathing of two people, making this kind of environment a great test for the player's nerves. Brit, are you still ahead? After walking for a while, Vale behind made a sound. Apparently, the blindness made him feel as if he was alone. Even though they could hear each other's footsteps, this kind of pure darkness still made people panic. Yet, Brit responded. He turned his head and glanced, only to find that he couldn't see anything. In this situation, is Brit afraid? Yes, he is feeling scared in this situation. But it has come to this point, so no matter how scary it is, he has to bite the bullet and keep going. Hold on a little longer. Brit said softly. Then, he felt as if his nose was bleeding. He reached out and touched it, and there was a sticky piece of warm blood. Vale, are you bleeding? Brit's heart sank slightly, and he asked. Vale responded immediately, I can't see anything, and I don't know, why are you asking me that? Brit's mouth twitched, and said helplessly, I'm asking if your nose is bleeding. Vale immediately gave an embarrassing dry laugh, touched his nose, and immediately exclaimed, damn it, why is my nose bleeding? It should be caused by this place. If you stay here for too long, even if the old man doesn't come back, the player will bleed to death. Brit shook his head. His head had begun to feel a little dizzy, but it didn't affect him too much. Let's go. Brit continued to walk forward, and Vale followed closely behind. Because they couldn't see the way, the two walked very, very slowly. Every step had to be tested in advance before they dared to step forward with confidence. After walking for an unknown amount of time, the two finally saw some light in the distance again. We are about to arrive. Brit cheered up and Vale behind him was also excited. With the help of the weak light, their speed increased slightly. However, when the two arrived at the light source, they couldn't help being dumbfounded. Hell! Why are we back again? Vale shouted in a daze. Brit also frowned, as he is puzzled. Yes, in front of them was the circular passage they had just left. After a faint light radiated out from everywhere, this was where they had just started. Loop dimension. Brit muttered in a low voice. And the viewers in the stream were also shocked. The refresh rate of the chat was fast. Loop dimension. There is a loop dimension in this game. Damn, that's amazing. What should they do now? Are they going to be trapped to death? This game is too difficult. equals. Brit and Vale stopped for a while, and finally walked into the passage. Looking around, they became more and more convinced that this was the place they started from before. Pat. There was nosebleed dripping and splashing on the ground. Brit's face was a little ugly. He thought for a while and said, let's go, and have a look again. Vale also touched the bottom of his nose, and blood was splashed all over his face. Okay, it's dead to stay anyway. The two set out again. Because the bleeding was increasing, both of them felt dizzy, and their heads grew heavier. If they can't get out again, they will really die in this weird place. They went through another long walk, and finally, a light appeared in front of them again. But looking at the bright light, both of them sank slightly and felt a bad feeling. And as expected, when they approached, the bright place was still the circular passage. Is it really a loop dimension? Or are there two passages, one at each end? Brit frowned and blood was dripping all over his clothes. He was getting weaker and weaker. Vale was even more miserable. It wasn't just nosebleeds, he felt like his butt was bleeding. The pain was getting more and more intense. Go. Keep going. Brit turned around and waved his hand to signal Vale to move on. Vale was also full of determination, turning around and walking forward without hesitation. They won't believe they can be trapped here. Even if they die, they'd rather try than wait around to die. This time, perhaps out of urgency or eagerness to find the answer, Brit and Vale walked a little faster. However, after walking for a long time, neither of them saw the end. The circular passage never appeared again. It was as if they'd stepped into an area, surrounded by thick darkness. Even the viewers in the stream could only see darkness. If they couldn't hear Brit and Vale's footsteps and breathing, the viewers might have wondered if something was wrong with the stream. This kind of walking is too much of a test on human spirit, one wrong step, and it's a cliff. What's even more tormenting is that they can't see anything at all. It felt like something mysterious was watching them from the surrounding darkness, but they couldn't see it. Depression, fear, tension, all kinds of emotions gripped the players' hearts tightly. If their spirits were slightly weaker, they might be forced to quit the game directly. Fortunately, Brit and Vale were tough enough. The two of them didn't speak, and they just walked silently and firmly. No one knew how long it had been, then, dim silhouettes suddenly appeared around them. Chapter 79, Chapter 78, SCP-049. Thank you, Mads Runager and Reginald Henderson, for becoming a member on my Patreon. The Emperor protect. Just imagine, you are walking alone in pure darkness, and you can't see your fingers. The problem is that you know in your mind that there are voids on both sides of you. As long as there is a slight difference, it may be beyond redemption. Isn't that kind of feeling particularly scary? And Brit and Vale are experiencing this kind of nightmare at this moment. Although they knew in their minds that their lives would not be in real danger, in this environment, that kind of fear was uncontrollable. Fortunately, the concentration of the two is quite extraordinary, and they persevered till the end. Brit, have we reached the finish line? Vale looked at the surrounding scene blankly and asked in a low voice. Brit was also very confused. He suppressed the dizziness in his head forcibly and looked around carefully. They are still in the dark, surrounded by slightly swaying, dizzying outlines. It looks as if they are in a certain building, but they can't see the specific scene around them. Let's keep going. Brit said softly. The two suppressed the uneasiness in their minds and the dizziness in their heads, and moved forward slowly again. They walked a little farther, and then suddenly, Vale found that his surroundings were completely lit up. He was stunned for a moment and quickly turned his head to look, only to see that he had come out of a wall. And when he was looking at the wall, Brit just happened to come out from the middle of the wall. This miraculous scene stunned Vale. Damn, did we just come out of the wall? Brit was also shocked by the display in front of him. The two looked at each other, neither of them could figure out what was going on. Could this be what the strategy post meant when it said players have a chance to get out? Brit was thoughtful. The two did not act rashly and first looked around vigilantly. This place should be a balcony. Next to the wall where they came out, there was a metal door, leading to who knows where. And outside the opposite balcony was not a beautiful scenery, but an elevator shaft. There was an incandescent lamp on the ceiling above their heads. The light wasn't very bright, but compared to the darkness just now, this light was as bright as the sun. The entire balcony area wasn't very large, and there were also two shelves placed on either side. Brit walked to the balcony fence and glanced down the elevator shaft. He saw that the elevator had stopped not far below, and there was a dead Foundation soldier on top of the elevator. Large splatters of blood could be seen. The soldier should have fallen to his death, or perhaps he died for other reasons. In any case, he died tragically. While Brit looked toward the elevator shaft, Vale had already come to the shelf on the other side. The shelves were mostly empty, but there was a level 3 keycard placed on it. Brit, here's a keycard, and it's a level 3 one. Vale said excitedly. Before, the two of them, along with the others, had worked hard and only managed to get a level 1 card and a level 2 card. In the end, they got a level 3 card after using the clockworks. They didn't expect to find a level 3 keycard here. What is this place? Brit turned around and took a look at the level 3 keycard, feeling very confused. A level 3 keycard just sitting here meant that this place wasn't ordinary. But they had arrived here in a daze, and there was no explanation in the strategy post, so now they were completely in the dark. They would have to explore it themselves step by step. Let's rest a bit first and head out later. Brit exhaled slightly. Vale nodded and the two of them sat against the wall and took a rest. During this time, Brit went over their situation carefully again. First, they were caught by the scary old man, taken to a mysterious space, wandered around in the space, and then arrived here again. This place should also be part of the Foundation, but who knows which part. Second, they only had the level 3 keycard they had just acquired. Because they hadn't expected to survive, they had given all their other items to Kiwo before. Finally, the old man hadn't appeared again. He had thrown them into his pocket dimension and disappeared, leaving them unsure of his intentions. But Brit felt there were definitely many dangerous areas hidden in the pocket dimension of the old man that they hadn't explored yet. For now, they had gotten lucky and stumbled out. Perhaps even the old man hadn't anticipated this? Hey, no point overthinking it. We'll take things one step at a time. First, we need to figure out where we are. Brit shook his head. Vale, meanwhile, was grunting in pain. Brit looked over and immediately knew that Vale's appendicitis and hemorrhoids were acting up, but now there was no way to solve Vale's problem. Poor Vale could only grit his teeth and bear it. After their rest, Brit stood up and said, "Let's go. Let's try to clear this place as quickly as possible." Vale also gritted his teeth and stood up, but his slightly distorted face made it obvious that the pain had gotten worse. "Can you handle it?" Brit asked, concerned. Vale shook his head, "I'm okay, I can push through." Brit patted Vale on the shoulder and then walked over to the metal door. After Vale joined him, Brit pressed the red button and the metal door opened. As far as they could see, there was a horizontal passage ahead. Thick pipes ran along the opposite wall. There was a steel net on the ground, and pipes passed through it as well. Brit entered the metal door first, and Vale followed closely behind. After reaching the passage, Brit looked around and found that there was a wall to the right and a metal door at the end of the passage to the left. The two began walking toward the metal door and the sound of their footsteps echoed harshly in the quiet environment. When they reached the metal door, Brit discovered that it required a keycard to open, and they had just so happened to get a level 3 keycard. It seems like this level 3 keycard was meant for this. Brit muttered, swiping the card lightly. The metal door opened and the scene beyond the door came into view. This place feels even more oppressive, and it's different from the previous containment area. Brit whispered. There was another passage beyond the metal door, but the passage walls were rough and mottled, giving it an older, more rugged feel. Not far from the wall was a yellow-white painted ventilation pipe. There was a faint noise came from it, making them feel tense. The ceiling of the passage was low, and there was an emergency light dimly illuminating the space. The ground was not concrete but rather iron sheets. Is this a hidden map? Brit wondered aloud as he surveyed the passage. But a guess was still just a guess. To know the answer, they had to explore it themselves. Let's go. Brit whispered. The two entered the outer passage, looked left and right, and could see more metal doors. The metal door on the right was closer, so they chose to go right. After opening the door, they found another long passage with yet another metal door at the end. The only difference was that in the middle of the passage, on the left, there was an elevator. Let's check it out, Brit said, and they quickly reached the end of the passage, only to find that the metal door at the end required a fingerprint to unlock. Brit instantly remembered the item he had picked up in SCP-012 containment chamber, a severed arm. It seemed like this item might be needed here. Let's take the elevator. With no way to unlock the door, they could only return to the elevator. They entered the elevator and pressed the button. In no time, the elevator began to move. Brit and Vale both felt that the elevator was descending, and after a while, the elevator arrived. When the doors opened, a long circular passage stretched out in front of them. Hey, there's something on the ground. Vale was the first to notice a file-like paper on the floor near the elevator entrance. Brit went over to pick it up. A simple structural diagram was drawn on the paper, and in the upper right corner, something was printed. Research Department 02 Design Plan, SCP-049 Containment Chamber. Chapter 80, Chapter 79, Is it SCP-049? Thank you, Joshua Stopon, for becoming a member on my Patreon. The Emperor Protect. Is this a schematic of the containment area? Brit muttered. The paper in his hand was about the same size as the file he saw before, but the information of the contents was not, instead it was a schematic layout. Research Department 02 Design Plan, SCP-049 Containment Chamber. Brit subconsciously looked up at the passage, SCP-049's Containment Chamber. What is SCP-049? Vale next to him also saw the schematic diagram, covered his belly, frowned, and said, "Who knows, let's just go in and take a look." Brit nodded slightly. However, before departure, Brit reviewed the current situation carefully again. First, they came out of the pocket dimension of the old man and arrived at this place. There, they got the level 3 keycard. Then they left the balcony, opened several metal doors in a row, and reached the passageway with the elevator. The metal door at the end of the passage required fingerprints, so they could only use the elevator. Finally, they arrived here. Hey, let's go. Let's see what SCP-049 is. After sorting out his thoughts clearly, Brit took a deep breath and said softly. The reason why he wanted to sort out his thoughts was because he felt that this game might fail. That being the case, he needed to be familiar with every corner of the game map as much as possible. Because the next game session, they might pass through here again, although the game map would change, the basic details of the map wouldn't change. Let's go. If we fail in the end, I will never touch that book again. Vale gritted his teeth resentfully. His pain was stronger now, but not to the point of being unbearable. Brit gave a wry smile when he heard the words, patted Vale on the shoulder, and took the lead to walk deeper into the passage. The two of them were walking in the passage, concentrating, ready to turn around and run away. After all, they didn't know what SCP-049 was, so they had to be careful. And their vigilance was justified. Just when they walked to the middle of the passage, there was a snap, and the lights in the passage went out instantly. Their surroundings fell into darkness for a moment. F***ck. The two were startled, almost subconsciously turning around to run away, but it was pitch black, and they couldn't see anything. At the critical moment, Brit let out a shout, "Don't panic, calm down." Vale quickly calmed down. "Damn it, that almost scared me to death." Fortunately, no monsters rushed out. "Is this a power outage?" "Yes, the power supply is cut off, probably because of the game's plot design." "Ah, I see now, the layout diagram we just saw is a hint." Brit suddenly realized. "I saw the schematic just now, it just describes the layout here. Containment chamber, elevator, elevator power supply, generator, power control, control area. I think I get it now, don't worry, there's a solution." "Damn, that makes sense." After hearing Brit's words, Vale also understood. Why was a schematic given after they got off the elevator? Because the power would be cut off next, and this was just giving out the items for beating the stage in advance. "That's great, British, tell me where the power switch is, and I'll turn it on." Brit took out the schematic again, but he couldn't see anything clearly because it was too dark. "Forget it, let's go, we'll feel our way around first. I remember the general location." Brit continued to move forward, but he could only move slowly by feeling the wall. Vale followed behind. In the silent passage, there were only the sounds of their breathing and footsteps, and they could only see some extremely dim outlines. It could be said that the current situation was almost the same as that period of darkness in the pocket dimension of the old man. But it is better than not seeing anything at all. After walking a little farther, Brit felt the wall in front of him. After staring hard with his eyes wide open for a while, Brit moved to the side. After feeling for a few meters, Brit finally found an open door. "It should be here," Brit said in a low voice, and Vale immediately groped into the room excitedly. As soon as he entered, he fell with a plop. "What tripped me up?" Vale crawled up, covering his mouth, almost knocking his teeth out. What the f***ck? A corpse." Vale was startled, and Brit also vaguely saw the outline of a corpse on the ground inside the door. "It is a corpse. We have to be careful, maybe that SCP-049 is very dangerous. This corpse was most likely killed by it." Brit walked slowly into the room, carefully stepping over the corpse. Vale naturally stood up as well, and the two began to search the room. "I remember this is the power control room, there should be a switch or something," Brit whispered. Then he saw the outline of a row of high-voltage electrical boxes farther into the room, and there was also a yellow high-voltage symbol on it. "Be careful, Brit, don't get shocked." Vale also felt around, with his face almost stuck to the high-voltage electrical box, trying to find the power switch. But in the end, Brit saw the switch. It was a lever, the top was closed, the bottom was open, and they just had to pull it down. "Found it!" Brit said excitedly, then grabbed the lever and pulled it down. With the sound of electricity, the entire power control room immediately lit up. "Hey! Everyone, this is called not panicking in the face of danger." Brit raised his brows and showed a signature smile, his mood brightening. The feeling of solving difficulties in the game with his own ability was simply too cool. The chat in the stream was also full of jokes, and all kinds of reactions were coming in rapidly. However, when Brit was still excited, Vale suddenly spoke in a frightened voice, "Don't act so smug, Brit, look at the door." Brit came to his senses and quickly looked in the direction Vale pointed, then his eyes widened. He saw that the corpse that tripped Vale at the door just now was twitching slightly. "Damn it! Can this thing come back to life?" Brit was stunned and blurted out instinctively /. Judging by its clothes, the corpse at the door seemed to have been a soldier before his death, but it looked very strange. The chest and abdomen seemed to have been cut open and then sewn together, and the body was in an unnaturally twisted state. If he had to describe it, the corpse seemed to have undergone a gruesome surgical procedure. "Is this SCP-049?" Vale asked in horror. He had already started looking for self-defense tools. Brit shook his head and said, "I don't know, it might be." Although Brit thought it was unlikely, the Foundation anomalies were strange, and even a statue could move and twist people's necks, so what was impossible? "I swear I heard movement outside. Could there be more than one of them?" Vale suddenly looked to the side again, but he didn't have X-ray vision, so he naturally couldn't see what was outside. But the corpse at the door soon stopped twitching, then, under Brit and Vale's horrified eyes, it stood up. Its face was dull and pale, staring straight at Brit and Vale. "It's over, we're going to die." Vale swallowed hard, as the reanimated corpse looked fierce and deadly. He felt he couldn't win against it. Brit also turned pale. After all, this was the first time he had seen a corpse come back to life. Although it was a game, the impact was powerful. But Brit quickly gritted his teeth. "No way, let's run." Chapter 81, Chapter 80, Thick Black Robe, Beak Mask Weirdo. "No way, let's run." Brit gritted his teeth and shouted. The current situation is very critical. The corpse in front of him seems to be in a daze, and it seems that there are others outside based on the noises. If they all come over and trap them, then it's game over for them, they'll be eliminated. After Brit finished yelling, the two immediately rushed out. There is only one door in the power control room, and they can only go around the corpse. They have no weapons and cannot attack, and the entire electrical control room is empty. You can't dismantle the steel power generation equipment of the few people on the ground and use it as a weapon, right? Let's split and get around it. Get around it! Brit called out in a low voice, and the two quickly walked around to the side, one left and one right. The corpse was stunned for a moment, then its sluggish face aimed at Vale, and it rushed toward Vale. What the hell? Vale's complexion suddenly changed. It was too late to think, so he hurriedly flew toward the door for cover. He slammed into the door with a thud and Vale screamed in pain. Brit also rushed to the door at this time and quickly pulled Vale up. The two turned their heads and looked, and were shocked. They saw several corpses, or zombies, appearing in the passageway of the room not far away. They all looked similar to the zombies in the electrical control room behind them. *T. Are these things really SCP-049? Shouted Vale, there are so many of them. I don't know, but let's leave now. Brit was also in a hurry, so he ran toward the elevator. Fortunately, the door of the power control room is almost directly facing the circular passage where the elevator is located, so they don't need to fight the group of zombies, they can run away directly. Fouquet, my A**s. Vale was holding his butt while running. Apparently, the pain from the mysterious disease reappeared in his butt. But now the situation is urgent, no matter how painful Vale is, he can only push through. Finally, after running wildly for a while, the two came to the side of the elevator they got off from, but the elevator doors are closed. Brit immediately pressed the button frantically. Click, 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 click. Fooing HLL. Why is it so useless? Are there also high-rise people who live here? Vale covered his butt and stared wide-eyed. Brit took a quick look and then slapped his thigh. Damn, there's no electricity. How could there be no electricity? Vale was stunned, there was still electricity when they got down. Brit frowned and thought hard for 2 seconds, suddenly his eyes widened. Hey, I remember, the elevator system is on another power switch. It's at another location in the area, and it's marked on the schematic. Speaking of this, Brit quickly took out the schematic of the area. Now that there is light, they can naturally see clearly. The structure of the entire area is clearly marked on the schematic, and soon the two found the location of the elevator power control switch almost immediately. It's right here, in the maintenance area opposite SCP-049 containment chamber. Brit pointed to the schematic and said, "Go." Vale immediately turned around and ran wildly. Judging from the schematic, they have to rush back to the passageway of the room just now, then it is inevitable to encounter those zombies, but there is no other option, as they have to take the elevator if they want to leave. And this area only has 2 elevators. One is the one they came down from, and the other is on the other side of the containment chamber. They must rush back and turn on the elevator switch, or they can only stay here and die. Hurry up! The 2 were running wildly, but before reaching the end of the circular passage, a zombie appeared. It looks like the one in the electrical control room just now. Rush over! Brit let out a low growl and ran with his head down. Vale couldn't care less about clutching his butt anymore, he gritted his teeth and ran. They narrowly bypassed the zombie, arrive at the end of the passage, and turned to the left. As far as the eye could see, it was the passageway of the area that was much wider. There is a door on the left not far from the front, which is the door of the maintenance area, and the elevator control switch is inside. And there is also a door open on the right, which is the containment chamber of SCP-049. However, several zombies have almost occupied the entire passage, so there was only a narrow gap between them. Hurry up, rush over and fight. Although it is difficult, the 2 of them could only bite the bullet and rush in. And Vale raised his breath secretly. When he was about to come into contact with the zombies, he raised his foot violently and kicked a zombie to the ground with one kick. Seeing this, Vale roared excitedly. Damn, brothers! Is it tough or not? Hahaha! But before Vale could enjoy his victory, the zombie kicked over by him grabbed his leg. Vale's expression changed, and he struggled quickly, but the zombie's hands were like iron pincers, and he couldn't break free at all, even scratching his legs hurt. Seeing this, Brit rushed over to help, but Vale waved his hands violently and shouted, Brit, hurry up and activate the elevator. I'll stay here, so you can leave after starting the elevator. Hurry up! Confusion flashed across Brit's face, but he is not indecisive. He hesitated for just a second, then immediately turned around and ran away. I'll try my best to beat the game. Run, monster! Come to me! Come to us all! Come and die in blood and fire! Seeing Brit running away, Vale laughed and showed a bring it hand gesture with his hands at the zombies next to him. T/N, from Grimaldo's speech to the defenders of Hive Hell's Reach. Is he not nervous, not afraid? Of course, he is nervous and scared. Even though he knew it was just a game, the realistic environment and real zombies made his skin crawl crazily. But there is no other choice, for the team, he is willing to sacrifice himself. And on the other side, with Vale attracting the attention of the zombies, Brit rushed into the maintenance area very smoothly, and he looked around quickly. As far as the eye could see, there were filing cabinets, tables, lights, pipes, and high-voltage electrical boxes. Most importantly, there was a console. There was also a wrench on it, and the name was marked next to it, Elevator Power Supply. Found it! Brit shouted excited, why, then he quickly ran over and pulled the switch. It should be powered on. Brit looked at the console, and the lights on the console turned on. Ah! The screams of Vale came from outside, and beads of sweat dripped silently from Brit's forehead. Everyone, I will definitely try my best to beat the level, so Vale won't die in vain. After saying that, Brit rushed out of the maintenance area. Looking to the side, he found that Vale had been pressed to the ground by several zombies. Vale just happened to see Brit and pointed a bloody finger behind Brit. Go, leave me. Brit couldn't bear it, but he turned around resolutely and left. The direction from Vale is the direction of the elevator they got down from. That road has been blocked, so he can only take another elevator in the area. Brit felt a little sad. Even though he knew this was just a game, he still felt a deep sense of cruelty in his heart watching his teammates fall one after another. With a deep sigh, Brit quickened his pace and ran. At the end, he turned right, passed through a circular passage, and there was another elevator. But Brit had just turned the corner when he heard another elevator start from a distance. Is there anyone else here? Brit was stunned. But soon, his eyes widened, because he saw a person wearing a thick black robe and a beak mask coming out of the elevator. I didn't know we had guests. We rarely have people here. Chapter 82, Chapter 81, I'm a doctor. Thank you, Michael Covington, for becoming a member on my Patreon. The Emperor protect. Sorry for not uploading these past few days, I was busy with my uni exam and thesis. I didn't know we had guests. We rarely have people here. A calm male voice came. Brit couldn't help being stunned. Who is he? This is the first question that popped into Brit's head. He stared blankly at the man at the other end of the passage. The man wore a thick black robe with a one-piece black hood over his head and a pointy beak mask covered his face. With hands behind his back, he walked toward Brit. You are. Brit blurted out subconsciously. The man's eyes, hidden behind the bird's beak mask, were mysterious. He looked at Brit and replied calmly, I'm a doctor. Doctor. Brit frowned. Is this person the NPC doctor in this game? What is he doing? Is he here specifically to heal players? But why does he look so strange? And what did he mean by what he just said? What do you mean few people come here? Why would he say that if he's a doctor in this place? Strange, very strange. There's something wrong with this guy. Brit subconsciously became vigilant. But before he could speak again, the beaked man approaching from the other side paused slightly, he seemed to sense something. Immediately afterward, the eyes behind his mask became intense. Pestilence. His voice lost the calmness it had a moment ago, replaced with a hint of surprise and anger. A few question marks instantly popped up in Brit's head. Pestilence? What pestilence? Do I have a pestilence? Why is he so angry? The beaked man had no intention of explaining. He stared at Brit and said lowly, You've got the pestilence on you. Damn it, I've felt it. His eyes behind the mask grew colder. Everyone, something's wrong with this guy, he must be the SCP-049. Brit said softly, a bad feeling creeping into his heart. The viewers in the chat also felt the strange atmosphere of the man with the beak mask. F***CK. Brit, I think something's wrong with this guy. Hurry up and run. This NPC is so strange. Why does he wear a beak mask? Is he a doctor? Why do I suddenly feel that what Brit said is right, this man is SCP-049? Are you kidding? Isn't this a human being? Why is it a SCP? Not necessarily, I don't know where the file for SCP-049 is. Brit hasn't found it yet, but this man is not normal. I'm a little scared. Ignoring the chat, Brit looked at the man in the beaked mask approaching, paused for 2 seconds, then turned around and ran away. There are so many strange things in this game, so, it doesn't seem too odd to have such a monster. Moreover, all indications are that this man with the white beaked mask is very dangerous, so he must stay away. Is Vale still holding on? Brit ran back to the passageway of the containment room, and Vale, at the other end, was still fighting several zombies frantically. Despite the wounds all over his body, Vale's pain sensitivity is set extremely low, so he still has a crazed energy, allowing him to persist. However, when Vale noticed Brit, he widened his eyes. Brit, why are you back again? There's a strange person, I think he's very dangerous. Probably SCP-049. Brit replied anxiously. While talking, Vale noticed the man with the white-beaked mask coming around the corner at the end of the passage. The moment he saw him, Vale couldn't help but shout, "Damn! Ahem! What the H**LL is that?" Vale said weakly, horrified. Then he was even more shocked to see that the zombies pressing him suddenly stopped, they stood up one by one, like statues. But even if the zombies no longer restrained Vale, he couldn't get up. He was covered in blood and many horrific wounds even exposed the bones inside. Vale was shocked he had lasted this long, but felt dizzy. He was probably going to GG soon. Pestilence. Seeing Vale, the man with the white-beaked mask let out a low, angry growl. Even if Vale and Brit had slow reactions, they fully understood that the man with the white-beaked mask was a SCP. Didn't you see those zombies stop the moment he arrived? Can normal people do that? Brit, go! The weakened Vale lying on the ground suddenly yelled at Brit, then he shouted at the beaked man, come on, come to me. Brit's heart skipped a beat, but he was sweating profusely. Now he stood in the middle of the passage, with Vale and a bunch of zombies in front of him, and behind him was the sinister beaked man. He had nowhere to go. Hey, I can't escape. Brit shook his head. Vale quickly understood the situation. The white-beaked mask can control these zombies so it won't let Brit escape, Vale sighed in frustration. At this point, the white-beaked mask spoke again, his voice low and cold, with a kind of repressed irritation, you don't need to fear me. I won't harm you, I'm saving you. Brit and Vale were stunned. Saving us? Saving us from zombies? Both of them found it extremely odd. But they had no choice, this game was probably over. Vale, restart the game. Brit reminded him. Since they were doomed to fail, they might as well exit early to avoid further suffering. Vale spat out a mouthful of blood, smiling, it's okay, I know what I'm doing. Brit, take the opportunity to search the surrounding rooms to see if you can find a file or something useful. It'll help for next time. Okay. Brit nodded immediately. He walked to an open door nearby, but as he was about to enter, he noticed a yellow sign on the wall next to it. SCP-049. This is the containment chamber for SCP-049. Brit was taken aback. But when he saw the photo of the SCP on the yellow sign, he couldn't help but exclaim, damn, it's him. The photo on the yellow sign was indeed of the white-beaked masked man, but the situation had been too urgent for Brit and Vale to notice this sign before. Vale, it's him! Brit shouted. Hurry up, Brit! Vale's voice was cut off. Brit looked back, his eyes widening. He saw the white-beaked masked man pass him and approach Vale, his hand was already on Vale's forehead. With just a light touch, Vale was like a machine unplugged from power. In that instant, all life drained from him. No struggle, no pain. Just a touch and he died instantly. Simple yet terrifying. Brit was shocked. The white-beaked masked man seemed to notice Brit's gaze. He turned his head, his cold eyes locking onto Brit, making him feel a chill all over. I'm a doctor, I have the antidote. I am healing you. Chapter 83, Chapter 82, Imperfect Healing, Zombie Vale. Thank you, Staff, for becoming a member on my Patreon. The Emperor protect. I'm a doctor, I have the antidote. I am healing you. The white-beaked masked man stared at Brit, and there was a hint of madness in his voice. At that moment, Brit only felt a chill rushing up from his spine and the fear in his mind was uncontrollable. And countless viewers in the stream were also shocked by the atmosphere of the white-beaked masked man, and frantically flooded the chat. F***ck. I almost piss myself. Why do I feel that this doctor seems to have a lot of history? Is he human? He is SCP-049, I want to know his file now. My god, does anyone think he's both scary and handsome at the same time? Has anyone noticed? He just killed Vale with a single touch, and then Vale just died, no process at all. The chat in the stream room was endless, but Brit in the game had no time to watch it because he was already panicking. I am dead. Brit sighed softly in his heart. He still didn't know what is the nature of SCP-049, but he saw with his own eyes that SCP-049 just lightly touched Vale, and then he died. Regardless of those zombies, it was this strange ability to kill people that people simply couldn't resist. If he touches you, you die. How do you fight against this? Of course, players could choose not to be touched, but Brit had no choice now. I will show you my results, but before that, I need you to stay here. Of course, you can't leave because you are also infected with the pestilence. While Brit was burning with anxiety, the white-beaked masked man spoke again. He forcibly suppressed the irritability in his heart. Then he turned his head, squatted next to Vale, and took out all kinds of strange tools from the medical box he carried with him. He's going to operate on Vale. Brit's heart skipped a beat, and he remembered the weird wounds on the zombie's body when he first saw it. At that time, Brit had felt that the corpse seemed to have undergone rough surgery. Now it seems that these zombies are created by this mysterious creature. OSH*T, he won't turn Vale into a zombie, will he? Brit swallowed unconsciously and nervousness gripped his heart. He looked at the passage on the other side since the white-beaked masked man had already gone to Vale's side, leaving the other side empty. Let's run. Brit suppressed his nervousness and quietly moved to the other side of the passage. But after moving just 2 steps, the white-beaked masked man, who was about to dissect Vale, immediately turned his head, his eyes a bit red. I said I'm healing him and I will heal you. You are terminally ill and you don't know it. You are hopelessly stupid. After saying this, the white-beaked masked man paused, then he said in a low voice, try to escape again, and I will be forced to treat you first, but then you won't be able to see my results. Brit didn't dare move immediately. The speed at which the man with the SCP had passed him and reached Vale was unmatched. So, if he ran again, he might turn into a zombie even sooner than Vale. I can only rely on Kiwo. Brit sighed deeply in his heart, then, after thinking about it, he walked cautiously into the next SCP room. During this time, the white-beaked masked man turned his head to look at Brit but didn't say anything. Brit breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that as long as he didn't try to escape, this SCP wouldn't attack him immediately. That being the case, he took the opportunity to search for useful information to prepare for the next time he restarted the game. After entering the SCP room, Brit found that it was divided into 2 layers, inner and outer. The inner layer was the actual containment room, with only simple beds and tables inside, while the outer layer was an observation room. There were various equipment and instruments, like computers. A wall separated the inner layer from the outer layer, with the door in between that was currently open. Brit looked around and came to a table in the outer observation room. On the table was a computer, but the screen was black. But that wasn't the focus was a keycard on the table, along with a dossier filled with text. Hey? It's a level 4 keycard. Brit was surprised. He understood the significance of the SCP-049 room now. This SCP-049 containment area was likely where the game provided level 4 keycard for players. Since players could take the level 4 keycard, it was likely because many doors in this area required level 4 or higher keycards to pass. Brit thought for a while, then whispered, "Everyone, I think this place already belongs to the heavy containment area. After all, the light containment area usually only requires a level 3 keycard." Equals. The viewers in the stream suddenly realized, and many viewers said as much in chat. That's right, no wonder the passageways feel more airless and more vicious. After all, it's a heavy containment area. I think so too. It's amazing though, that getting caught by the old man brings you into the heavy containment area. Isn't that a shortcut? Don't think about it, though. Since there's a light containment area, it has its purpose, after all. Players need to collect items in the light containment area. That's right. I think that the old man also belongs to the storage area of the heavy containment area, but he's a bit special since he can go directly to the light containment area. Without good items, it's hard to survive in the heavy containment area. The SCP in front of you is a living example. Equals. After looking at the chat, Brit nodded, some of your analyses are very reasonable. The heavy containment area must be full of dangers. If only the old man could help pass levels quickly, then the game would be too simple. After speaking, Brit sighed, then he turned his attention to the file in his hand. It did not exceed Brit's expectations. The information in the file was exactly about the beaked man outside. SCP-049, Plague Doctor. His name is Plague Doctor, he is a doctor. Brit was surprised. However, though he was called the Plague Doctor, Brit felt this doctor was very different from the real thing, it is not even the same concept at all. Shaking his head, Brit continued to read. But before he had taken in more than a few sentences, he heard movement at the door of the containment chamber. He looked up and found Vale at the door, staring at him with blank eyes, expressionless. There were horrible marks on his chest and abdomen from the rough surgery just performed, anyone who saw it would feel their spine crawl. The Plague Doctor also came out from the side, a hint of excitement in his deep voice, see? I healed him. He is healthy now, unspeakable horrors torment him no more. Well, I have to admit, this cure is not perfect. Chapter 84, Chapter 83, Put the living to death, and the dead to life, the great and benevolent name of science. Thank you, Michael Mendoza and Larry Panchenko, for becoming a member on my Patreon. The Emperor protect. Vale had horrific surgical wounds on his body, his face was pale, and his eyes were dull, staring straight at Brit. At the moment when he saw Vale, Brit even had a sensation of cardiac arrest. After all, he was his teammates and friends he met in the real world. When he suddenly appeared in front of him in the form of a corpse, one can imagine the impact. Equals. Not only Brit but also the viewers in the stream were taken aback because of this dreadful image. Damn, damn. I'm scared. Vale turned into a zombie. Is this the ability of SCP-049? It can turn people into zombies. This game is too exhilarating, I can't play it if I have a bad heart. Dang, if I didn't know this was a game, I would have thought Vale had died. Equals. In-game, Brit in the containment chamber unknowingly broke out in a cold sweat. He frantically hinted in his mind that this was just a game, Vale was fine, and after a few seconds, the shock was a little better. And the masked doctor also walked into the containment chamber. He waved his hand, and Vale, who had turned into a zombie, stiffly took a few steps forward. Look, what an amazing result! I admit, this is not perfect, but please believe me, I am very close to the perfect procedure, and the terrible pestilence is about to be ended by me. Brit wiped off his cold sweat. He thought about it, and suddenly became curious, so he asked, Are you sure, my friend has been cured? This cure? I think he's dead, he's just a living corpse. The masked doctor froze for a moment, then he got expressive, of course he was cured. This is my mercy to him, to you, and to all human beings. Your shallow knowledge prevents you from seeing through such extreme results. You can laugh at my efforts, but you cannot tarnish the name of such a great and benevolent science that has developed. Brit was taken aback for a moment, he didn't expect this masked doctor to be so expressive with just one word, but he was pretty sure it was him next. But before he died, Brit still had a question in his heart that he wanted to ask. He took a deep breath and asked softly, I want to ask. What is this so-called pestilence? My friend and I are both healthy humans, how could we get the pestilence? When Brit asked this question, firstly because of curiosity, and secondly because he wanted to confirm whether the so-called pestilence from the mouth of the masked doctor might be some kind of clue. After all, this is like a horror game, maybe the clues are hidden in various details. Moreover, so far, the masked doctor in front of him is the first intelligent SCP he has seen so far. He can talk, he can think, and he has some kind of persistence of his own, so the level of wisdom is not low. Brit secretly admires the development team for writing such an excellent program. After Brit finished asking, the masked doctor's eyes suddenly changed. Brit looked carefully. I think that must be some kind of fear. The SCP in front of him is a little afraid of the so-called pestilence he mentioned. However, what surprised Brit was that the masked doctor was only silent for a few seconds before shaking his head. You can't see it, you can't feel it, this is the tragedy of human beings or most human beings. They don't know they've been seized by that great terror, they're stupid, but pathetic at the same time. It's useless to talk too much, let me heal you, sir. Trust me, I'm a doctor, I won't hurt you. The masked doctor looked at Brit and there was some sympathy in his eyes. I don't know why, but after hearing the masked doctor say so much, and being stared at by him like this, Brit suddenly had an illusion. Does he have a disease and don't know yet? Damn, I was almost brainwashed. After thinking in his mind for a while, Brit suddenly gasped and the eyes of the masked doctor also changed. He admires it because he was almost brainwashed by the other party's rhetoric. I will not surrender, doctor. Brit exhaled, arranged his clothes again, and looked at the masked doctor with his head held high. Anyway, the ending is condemned, so it would be better to die bravely. And the masked doctor stopped talking, shook his head slightly, and walked up gently. Brit knew the opponent's strength well, so he was not going to face it head-on, nor was he going to run away. Because it is impossible to escape. The only thing that made Brit feel a little uneasy, it's just that he didn't know if the process of being touched to death was painless. He is considering whether to quit the game early. However, this problem soon disappeared, because after the masked doctor walked up to Brit, he lightly touched Brit's neck with his bloody palm. Although he was very scared in his mind, Brit just gritted his teeth and remained still, acting tough. And at the moment of being touched, Brit did not feel any pain. He just saw that the surrounding environment quickly blurred, and then darkness enveloped him. This is the end of his game, as he is back in the area where he started again. And here, Vale, RT, and Plumbella are already waiting for him. The moment he saw him, Vale yelled loudly, F***CKU Brit, I was turned into a zombie, did you scare you? RT also came over, his face full of shock, hot damn, that doctor was awesome. Just touch and you die. Tisk tisk, unfortunately, I didn't see it. Plumbella next to him was also shocked. She was the first to die, so she can see the rest of the game, but she can't participate in it. Yes, I was horrified when I saw you turned into a zombie. That kind of effect is very impactful, after all, the game is too real. HAAA. I think SCP-049 should be a SCP in the heavy containment area. Vale and I fell into the heavy containment area. Brit shook his head, full of emotion, even without the masked doctor, I'm afraid the two of us wouldn't be able to live long. After all, the heavy containment area is dangerous from what we know. The others also nodded in agreement. Brit showed a regretful expression again, it's just that I didn't have time to read his files. I knew his name seemed to be the Plague Doctor, but I don't know any more about it. B*****. Other doctors treat the sick and make them healthy, but this doctor puts the living to death and the dead to life. Vale shook his head angrily. Several people froze for a moment and laughed at the same time. Makes sense. The living shall die, and the dead shall live. Chapter 85, Chapter 84, Go to the heavy containment area. Makes sense. The living shall die, and the dead shall live. In the dark room, the four streamers laughed. Everyone thinks that the phrase Vale is very appropriate to describe SCP-049 and very cleverly describes its ability. After hearing this, all the viewers in the stream also sent chats like crazy. The living shall be put to death, and the dead shall be put to death, my kind of doctor. For the first time in my life, I never have such admiration for a doctor. By the way, this is the first SCP with such high intelligence that has appeared so far, right? I look forward to more items appearing in the future. The Plague Doctor is awesome. From today onwards, I will call him Doctor of Death. Doctor of Death sounds great. Equals. The four continued to laugh and chat for a while, interacted with the viewers for a while, and finally set their sights on the only survivor in the team. This survivor is Kiwo. Can Kiwo beat the game? I don't know, let's see. I think it's difficult. After all, there is only one person, and there is still the heavy containment area to go through, damn. It's quite difficult. Equals. Not long ago, in the game. In a vast and boundless world, Kiwo carefully hid in the cave of the dark boulder. She has an 18V battery, an SNAV, a severed arm, a super gas mask, and other game items. They were given to her by Brit and Vale before they got caught by the old man. It means they hope she can beat the challenge smoothly, but... God! Kiwo looked up to the sky and sighed, her face full of pain. She doesn't have the confidence to beat the game alone, not at all. Is it reasonable to entrust such a difficult task of beating the game to such a gentle and lovely girl? She feels a lot of pressure. Kiwo, who wanted to cry, lamented for a long time before finally accepting this reality. Hey, everyone, let's take a look at the surrounding situation first. So discomfiting. Kiwo shook her head and howled. She listened carefully to the movement around her. The surrounding environment was extremely quiet, and the light inside the cave was extremely dim, like nighttime. Kiwo waited for a long time but did not hear any movement outside. It seems that those scary humanoid monsters that Brit mentioned have left. Everyone, it seems there are no monsters, Kiwo said in a low voice. She reached the cave entrance cautiously, poked her head out, and looked outside. There are no monsters, guys. Kiwo cheered in a low voice excitedly, then she went outside. The outside world stretches as far as the eye can see, countless black buildings or stone blocks stand on the ground. The sky was extremely dark, empty, and desolate. In this environment, unconsciously, Kiwo has already started to be afraid. Everyone, let's leave, this place doesn't seem to be very fun. Kiwo touched her arm, she felt as if she had started to get goosebumps. Then when she was about to take off the mask, suddenly she thought of the old man again. Oh! The old man is still waiting for me in that room. Equals. Seeing that Kiwo was getting scared, the viewers in the stream began to comfort her. Go, go. It is probably already gone. I'm afraid. Kiwo, you are probably the hope of the whole team. Go back and have a look, then come back if it's still there, or just quit the game if it doesn't work. Show your heroism, quick. Equals. Looking at the chat, Kiwo hesitated for a while, finally gritted her teeth, and took off the mask. The next moment, the environment around her changed drastically. She is back in the containment chamber. Everything around is still the same, but the old man is gone. It's won, everyone. Kiwo jumped up excitedly, let's hurry up, the old man might kill me later. She quickly stored various items on her body, then walked toward the outside. There is still a lot of filth on the ground, but perhaps because the old man is not here, the dark filth is much less than before, so a lot of corroded ground was exposed. Kiwo stepped on the ground and walked carefully to the passage outside. Everyone, let's go. Kiwo sighed, looked left and right, and continued to set off. Dim light, silent footsteps, all this made Kiwo a little terrified. She didn't know exactly what happened to Brit, but the chat kept telling her that Brit didn't seem to be dead but had gone to a very strange place. As long as you don't die. Kiwo puts her nerves down for now. That's all. Kiwo took various game items and carefully explored the game map. During this time, she passed the checkpoint. There is a large hall, and there are two heavy metal doors in the middle of the hall. There is also a sign on the metal door. Heavy containment area. There is no doubt that behind these two metal doors is the location of the heavy containment area. However, there is a screen on the wall between the two metal doors. The screen shows that if you want to open the metal door, you must go to the surveillance room to unlock it. Kiwo tried it, and sure enough, the current keycard could not open the metal door when it was locked. In desperation, Kiwo could only continue to set off. Next, Kiwo visited the passages, halls, decontamination airway, and surveillance room, among other places. Relying on the SNAV, Kiwo also avoided many dangers. She even found new items in a storage room, namely the night vision goggle. After wearing the night vision goggle, you don't have to worry about it in very dark places, because you can see very clearly. After some time of exploring, Kiwo, who had schemed through the map, came to the surveillance room again. After standing in front of the surveillance room for a while, Kiwo swiped her card resolutely and opened the metal door. Everyone, leave the heavy responsibility of beating the game to me. Next, let's go to the heavy containment area. Kiwo yelled, and then she stepped through the metal gate. Behind the metal door is a staircase going up. Kiwo followed the stairs to the second floor and saw rows of instruments. After searching for a while, she finally found the switch of the blockade of the entire light containment area. Holding the switch, she gave it a gentle pull. Click! The blockade of the light containment area has been lifted. It opens up, everyone. Kiwo waved her arms happily. But it was also at this moment that the chat told her that Brit and Vale were both dead. Now she was the only one left in the whole team. Kiwo's little face immediately became bitter. Ah! I'm the only one left. But after sulking for a while, Kiwo gritted her teeth. Afterward, Kiwo carefully returned to the previous checkpoint with various items. After the blockade was lifted, the screen at the checkpoint became a black screen. Here I come, heavy containment area. Kiwo took out the level 3 keycard and gently tapped it on the card reader next to the metal door. Beep! The door to the heavy containment area opened. Oh yeah! Kiwo cheered excitedly. However, the next moment, she suddenly froze, then her eyes widened sharply. She let out a scream. She saw that Brit and Vale, as well as several people in combatant outfits, were standing behind the metal door. There was blood on both of them and their faces were also extremely pale. The most frightening thing was that they all had horrific surgical marks on their bodies. It looked as if they had been randomly cut open and then stitched back together casually. In some places, the flesh was even flipped over. Because she saw it suddenly, Kiwo was so frightened at that moment that she went into shock. Afterward, the zombie version of Brit, Vale, and many soldiers rushed toward Kiwo. Game over. The combination of 5 streamers failed again. Chapter 86, Chapter 85, the world's first player team to beat the level. Thank you, Umbra Paco and Eat with Bread, for becoming a member on my Patreon. The Emperor Protect. Woo woo woo. In the space at the beginning of the game, Kiwo was crying non-stop, while Plumbella was comforting her. Brit and Vale laughed wryly. Well, Kiwo, we didn't expect the plague doctor to turn our corpses into zombies. Brit said with a little embarrassment. Kiwo was sobbing and twitching. She still remembers the horrible appearance of the zombie version of Brit and Vale jumping toward her at the end. She was terrified. Even though her personality has always been carefree, she still couldn't hold on to that kind of fright. Since she just came back, she has been crying non-stop. No matter how many people comfort her, she can't be comforted. I didn't blame you. I was just scared. I was scared, woo woo woo. Kiwo shook her head and spoke intermittently. She did not blame them, and she also knew that they couldn't be blamed for this matter. It was just because she was so scared that she couldn't recover in a short time. She regretted it in her mind. She regretted that she didn't check the NAV in advance. If she did, at least she could avoid the risk in advance. But it's useless to regret, who made her so excited that she forgot to look at the navigator. And then again, the SNAV may not be able to detect the existence of those zombies. After a while, Kiwo finally recovered and stopped crying slowly. Brit and Vale also heaved a sigh of relief. Next, when the 5 people got together, Brit thought carefully and said, although this session failed, we have gained a lot of experience. For example, the specific effects of some SCPs, and the uses of some items after processing, etc. The other nodded at the same time, agreeing with Brit very much. So, shall we have another shot? Let's do it. One more, I'm not sleepy yet. Come on. Hahaha. I slept well during the day. The 5 were full of spirit. Even though it was very late at this moment, they were still full of energy. Okay. Then let's continue. Time flies by so fast, in the blink of an eye, it was about 10 a.m. the next day. In an apartment, the twin sisters walked off 2 somatosensory devices together. It could be seen that their faces still showed deep surprise. Oh my gosh, sis, I love this game. No, I love the Overseer. I swear I must go to work for the Overseer. I must go in. The younger sister, Rachel, hugged her older sister and jumped up and down. Although she played games all night, she was very excited. Yes, the 2 had just cleared SCP containment breach and were in a state of shock and excitement at the moment. Sarah was also full of admiration. I admire it too. I feel that the developer team that can make this kind of game must be a group of extremely outstanding people. Yes. Rachel said happily, little stars twinkling in her big eyes. The final ending is grand and shocking. I didn't expect the Foundation to be such a powerful and prominent organization. If there is such an organization in reality, I would like to join them. Hee, me too. The 2 sisters chatted a few more words, then went to wash up and lay down on the bed together. Sister, do you want to make a strategy? I see that many people are urging for updates. Also, I see that there are no players who have cleared the level yet. Wow! The 2 of us won't be the first in the world to clear the level, right? Rachel, holding the phone, her eyes shining. Sarah shook her head and said, I feel so sleepy, so I can't do a complete strategy. I will post a simple way to beat the game later. I didn't see any other way either. We can't be the first, right? The sisters searched again on their phones but did not find any examples of successful clearances. Hahaha, I can't find it, maybe we have entered the top. We can get the trial quota. Rachel was very happy, holding Sarah and laughing non-stop. Sarah was also very happy. If she could get a trial spot, she would truly burst with joy. However, after looking at the phone again, Sarah felt a little disappointed. But the developer hasn't responded to our message yet. Rachel was very optimistic. It's okay, I'll send some more. As long as we are enthusiastic enough, the team will reply to us. Sarah pursed her lips, laughing too. Yes. As long as we post more and are passionate enough, we will impress them. Then, the 2 sisters sent many messages to the team together. It can be said that as long as the team goes to check their account, they will see the news from the 2 sisters. After posting the news, the 2 sisters reviewed the game process together, then updated a relatively simple idea in the strategy post on Reddit. Of course, it was just a simple idea, and the specific game still needed to be explored by the players themselves. After doing this, the 2 sisters, who had played games all night, finally couldn't hold on anymore and soon fell asleep hugging each other. Even in her sleep, her younger sister, Rachel, was muttering something. If you listen closely, you can hear words such as overseer. Shortly after the twin sisters fell asleep, in another small apartment in the same city, a handsome young man opened his eyes and stretched on the bed unhappily. What time is it? The young man picked up the mobile phone next to him and glanced at it. Tisk, it's almost noon. The young man straightened up like a carp, sat up from the bed, and shook his head vigorously. Let's see if there are any clearances. The youth was none other than Andrew, the publisher of SCP Containment Breach. Andrew opened the background of the game platform with his mobile phone. Here he could see the information of the cleared players. There are. However, just one. The information in the background was very clear, the only clearance was a team. The number of people was 2 and the name of the team was The Witcher. Why does it feel a little familiar? Andrew frowned, and after a few seconds, he suddenly realized, a strategy post in Reddit. Andrew showed curiosity on his face and immediately clicked on the strategy post on the post bar, finding that the post had actually updated the way to clear the game. Although the word count was small and the whole thing was very simple, it indeed provided a way to beat the game. It's the person who posted it. Andrew was a little surprised, so, the person who posted this post is the first person in the world to clear the game. Hey! Chapter 87, Chapter 86, The First Finished Player. So, this poster is the first person in the world to clear the game. Andrew was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the poster The Witcher would become the first player to beat the game worldwide. If Andrew wasn't the game's publisher, even he would need a long time to beat it. After all, the SCP Containment Breach is not easy. There are many dangerous SCPs, so it's challenging for players to beat the game. It's really impressive. Andrew read the post again, nodded slightly, and gave his evaluation. With the first completion, the number of subsequent successes will increase rapidly. It's estimated that the point is almost enough. I should be able to release some news about the new game to build anticipation. Andrew muttered as he opened the system panel and looked at the emotional value. Emotion points, 79.32 million. It was close to 80 million and breaking the mark wasn't far off now. He had already chosen the new game, which required 100 million emotion points. At this rate, it wouldn't take long to gather the necessary emotion point. The new game needs another round of build-up. Pricing and the company setup must also be considered. Andrew muttered again. The news of the new game had been teased in the prior stream, but that was just the first build-up. Next, he'd reveal the name and more details, which would be the second stage. With 2 rounds of build-up, Andrew wanted to make the second game one of the best in the world that no one could compete with. However, he couldn't make every game free. The second game would be a paid release, but setting the price carefully was important. Alright, the quality will justify at that price. After some thought, Andrew decided. Once the second game started generating revenue, he could make his first significant earnings, and then, a proper company could follow. Of course, registering the company came first, and Andrew planned to do it that day. After deciding, he got up, took a shower, and grabbed some breakfast to prepare for the day. First, Andrew announced on social media and Twitch, telling his fans that the Overseer development team would stream at noon sharp. The content? Announcing that the first team to beat SCP Containment Breach had emerged and teasing news about the new game. The announcement sparked a craze online. With noon approaching, countless fans swarmed to the streaming platform, eagerly waiting in Andrew's stream chat. Although SCP Containment Breach remained unbeaten for most, the hype for a new game was undeniable. Fans were abuzz with anticipation. You won't be disappointed, Andrew said with a slight smile as he sat before his computer and glanced at the time. It was almost time. The emotion points had increased significantly in the meantime, bringing him closer to 100 million. Let's reveal the new game news. Andrew muttered, opening the game copy page in his system. The pre-ordered copy of the new game stood ready. It should be enough to blow everyone's minds. Confidently, Andrew poured himself a glass of water and waited for the stream to begin. The platform quickly highlighted his stream announcement. At noon, the Overseer will stream live again and announce new game details. When viewers entered, the first thing they saw was the unmistakable Overseer logo. At exactly noon, Andrew started his stream. Before he even said a word, his chat had gone crazy. Overseer. You are the best. I love you. Hahaha. He is here. Along with the messages, a flood of donations filled the screen. Before Andrew even spoke, viewers had sent him donations. Seeing this, Andrew felt deeply moved. Truly, quality mattered above all. Whether in games, movies, or his earlier work in novels, quality brought support. Fans' enthusiasm could exceed all expectations when quality was guaranteed. It seems I'm much better at giving games than writing novels, Andrew thought with a smile. He coughed and greeted, "Good afternoon, everyone, I'm the Overseer. His introduction caused even more excitement in the chat, along with an increase in donations. Andrew mused that he could achieve financial freedom just through streaming alone. Today's stream might feel sudden, but it's part of our plan. After the first player team beat the game, the development team decided it was time to release some news about the new game. The chat was filled with curiosity. Who's the first player to clear it? Which country are they from? I'm so envious. Andrew smiled. I can't disclose their identity, but I can tell you that there's someone you might know. While fans celebrated, Andrew also felt happy and curious about the Witcher team. The chat soon turned to the new game. Overseer, what's the name of the new game? Is it free or paid? Tell us more. Andrew opened his system panel, looking at the list of games. After a moment's thought, he announced. The new game's background will still involve the Foundation. The name of the new game is Chapter 88, Chapter 87, SCP 5K or SCP Pandemic. The background of the new game is still the Foundation and the name of the new game. Having said that, Andrew stopped. The chat in the stream has dropped a lot at this moment, and countless viewers are waiting for his answer. And he did not keep everyone waiting, he turned his head first and looked at the game on the system panel again. Then he said calmly, the name of the new game is SCP 5K or SCP Pandemic. After Andrew finished speaking, he fell silent, knowing there would be a wave of chat next. As expected, a few seconds after he finished speaking, the chat completely erupted, and countless messages flooded in. SCP 5K. Alright. SCP 5K? Alright sounds good. SCP 5K. I feel that this game is going to be popular as soon as it is available. This is also a game with the Foundation as the background. I want to play. I want to play now. Sounds like a really good game. The viewers discussed it very intensely and the curiosity of countless people was aroused by the name of the new game. Everyone can't wait to enter the game now to see what the content of the game is like. At the same time, the news that the Overseer started streaming again also spread. Even if fans are busy at the moment, they try their best to spare time, turn on their mobile phones, enter the platform, and rush into the Overseer's stream. The director of the platform grinned, he was so happy that he almost wanted to acknowledge all the members of the Overseer development team as ancestors. As the popularity of the stream gets higher and higher, more and more people know the name of the new game, and almost everyone is extremely curious about it. I'm looking forward to it. Although I don't quite understand the name, I just feel that this game is bound to be popular. Hahaha, to be honest, I'm already a little excited. Bro, I'm starting to get excited too hahaha. I think the information revealed by this name is not much, but it is very important. Damn it, my curiosity has risen, but I haven't cleared SCP containment breach yet. Brothers, I will beat SCP containment breach after the stream is over. You must clear the level before the release of the new game. Equals. Countless people are discussing this, but Andrew, in front of the computer desk in the room, has a calm expression on his face as the reactions of the fans are the same as his expectations. After all, even he, after hearing the name of the game for the first time, might not be able to help but wonder what kind of content it has. Andrew can imagine the strong curiosity about the content of the game, and this is exactly what Andrew wanted. He needs to create enough momentum for the second game to let it go viral on the day it is officially released, break the record, and become the top game in the world. After waiting patiently for a while and seeing that the viewers were discussing, Andrew spoke again. That's right, the name of the new game is SCP 5K. When the stream is over, the platform will also give an announcement and more details may be disclosed. You can go and see it then. And the top 20 players and teams who beat the game will also receive the new game file at a certain time, and experience the content of the new game SCP 5K earlier than others. Having said that, Andrew laughed. So, everyone, please work hard to beat SCP containment breach and strive to enter the top 20 and get the early beta quota. Equals. After Andrew finished speaking, countless donations flew around the screen and players and fans frantically revitalized the chat. Always support the Overseer. I don't dare to think about the quota for the first test, but I will work hard to pass the level. Thank you, Overseer, for bringing us such a great game. Hahaha. Since my grandma played SCP containment breach, her waist and legs don't hurt anymore, and she can work harder. T/N, AO, WTF? That is one strong grandma. Damn bro, you are outrageous. Ah, yes, Overseer. Is the new game free or paid? How much? Equals. Andrew took a sip of water just after he finished speaking. Now seeing the question in the chat, he put down his cup, thought for a while, and then said, well, SCP 5K is a paid game. As for the specific price, you will see it at a later time. Considering the sensitivity of costs, Andrew did not state the price, fearing that it would cause some unnecessary disputes. Equals. However, what Andrew did not expect was that the moment he said this, there was a flurry of applause from the chat. That's great. Overseer, you are finally willing to charge. It's great. As long as you charge a fee, I can rest assured that I don't have to worry about you going out of business. As long as I can buy, I will buy as much as you want. The quality of your game is worth it, no matter how expensive it is. I'm not afraid that you'll set a price, but I'm afraid that you'll be free. Mr. Overseer, do you know how worried we are that you will not be able to make new games due to insufficient funds? Must sell as this quality is worth it. Equals. Andrew looked at the chat, a little dumbfounded. He felt that this might be the first time in history that players strongly demanded to set a price for a game. Compared with some big publishers, there is a large gap. Well, hot damn, it is quality first. Andrew shook his head and said. Finally, Andrew looked at the time and felt that it was almost time, so he said again, thank you for your passionate support. On behalf of the development team, I would like to extend my most sincere thanks to everyone here. In the future, we will work harder and strive to produce more good games to reward everyone. As this is the end of today's stream, thank you again for caring, and see you next time. Among the countless goodbye in the chat, Andrew disconnected the stream. This very short stream brought him a lot of income, but he will not go streaming crazy for such a small profit. The heat is already high enough, now I just wait for the official release of the game. Andrew was lying on the chair, feeling relaxed. After resting for a while, Andrew opened the background of the Twitch account and looked casually. Since the account was opened, countless private messages have been sent almost every second. Andrew will take a look at it when he is free, as the content of private messages is asking about game content, contact information, blessings, etc. But today, this private message seems to be a bit wrong. Andrew discovered that there were many private messages among them, which were actually sent by the same person. No, they should have been sent by the same two people. Sonozaki twins. Andrew muttered and raised his eyebrows. T/N, I change the Witcher into the Sonozaki twins. Chapter 89, Chapter 88, Players all over the world are curious about it. The Sonozaki twins. Andrew looked at the computer screen very curiously. This account has sent him so many private messages. Could it be the Sonozaki twins from Reddit? Andrew touched his chin subconsciously. This matter is indeed a bit too coincidental. The person who posted the post on the post bar is the Sonozaki twins, and the first person to clear the game is also the Sonozaki twins, but now the person who sent him private messages is still the Sonozaki twins. Could it be that they are all the same people? Andrew thought about it, but to confirm it, so he opened the private message and read it carefully. After watching it, Andrew suddenly realized. There are quite a lot of words in the whole private message, but the content is not much different, probably because the two girls admire the work of the development team very much. Therefore, they want to join the development team and want to work in the team. They even roughly introduced their educational background, age, and other information in the messages. Overall, their attitude is quite genuine. After all, who would casually send their information to others on the internet? However, if I let them know that the development team is only me, what will they think? Thinking of this, Andrew laughed. However, after thinking about it for a while, Andrew suddenly hesitated in his mind. Perhaps, they can be recruited. You know, long before, Andrew had a certain plan for the future. To put it simply, Andrew wants to create a virtual universe of his own. He needs a gaming platform, a series of games of his own, and so on. Wanting to achieve these things is not something that can be done in a day or two, it requires long-term hard work. Huge capital is required and it takes a long time to work. Of course, given the existence of the system, the time required for these processes can be greatly reduced. So the first step to achieving this is to create his company. Since it's a company, he can't be the only polished leader all the time, can he? Gotta hire some staff. Even if the game can be released by himself, the boss can't do everything, right? Therefore, recruiting employees is also a necessary thing. Thinking of this, Andrew nodded unconsciously. Maybe we can meet up first, if they are suitable, maybe I should. Andrew is not worried at all about recruiting employees, their wages, accommodation, etc. Just the income brought to him by the two streams is enough to solve these problems for the time being. Not to mention the follow-up game revenue. Of course, SCP 5K or SCP Pandemic must not be released too early because of the issue of the first 20 players trying to play it first. Just because it cannot be officially released yet does not mean that it cannot make money, because it can be pre-sale. Well, first get the company's affairs in order, then consider recruiting employees, and the game pre-sale. Andrew snapped his fingers. That's it for the follow-up work. Then, Andrew returned to the game platform and issued an announcement, telling the players that the first player or team to beat the game had appeared, and also revealed some information about the new game. Although the information revealed is not much, it is enough to attract the attention of the players, and to make the players fill with enthusiasm to beat SCP Containment Breach. After doing all this, Andrew casually browsed various online forums. Then Andrew unexpectedly discovered that the Sonozaki twins had also sent him a bunch of private messages on Twitter, and the content of the private message was the same. This persistence surprised Andrew. It can be seen that the Sonozaki twins idolize the Overseer, they must have particularly wanted to join them. Their energy is commendable. Andrew shook his head with a smile and opened the system panel and looked at the emotion points. It is still increasing rapidly and the mark is getting closer and closer. This also means that he will be able to officially create SCP-5K soon. Come on, people. Andrew said, his eyes brightened slightly. Equals. In the afternoon, in the stream of Kiwo. Kiwo, who just started streaming, looked at the chat, her face was full of regrets. God, so sad. I missed the stream of the Overseer, woo woo. Kiwo beats her chest and stamps her feet. She stayed up late last night with Brit, and the others to play SCP Containment Breach for most of the night, and when she couldn't go on anymore, she ended the stream and went to sleep. Brit and others also ended their streams, but some made an arrangement to play again at dawn. As a result, when she woke up, it was already afternoon. Whoa, what? The Overseer said that there were players who had already beaten the game. Are there any new game announcements? The name of the new game is SCP-5K. Damnit, I missed all of these. The Overseer also gave an announcement. Kiwo looked at the chat posted by the viewers and ran to the game platform with a bitter face to have a look. As expected, the Overseer team made an announcement. The specific content of the announcement was to inform the players that the first person has successfully beat SCP Containment Breach, and they also revealed some relevant information about the new game. New game coming out soon. Kiwo slapped the table, her face full of anxiety. She hasn't finished SCP Containment Breach yet and the world's first player to beat the game has been born. Now there are only 19 spots left. How did she miss it? Almost at the same time, the others also got the news one after another. They all started streaming one by one, and they were all in a hurry. The director of the streaming platform was even more anxious and called a few big streamers, asking them to beat the game as quickly as possible and get the early beta trial. This kind of opportunity is impossible to miss. Not just their platform, there are also some other platforms trying their best to beat the game. After all, if you can get a seat and arrange a stream, it means that the platform will gain a wave of popularity. For the platform, that is an incredible temptation. Not only various online platforms but also various major game publishers are frantically asking their employees to beat the game and try to pass the game quickly. It can be said that as soon as the Overseer announcement was issued, the players began to move in a frenzy. 20 early access slots are like treasures attracting countless people to follow. This wave has even swept across overseas nations, and many are wild for it. At this moment, the goal of all players is to beat the game. And this also means, there will be a large amount of points gathered in a small apartment. Chapter 90, Chapter 89, Popular Post. In the area before the start of the SCP Containment Breach, 5 streamers including Brit, Vale, and Plumbella stood side by side. Can we grab the quota? It feels really difficult. There are so many players grabbing the remaining quotas. Kiwo said with a bitter face. The 5 of them quickly started the stream after receiving the news of the Overseer's stream in the afternoon and quickly formed a team after receiving a call from the director of the platform to get ready to enter the game again. But none of the 5 had much confidence. After all, there are too many players in the world, and no one has the confidence to compete with so many people. How many games did we play last night? My God, I can't even remember, I just remember that we all failed in the end. Kiwo said. The others also smiled wryly and shook their heads. They played a lot of games in a row last night, so they thought that with the experience of a few initial games, their progress should be much smoother in the future, and even beat the game. Dreams are the canvas where hope paints its brightest colors, but reality often wields the brush of harsh truth. The few games they played later didn't even go as far as the first 2 games, because the game map will be refreshed, so they couldn't find the location of the clockworks. If they can't find the clockworks, then they can't gain useful items. Without game items such as the SNAV to give them an early warning, their exploration of the map will be full of dangers. So, many times, they will collide with dangerous SCPs. Several people remembered that metal bear and they all bumped into it twice. Then, the ear bear, the old man and even the peanut. The moment you meet them, it can be said to be exhilarating. It is precisely because of this reason that even if they played so many games last night, however they did not make more progress, let alone beat the game. Hey, even in team mode, this game is just as difficult, let's do our best. Brit shook his head again and said. The others all nodded their heads. However, just when they were about to enter the game again, Brit keenly noticed a chat in the stream room. Damn! Brit, hurry up and look at the post, the strategy post has been updated again. It seems to be the way to beat the game. Brit paused for a moment, then quickly said, wait. The strategy post on Reddit has been updated again and it's a way to clear the level. The person who posted it has already beat the game. What? No way. Damn. The person who posted the strategy post has already beat the game. Great, go check it out. The group was both surprised and delighted. Kiwo even screamed to read the post. They left the game quickly and immediately went to the post bar to read the strategy post. The Sonozaki twins account itself has a lot of followers. In addition, the overseer said in his stream that there was already a person who beat the game, therefore, people guessed in an instant that the person who posted the guide was the first player in the world to beat the game. That's why the Sonozaki twins became famous and it's getting more and more popular. Countless players have entered the post bar, wanting to witness the way of the first player in the world to beat the game, and the traffic of the post bar has skyrocketed. This makes the director of the platform happy, so they push the Sonozaki twins to the homepage so that everyone can see it when they come in. It is said that on this day, the director of the platform said, "Thank you, Mr. Overseer." After the group left the game, they immediately opened the post bar and clicked on the Sonozaki twins. They were amazed. No one expected that the person who posted the post they saw before would become the first player in the world to beat the game. It makes them all feel like a pilgrimage. However, a few people also knew in their mind that the popularity of the Sonozaki twins is so high that there must be countless players who have seen the way to beat the game. Therefore, next, the challenges they face are somewhat more severe because everyone knows how to beat the game. Now it depends on who moves faster and has better luck. After quickly reading the guide, the group quickly entered the game again. 5 people gather again in the dark space, everyone has anxiety on their faces. Okay, now we already know the method. Although the method is relatively ambiguous, at least it gives us a goal. Come on, let's go. Brit stretched out his hand first, and then the others also quickly reached out. 5 hands stacked together. Let's do this. Ora! Then, the group quickly started the game. Equals. In some small apartments, the twin sisters wake up from their sleep. Wow, it's already 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Rachel glanced at the phone and said in surprise. Sarah was also slightly taken aback, her sleepy-eyed face looked very cute. Yeah, oh, sleeping too long. Sarah spoke in a daze. But just after finishing speaking, her sister next to her suddenly said loudly, "Wow, sis, look. Our post has reached the top place. Ah! The popularity of the post is so high. Oh my god! Sister, your number of fans has exceeded 100,000. Sarah was also shocked when she heard this. She hurriedly picked up her phone and looked at it, only to realize that her strategy had become the most popular in the entire post bar. The reply floor is close to 10,000. My god, what happened? Sarah opened her eyes wide and said in disbelief. But as she observes the post reply, it doesn't take long for her to know what's going on. Sis, we seem to be the first in the world to beat the game. Sarah's face was full of surprise, and there was deep disbelief. That's right, people said that the overseer streamed again before, and he has personally confirmed that the world's first beaten game player has appeared. Rachel was so happy that she almost jumped up. Hahaha, sis, we are famous. Sarah also laughed. Well, I don't care about being famous or not, I only care about the early access to try it out. Yeah, me too. Rachel hugged her sister with a smile all over her face. Then, the sisters looked at the Twitch platform again and they were stunned. Even the older sister is no longer reserved, hugging the younger sister happily and cheering. The overseer replied to us. Hahaha. I'm so happy. Chapter 91, Chapter 90, I want to upgrade myself. Thank you, Joel Vincent, Joshua Potter and Vandalizer Z, for becoming a member on my Patreon. The Emperor protect. The sisters were happy, but after a while, they calmed down. However, the joy on their faces didn't disappear. They are so happy because the overseer's reply has finally arrived. The reply is very simple with only one word, received. Although they don't know what it means specifically, the current situation is better than not getting a reply. Sister, I've already started to imagine working in their development team. Hahaha. Rochelle's eyes sparkle, and Sarah is similar. The two happily move around in the small apartment like two small whirlwinds. What the two sisters don't know is that because of their persistence, they will become members of a gigantic company in the future. Equals. Bro, go. In the game SCP Containment Breach, Kiwo clenched her fists in a charging gesture. She's in the area where the game starts and she looks high-spirited. The other who were in other areas behaved in the same way as they checked the content of the guide, and they all had a general idea of how to beat the game. Although what is said in the post is very straightforward, this simple idea is like a bright light at the end of a dark tunnel. Of course, some know that after having the idea of beating the game, people will try to beat the game even more quickly. Their competitive pressure has increased a lot without sound, but they can only do their best and obey their destiny. Soon, the area for the group started one after another. 5 people came out of the room and were escorted by soldiers to the SCP-173 containment chamber. Everyone, let's hope we are lucky enough this time to find the clockworks quickly, Britt said to the others. They nodded in sympathy. Don't talk about anything else. In this game, if you want to pass through the light containment area safely, you need to find the clockworks. Only by upgrading your equipment will you have a chance to avoid dangerous SCPs and go to the heavy containment area. Otherwise, they may be wiped out when they go out. The group soon came to SCP-173 containment chamber. They are already very familiar with the next step and passed it with ease. Soon, they gathered in front of the metal door in the covered bridge hall again. Out of this door, the map will be refreshed. God, I hope we can beat the game as soon as possible. Kiwo clasped her palms together and prayed. Let's go and do your best. Britt opened the metal door, and they entered in line. After entering the metal door, what they saw was the information center hall that they had visited many times. Go this way. Britt pointed in a random direction and they set off quickly. They are quite familiar with the places in the light containment area. Passages, exhaust fans, storage rooms, Tesla gates, T-shaped hall, decontamination chamber, etc., they have walked through it many times. It's just that the map will be refreshed every time, so these places will be changed. Every time a new game is played, they have to start all over again, probing step by step. This virtually increases the difficulty of the game. Time passed slowly. There are also more and more viewers in the stream of the group. Not all players will frantically pursue early access quotas, so many people have come to the stream platform to watch their favorite streamers play the game. The 5 in the game also quickly completed the early item collection work and all kinds of game items are collected. During this period, they also encountered 2 dangerous SCPs, the Peanut and the Old Man. Fortunately, with close cooperation, the Peanut can only be a statue. And the Old Man was slow, although it could pass through the wall, it couldn't catch up with them who were running away frantically. Okay, everyone, let's start looking for that extraordinary machine. Kiwo, who finished the collection work, her confidence boosted. The group followed up with another search. Finally, behind a metal door in a certain T-shaped passage, they saw the large room reserved for the clockworks. Oh yeah! Ah, we finally found it! Haha, we're lucky! They breathed a sigh of relief and were very happy. Then, Brit opened the room, and they quickly put the equipment to work. A few gas masks have turned into super gas masks with unlimited stamina. The SNAV has become the SNAV Ultimate that can warn them of dangerous SCP nearby. Level 2 keycards have also become Level 3 keycards. There are also 2 night vision goggles, which have also become super night vision goggles after very fine processing. After wearing them, you can see the specific distance between some nearby SCP and the wearer. Okay, the processing is complete. We will search the light containment area next. Kiwo wore a gas mask and shouted vigorously. The others were also confident. In this game, they were lucky as they found the clockworks and upgraded their equipment. It can be said that as long as they are careful, there will be no mishaps. Okay, let's go, Brit said, full of confidence. They are ready to go immediately. But just as he reached the gate of the room, Vale suddenly stopped and the others looked at him suspiciously. Vale looked back at the clockworks, with a look of confusion on his face. But just a few seconds later, his expression turned into a firm one. Brit, don't stop me. I want to process myself. After Vale finished speaking, he strode towards the clockworks in big strides. The others were startled. RT rushed out and grabbed Vale. Damn it, Vale, you're crazy, he exclaimed. Who knows what kind of monster you'll become after being processed. The others also walked over quickly, everyone had confusion on their faces. Hey, Vale, why do you suddenly want to process yourself? That's too dangerous. Vale, don't joke around. Not only the group but also the viewers in the stream were taken aback by Vale's idea. What? There are relevant examples in the test records of the clockworks. It seems that the living person will become something after processing. Although I don't know what happened, it must be scary. Vale wants to take a gamble, maybe he will become very strong after. Chapter 92, Chapter 91, Vale became a superhuman. Plus my Discord. https://discord.gg/nxhddw7b, expire after 7 days. Thank you, Joshua Rooney and Grey Sub-Zeros, for becoming a member on my Patreon. The Emperor protect. Vale, are you sure you want to refine yourself? In the containment room of SCP-914, Brit looked at Vale with a solemn expression. RT, who had already let go, and Kiwo and Plumbella were all watching Vale worriedly. The machine is too mysterious, judging from the test records, the very fine refinement of living people is unpredictable. If you rush to very fine refine yourself, no one knows what kind of dreadful situation will occur. It must process. Vale looked at Brit and nodded, a strong determination evident in his expression. After finishing his statement, he sighed slightly. Hey, I'm not crazy, but I want to beat the game quickly. Vale looked at the machine next to him and continued, we have read the test records. According to the literal meaning, it can be deduced that if a living person is very fine, it is likely to create a monster. This monster is very powerful, otherwise, the test records would not say that it killed so many people and destroyed so many facilities. However, the test records did not detail this monster, such as whether it possesses reason or if there are any changes in appearance, etc. So, I want to conduct a test. If my strength is boosted and my sanity is preserved after very fine refinement, then our journey may become much easier. Of course, doing so must be accompanied by great risks, but I have already made preparations, and I am willing to take any risks. Having said that, Vale suddenly raised his eyebrows and smiled. I wanted to try it before, but I didn't have a chance. So I have to do it today. Don't stop me, Britain. After Vale finished speaking, the others fell into a deep silence. They understood what Vale meant. He wanted to use himself as a test subject to give the team the greatest chance of beating the game. For a time, the group was a little moved. Equals. The viewers in the stream were also moved, and the chat was non-stop. Damn, Vale is a real man. Loudly crying face a man with such courage. Who knows what will happen after refining? Vale is so strong. I'm a fan of you, Vale. Ahem. I feel that besides helping the team, Vale probably wants to satisfy his curiosity. After all, he wanted to try it before. Hahaha. Equals. In the game. After being silent for a while, Brit patted Vale on the shoulder. Okay, I support you. Kiwo and the others also nodded heavily. We support you too. Vale suddenly smiled brighter. He took off all his equipment and handed it to Brit and the others. Then he gestured for the group to wait outside the containment room because no one knew what would happen to a living person after refining. It was safer for Brit and the others to stay away. The group did not hesitate and immediately exited the containment chamber. Okay, after the processing is over, if I behave incorrectly, you should swipe your card to close the door immediately and run away, Vale said loudly. Brit gave an okay gesture and the others had serious expressions on their faces. Okay, here I go. Vale also made an okay gesture, then turned around and entered the machine. He first adjusted the knob to the very fine setting and then gave the spring full power. After doing this, Vale immediately rushed to the input compartment next to the machine. Before the compartment door was closed, Vale gave a thumbs up to the others outside the containment room. Brit also returned the thumbs up. Wait for me to turn into a superhuman. Vale yelled. Then the door of the compartment closed. Standing in the dark cubicle, Vale took a deep breath, trying to calm his nerves. He was naturally terrified of using himself as a guinea pig, but as he had said, if his vision worked, then he could contribute to the team. At that point, they might be able to beat the game very quickly and successfully get the early beta quota. Of course, there was another reason for doing this. It satisfied his curiosity. He wanted to see how this amazing machine would improve a living person. After the compartment door closed, Vale soon felt the vibration of the machine. There was no doubt that the machine had officially started its operation, and Vale couldn't help but tense up. It was dark inside the compartment, so he couldn't see anything. Breathing out again, Vale prepared himself for any horrible things that might happen at any time. But soon, Vale realized he seemed to be overthinking. The machine didn't run for long before it quickly stopped. During the process, Vale didn't find anything terrible, he just felt a faint difference in his body. And within a few seconds after the machine stopped, Vale saw the compartment door in front of him open automatically. Damn, is this it? Vale was stunned. Then he saw the others outside the gate of the containment room, looking at him warily. Vale subconsciously touched his face and then looked at his body. Nothing has changed. Confused, Brit outside the door spoke, Vale? Are you still conscious? Vale looked up and found the group still nervous. Yet. Brit, why are you looking at me like this? Damn, do I have horns? Vale suddenly thought of something and hastily reached up to touch his head. The imaginary horn did not exist either. I don't have horns. The others outside the gate felt a little relieved when they saw Vale speaking normally, and they entered the containment room. Plumbella was the first to speak. Vale, your eyes are so red, almost completely red. The others all nodded. Yes. Very red. Yes, nothing else has changed except that your eyes have become very red. Damn. Red eyes are so gorgeous. Vale blinked when he heard these words. Without a mirror, he couldn't see his eyes. Does very fine make the eyes red? Nothing else changes. Vale muttered, feeling skeptical. He clenched his fist and discovered his strength had changed. Wait a moment. Vale said. He then approached the wall of the containment room, aimed, and punched it. Boom! The entire wall vibrated, and cobweb-like cracks spread around the contact point. Damn! The group was stunned, their faces full of disbelief. Vale himself was taken aback. He stared at his fist, stunned for a few seconds, then turned around, his face full of excitement. Bro, I've become a superhuman. Chapter 93, Chapter 92, SCP-939 with many voices. Bro, I'm a superhuman. Vale looks radiant all over. With his fists clenched, he feels that his whole body is full of strength. The others are shocked. After all, Vale's punch almost knocked down the entire wall. The viewers in the stream are also shocked. Damn, Vale is so strong. Damn it, I also want to experience it. I will enter the game right away. I want to ask, are there no side effects for such a large enhancement? Damn that red eye, he's super handsome. In the game, the groups are shocked for a moment before calming down. RT is the first to rush over and keeps looking around Vale, exclaiming tisk tisk from his mouth. The other three can't stop watching, it's like seeing the strangest thing in the world. Vale says, come on, let's do a speed experiment. After Vale finishes speaking, he runs out of the room in an instant and then runs back in just as quickly. The wind blows Kiwo's long hair, which is close by. Damn! Kiwo opens her eyes wide. Vale's speed has also been greatly enhanced. He is many times faster than the top runners in the world. Awesome! Brit gives a thumbs up, full of admiration. Vale smiles, feeling that he made the right bet this time. However, just as he thinks this, he suddenly feels a pain in his chest and abdomen. Then, he spits out a mouthful of blood. The others freeze for a moment. RT and Brit immediately want to go over to help. Vale waves his hand and says, it's okay, it's okay. Bah! I know, this thing has side effects. Vale stands up and coughs out another mouthful of blood. There is a price, and I feel like there's something wrong with my organs. Vale takes a deep breath and finally suppresses the strange feeling in his chest and abdomen. Let's go on. Damn, this thing is like taking drugs, it has a shelf life. After the shelf life, I guess I'll have to say GG. The others look a little uneasy but see no other choice. Sure enough, the boost in strength usually comes with a corresponding price, and Vale's situation exemplifies the internal damage. Judging by how he is doing, he is likely to collapse if he can't persist until he beats the game. Brit sighs and continues, then let's go quickly. They nod in agreement. Now that Vale has been refined, they can't let his efforts go to waste. They want to beat the game as fast as possible. After sorting out the items again, the group officially sets off. Their next goal is to search the light containment area and obtain some useful items such as SCP-1499 the gas mask and SCP-714 the jaded ring. With the processed navigator and other equipment, their next exploration will be much easier as many dangers can be avoided in advance. It doesn't take long for them to successfully obtain the jaded ring. It's worth mentioning that, due to a significant loss, they did not read the book that can make people sick. Even Vale, who has undergone refinement and has greatly enhanced physical fitness, doesn't want to experience that pain again. They took the items and ran away without stopping. They find the SCP-1499 chamber again, which contains the gas mask that allows people to travel to another dimension after wearing it. Although this item cannot allow multiple people to enter a different world simultaneously, even if only one person can enter, it is still useful for avoiding danger in critical moments. So, they take it with them. After obtaining SCP-1499, they wander around the light containment area for a while until they reach the SCP-012 chamber. SCP-012 is a musical note that people can't control and that they want to complete with blood. RT died in that game, and Brit remembers the experience at that time very clearly. Brit still recalls that there is a severed arm in the room. When he was in the heavy containment area earlier, some metal doors required fingerprints to unlock. Therefore, the items must be obtained as well. They discuss for a while, and finally, Vale takes the initiative to stand up. Let me do it. I think I should have some resistance to the influence of that SCP, I'll be the safest. The others consider it and agree that what Vale says makes sense. So they don't put on any pretense and let Vale enter the room. Not long after, Vale comes out with the severed arm. As soon as Vale emerges, he grins and says, "Hell yeah. Fortunately, I have been refined, otherwise, I might not have been able to handle it." The group nods in agreement, feeling that this game is too difficult. Of course, you can obtain the severed arm in single-player mode, but it's just very difficult. The game doesn't make it impossible to pass the level completely. Without hesitation, after getting the severed arm, they set off again. After some more exploration, they find a file on a shelf in a storage room. SCP-939 with many voices. The group looks at the file, and Kiwo immediately mentions that she has encountered this SCP before. It was like a warehouse. When she went down by elevator, she was terrified. "Okay, let's go. We are very well equipped now, and we have Vale, so it shouldn't be a big problem." They continue to set off. Because she is not alone, Kiwo is not so scared anymore. After a few minutes, they finally arrive at an elevator. Upon seeing the elevator, Kiwo purses her lips. "Going down from here is the warehouse, and there is that big red monster in it." It's the many voices. She says this but still seems a little scared. After all, she was terrified the previous time. The others are also looking at the elevator. They had encountered this elevator in the prior game, but none of them had gone down. After all, they were not adequately prepared. Now that they have returned, the spirits of the group suddenly begin to rise. They are different now. They are fully equipped, and at the same time, their teammate Vale is also a superhuman who has undergone refinement. So, there shouldn't be much danger. Moreover, there may be some rare items. Entering and exploring should yield rewards. Additionally, they haven't found the location of the surveillance room yet, so they can't even access the heavy containment area. Brit looks at the elevator and lets out a sigh of relief. Then he takes out the file and reads it carefully. Finally, he says firmly, "Let's be careful, and we should be fine." Chapter 94, Chapter 93, 1vs4. Plus my Discord. https://discord.gg/nxhddw7b, expire after 7 days. Thank you, Ryan Robinson, for becoming a member on my Patreon. The Emperor Protect. SCP-939, with many voices. Object Class, Keter. Description: SCP-939 are endothermic, pack-based predators that display atrophy of various systems similar to troglodytic organisms. The skin of SCP-939 is highly permeable to moisture and translucent red, owing to a compound chemically similar to hemoglobin. SCP-939 averages 2.2 meters tall while standing upright and weighs an average of 250 kilograms, though weight is highly variable. Each of their 4 limbs ends in 3-fingered claws with a 4th opposable digit and is covered in setae, which considerably augment climbing ability. Their heads are elongated, devoid of even vestigial eyes or eye sockets, and contain no brain casing. The jaws of SCP-939 are lined with red, faintly luminescent fang-like teeth, similar to those belonging to specimens of the genus Scholiotus, measuring up to 6 cm in length and encircled by heat-sensitive pit organs. Eye spots, sensitive to light and dark, run the length of their spine dorsal ridges. These spines may be up to 16 cm long and are believed to be sensitive to changes in air pressure and. Let's go. After making a decision, the group stepped into the elevator. Thinking of the file they had just seen, everyone couldn't help feeling a little nervous. Brit pressed the button, the elevator door closed, and the elevator began to descend. In the quiet environment, only the sound of the elevator and the breathing of Andrew and the others could be heard. After 2 seconds, Britt said, "This thing works in groups, it is estimated that there should be more than one down there. I don't know how many there are." The others nodded at the same time. Everyone was slightly worried about the upcoming exploration. Then Vale said, "We'll assess the situation later. If it's really dangerous, you can take the opportunity to run after I intercept them. I should be able to hold them back." The others didn't speak, but their hearts were heavy. Soon, the elevator arrived. Click! The elevator door opened slowly, revealing a dark passageway in front of everyone. "Let's go," Britt said softly. The group walked forward for a few meters and saw a broken pipe lying on the ground, with thick black smoke covering the scene in front of them. Upon seeing this, Britt urged again, "According to the file, those beasts have no eyes, so they are probably extremely sensitive to sound. Let's try to be as quiet as possible." The group nodded in agreement. Britt took the lead, and they passed through the thick smoke area and entered the depths of the warehouse. All they could see were large boxes, though they had no idea what was inside. The light was dim, and the air was suffocating. The group's breathing became more pronounced. "That's where I was attacked by the beast before," Kiwo said, raising her hand to point at a circular passage not far away, speaking in a low voice. Britt nodded slightly, then put on the night vision goggles and took out the navigator to check it. There was no danger warning on the navigator, indicating that in this warehouse, the beasts should be located elsewhere. Without hesitation, Britt immediately walked toward the circular passage, and the others followed closely. The group crept into the passage with extreme caution. The light in the passage was still very dim, but fortunately, Britt's night vision goggles allowed him to see well in the dark. They walked forward a few meters and reached the corner of the passage. There on the ground, Britt spotted a night vision goggle. "It just so happens that we don't have enough night vision goggles," Britt whispered excitedly as he picked it up. With this, 4 out of 5 of them were now equipped with night vision goggles. "Go!" Britt looked at the navigator again, still finding no warning. They turned the corner and kept going. Among them, Kiwo was holding onto Plumbella, her face pale and her nerves frayed. Her last experience had terrified her, so returning to this place left her feeling completely overwhelmed. After the group reached the exit, Britt took a look outside, and what he saw was still a dark warehouse space of unknown area, with all sorts of large boxes strewn about. Did those things refresh elsewhere? Britt frowned, then led the group out of the aisle and into the narrow space between the boxes. After entering the narrow alley, they walked cautiously for a while until Britt noticed 2 things on the ground. Taking a closer look, he found another severed arm and a night vision goggle. "That's great, take it!" Britt exclaimed joyfully, handing the night vision goggle to the others as he picked up the severed arm. With enough equipment collected, the trip to the warehouse felt worth it. Moreover, Britt hadn't expected to find a severed arm here, but it was essential to keep it, as it might be useful in the future. After picking up the severed arm, Britt subconsciously glanced at the navigator, but when he did, he broke out in a cold sweat. At some point, a red dot appeared on the navigator, not far from them. SCP-939. Britt quickly turned around and gestured for silence. He pointed to the navigator and then in the direction of the elevator. They were shocked into silence, lowered their bodies, and slowly followed Britt's lead toward the elevator. However, before they could move too far, Britt stopped, his face grim. He noticed that there were 2 more red dots on the navigator screen. "There are 2 more," he whispered. Unfortunately, the new 2 dots were on their way to the elevator. "Damn it, when did they arrive?" Vale asked, surprised. Britt shook his head. Then he stood up slowly, peered from behind a large box, and saw in the direction of the elevator 2 massive creatures covered in blood red. They had slender heads and no eyes, but their mouths were full of sharp teeth, making them look very vicious. We're blocked. Brit frowned tightly. He bent down again and looked at the navigator screen. He immediately realized that in the blink of an eye, another red dot had appeared, this time behind them, very close to the first one. Why are there so many? Brit exclaimed while looking at the navigator. The situation was worsening as they found themselves surrounded by the beasts. No, we must find a way to break through. Brit said anxiously. Just as he finished speaking, two male voices suddenly came from the direction of the elevator. Anyone there? Is anyone there? The voices sounded incredibly realistic, they could almost have been the voices of two human males. If they hadn't read the file in advance, anyone who heard these voices for the first time would assume it was a person speaking. This situation was both creepy and terrifying. F***ck, it's too realistic. RT said, quietly moving to the side to glance into the distance through a gap. Thanks to the night vision goggles, he could see clearly. He observed as the mouths of the two monsters opened and closed, producing human-like voices again. What's wrong? You don't have to be afraid. Upon hearing these voices, the group clenched their teeth, breaking out into a nervous sweat. If it doesn't work, I'll do it. You take the opportunity to run. Vale gritted his teeth, determination etched on his face. Brit was about to shake his head when suddenly the two beasts behind them also spoke. Are you guys okay? Are you hurt? I saw you. Hearing this, the group instantly felt goosebumps rising all over their bodies. At that moment, they felt an illusion as if the creatures could see them. No. They're here. Brit suddenly shouted, and they looked at the navigator in his hand. They were shocked to find that all four red dots were rapidly approaching their hiding place. It's over. They're going to surround us. Kiwo lamented, her face bitter. Run! Brit yelled. He immediately stood up straight, and the others followed suit. Upon standing, they saw two huge blood-red monsters charging toward them from both in front and behind. The beasts even crashed through some wooden boxes like bulldozers. In that critical moment, Vale yelled, Go! Upon shouting, he rushed out immediately. Brit followed closely behind, shouting, Let's go! The others swiftly followed. Vale's speed was undeniable, and he quickly approached the two beasts. His fist was raised high as he leaped, delivering a powerful punch that struck the beast. Boom! The massive creature collapsed to the ground, sending dust flying. A fist-sized hole appeared where Vale had struck. Roar! The beast let out a roar of pain. Vale didn't stop, he immediately seized the neck of the charging beast with both hands, his eyes blood-red as he shouted, Brit, go! Leave me here! Brit's forehead dripped with sweat. He gritted his teeth and led the group quickly past Vale and the two beasts. At that moment, the two other beasts in the distance also approached to attack Vale. The group ran frantically, quickly passing through the smoke screen. After running for a few seconds, they ultimately reached the elevator entrance once again. They looked back just as Vale flew out from around the corner and crashed heavily against the wall, causing it to shudder. Despite the pain, Vale endured, turning to look at Brit and the others, shouting, Go, this power is just for this moment. The group's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Brit yelled, Vale, you have to come out alive. We're waiting for you. Then the group rushed into the elevator and pressed the button. Just as the doors were nearly closing, they saw Vale vomit blood and rise from the ground, his face ravaged. Three beasts lunged toward him. Immediately afterward, the elevator doors shut. They couldn't see the chaos behind them, but it was clear that a tragic battle lay ahead. Upon returning, the group exited the elevator, looking back at the door in despair. Time passed, and at that moment, the group felt as though they were in a game. Their hearts raced, and their minds spun in turmoil. They lost track of time, unsure whether they had waited mere moments or more than 10 minutes. Finally, the elevator door in front of them suddenly opened again. They were shocked, only for a wave of joy to rush over them. Vale is still alive. Well, hot damn. Hahaha. Brit and the others cheered excitedly. As expected, after the elevator operated for a while, the door opened again, revealing Vale standing inside, covered in blood. One of his arms was missing, and terrible wounds marred his body. But even so, he still smiled. Hey! I'm back! After speaking, he raised his remaining arm, and in his hand was the head of the beast. Chapter 95, Chapter 94, Heavy Containment Area, here we go. Thank you, Lemon, for becoming a member on my Patreon. The Emperor protect. Hey! I'm back! After Vale finished speaking, he vomited blood. He is missing an arm, and there are wounds all over his body. In some places, the injuries are deep. His whole body is covered in blood as if he just crawled out of a sea of blood. It can be seen that he is already weak and out of shape, but he is still gritting his teeth and persevering. Brit and RT hurried over to support Vale. The two girls, Kiwo and Plumbella, couldn't help but have teary eyes. Good show, Vale. Don't say anything, I admire you. Brit and RT each praised him, speaking from the heart. Although the game can adjust the pain, no matter how small the adjustment is, it will still hurt. So, one can imagine how intense the pain Vale is suffering at the moment. Not only them, but the viewers in the stream at this moment are all wild. Loudly crying face. Vale live forever. Wow, I can't even imagine how much it hurts from that. Loudly crying face, I just saw the whole process of Vale's battle with the beast. I can only say that Vale is a real man. I declare, from now on, Vale will be my idol forever. Man. A real man. I love you, Vale. In game. Vale didn't have the energy to interact with the chat anymore. He threw the beast's head on the ground casually, was supported by the others, went outside the elevator, and then sat against the wall. Ha, it hurts like H*LL. Vale grinned, but the horrible wounds on his body soon stopped bleeding, and there were already signs of healing. The procedure can even greatly enhance your self-healing ability. Brit looked at Vale's wound and exclaimed. Vale looked down and said, Whoa, this is the best. It seems that it's hard for me to die now. But I feel that something is wrong with my organ. Brit nodded slightly and said, Well, it appears that this level of combat exacerbates the side effects of the procedure. You rest and recover first, we will start again later. After speaking, Brit checked the navigator. He was slightly relieved when he saw that there was no warning on the device. Kiwo and Plumbella, who were next to him, also recovered a lot. The two girls squatted next to Vale and asked him what happened just now. When you all ran to the elevator door, I knew that I would not be able to leave together. Those things were too violent, and I didn't have time to leave. Then I went all out. Damn, I have to say that the procedure is awesome. I felt like Superman just now, Vale said, emotion on his face. He can't even believe it now. He fought with several monsters just a moment ago, and he even won. In the end, he tore off the head of a monster and brought it up as a trophy. Come to think of it, it's just so beautiful. Yeah, well done. Kiwo nodded and gave a thumbs up. Plumbella, beside her, nodded her head as well. Vale burst out laughing immediately, and the feeling of weakness in his body lessened a lot. Brit, next to him, was very emotional when he saw this. You know, after the four of them left the elevator just now, the feeling of staring at the elevator was tormenting. Even if it's just a game, in such a realistic atmosphere, emotions will be affected. They almost regarded this place as the real world in their minds at that time, and Vale was the hero who fought to the death for them. Of course, even if it's just a game, Vale's approach is admirable. Vale rested for nearly 10 minutes. But in just 10 minutes, the wound on his body completely stopped bleeding, some smaller ones have even begun to heal. The miraculous self-healing power shocked the group, and a few people couldn't resist wanting to try the procedure. Some viewers in the stream had already gone to the game to do experiments. Okay, let's go. After resting for a while, Vale took a deep breath and stood up. He looked extremely miserable as he lost an arm, but he was full of fighting spirit, and that was good. Alright, let's try to beat the game. Brit patted Vale on the shoulder, and they regained their fighting spirit. Then, Brit counted the items again. Currently, the 5 members of the team are fully equipped. The night vision goggles were originally not enough, but after passing through the warehouse just now, they had collected enough. There was also a severed arm, some items must be used in the next area. Then, there were navigators, batteries, the jaded ring, gas masks, etc. After equipping the newly obtained night vision goggles, they could officially set off for the heavy containment area. Okay, let's go. As long as we are careful, we should be fine. Brit waved his hand, and the group officially set off. Because they had been exploring for a long time before, it didn't take much time for them to find the Foundation room of the Clockworks chamber, even the cracks in the walls were still there. After processing the newly acquired equipment, they officially set off to find the surveillance room. Before leaving, they looked at the machine and hesitated for a while, but then they gave up their plan. The reason was simple, they weren't sure if the result was 100% safe. The process of finding the surveillance room took the 5 people a lot of time. During this process, they encountered dangerous SCPs such as the old man again. However, relying on a complete set of items, as well as prior experience, all of them escaped without any trouble. In the end, they arrived at the surveillance room and opened the blockade of the light containment area. After some more searching, they successfully found the checkpoint in the light containment area. In the lobby of the checkpoint, Kiwo opened her arms with great admiration. Heavy containment area, here we go. The others were all smiling, and everyone was very emotional. You know, they had failed many times before. They didn't know how many times they wandered around the light containment area and were killed by various dangerous SCPs. Now, they were finally standing here, in front of the metal door leading to the heavy containment area. This meant they were one step closer to beating the game. After so many sessions, I finally reached this point. Yet, we didn't have an easy time. Heavy containment area, here we come. Chapter 96, Chapter 95, Don't be fooled by its appearances. Thank you, Lemon, for becoming a member on my Patreon. The Emperor protect. Inside the checkpoint leading to the heavy containment area, Vale coughed violently twice, feeling some pain in his internal organs. Brit, swipe your card to open the door, he said, knowing he was running out of time. He twisted his neck and made a clicking sound, then grinned. Quick, while I still have some strength to kill some things if I can. Brit showed an expression of embarrassment, but he also knew that this was an opportunity Vale had won for everyone. He took a deep breath and stretched out his hand first. Come on. Vale put his hand on it without hesitation, followed by the other 3. The palms of 5 people stacked together, and their voices sounded at the same time, Ora. At the same time, in their stream chat, countless similar messages were flying over, Ora. After hyping up, Brit took out his keycards and went to the metal door. With just a swipe. Beep. The metal door next to it opened. The group tightened their hold on their items and stepped through the metal door. After entering, as far as the eye could see, it was still a hall, and there was another door not far ahead. There was no doubt that by opening that door, one had truly entered the heavy containment area. The heavy containment area must be more dangerous than the light containment area, as there would be scarier entities. But their team was different, they had all kinds of items. As long as they were careful, they should be fine. The 5 stood in the hall for 2 seconds. Brit was about to leave when Plumbella, next to him, suddenly said in surprise, "Look, everyone! There's a little bear over there." When Plumela's voice fell, the others were instantly shocked. After experiencing the devastation of the ear bear and the metal bear, when everyone heard the word bear now, they unconsciously started to get nervous and panic. F***ck, where is it? There are bears here. I'm going to, wait, what? Several people panicked and looked in the direction Plumbella was pointing, but when they saw the little bear, their faces couldn't help showing shock. Hey, what kind of bear is this? Why do I feel that this thing looks a bit familiar? It shouldn't be dangerous. What the group looked at was a room next to the checkpoint. The room was separated from the checkpoint hall by heavy glass. You didn't need to think about it to know that the glass was absolutely tough and probably bulletproof. And in that room, on a table near the glass, a teddy bear was standing, looking at them. On the surface alone, this teddy bear didn't appear threatening and even looked friendly. However, the group, who had suffered a lot, couldn't easily trust anything that appeared friendly on the surface. I think it looks a little familiar, Brit said softly, and after he frowned and thought hard for a while, his eyes suddenly lit up. I got it, it's the builder bear, the maker of the ear bear and the metal bear, SCP-1048. Do you remember? Brit's reminder clicked, and they suddenly remembered. Damn, I remember now. This little guy messed with us big time. Ah, so it is. I didn't expect such a cute appearance to create such terrible things. Damn. They shook their heads and sighed. The tension in their hearts silently eased a little because, according to the file they had read, the builder bear itself was not dangerous, only its creations were dangerous. Of course, since the creations were dangerous, it was effectively dangerous itself. Hey, it is waving at us, they were sighing when Vale suddenly spoke. Everyone saw the cute little teddy bear gently waving at the five of them through the thick glass. That appearance was so friendly. Seeing this, Kiwo and Plumbella quickly waved back at the little teddy bear. Girls are naturally inclined to love cute things. It seems to have some intelligence. But don't forget about its creations, let's not be fooled by its appearances. Brit shook his head with emotion. Vale and RT nodded in agreement. Kiwo and Plumbella sighed too, knowing Brit was right. No matter how cute its appearance was, it couldn't hide its horrifying nature. Okay, let's move. Now that the builder bear has appeared, we need to stay alert for its creations nearby. Brit waved his hand. The group then walked toward the metal door ahead. This metal door didn't need a card. After pressing the button, the metal door opened automatically. Brit glanced at the navigator first, confirming it was safe, then opened the metal door. The metal door opened, and as far as the eye could see, it was a dark steel corridor. Pipes clung tightly to both sides of the aisle. The pipes appeared to have been damaged, spewing thin streams of black smoke. To the right of the walkway was a concrete wall, and on the left side of the aisle was dark and empty, its depth unknown. Put on your gas masks, everyone. Brit reminded them and then put on his gas mask. No one knew if the black smoke was dangerous, but better safe than sorry. The others put on their gas masks one after another, even Vale, who was usually resistant. After all, when there was an option, it was best not to take risks. The group stepped onto the steel aisle. In the silent environment, there were only their footsteps and the sound of black smoke hissing. Unknowingly, the group grew tense again. Soon, they reached the end, and at the end was another metal door. Brit glanced at the navigator again, pressed the button, and opened the metal door. After entering, they saw a square hall. The steel walkway connected the two metal doors in the upper left corner of the hall. On the left side of the steel aisle was a massive steel barrel of unknown purpose. Huge pipes connected the barrel's top and spread into the wall. Ahead was another small sealed room without a door, illuminated by a few wall lamps. This is the heavy containment area, and danger could appear at any moment. Everyone, stay alert. Brit reminded, and the others nodded seriously. Then Brit led the way toward the two metal doors in the upper left corner. Next to one door was a sign. Maintenance room. But they couldn't enter, so the group had no choice but to go through the other door. After pressing the red button, the metal door opened, and the group entered in a single file line. Inside was a circular passage, and another metal door loomed not far ahead. In the middle of the passage, another path extended to the right. "We're entering a maze again." Brit smiled grimly as he led the way. Chapter 97, Chapter 96, Excitement. Thank you, Connor Loeffler, Stepson and Wild Void, for becoming a member on my Patreon. The Emperor protect. "We're going to start a maze again," Brit said with a smile. When they were in the light containment area before, they had walked through the maze. After all, the game map is extensive, making it very difficult to remember all the details, and now the heavy containment area looks the same. The huge map is full of unknowns, so they have no idea what dangers await them. Fortunately, there is the guidepost. "Oh, I admire them more and more now, it's truly great," Kiwo said with emotion, her face full of admiration. The others nodded, agreeing wholeheartedly. The Sonozaki twins are very talented and have achieved the world's first accomplishment. The guidepost also provides ideas for what to do, giving them clear goals so they will not wander aimlessly. However, the guidepost only provides simple ideas and does not mention the specific situations in the heavy containment area. For example, what SCPs exist, what are their properties, etc. Therefore, if the 5 of them want to beat the game, they still have to take it step by step in a down-to-earth manner. According to the post, we are going to look for the containment chamber of SCP-049. There is a level 4 access card there, which is our beacon. There should be many doors in the heavy containment area that require a level 4 card, so we need to get it first, Brit said. The others nodded in agreement, they had also read the guidepost. Among them, Vale had visited the containment chamber of SCP-049 with Brit before. Vale still remembered that he had dragged several zombies made by the Plague Doctor by himself. It's a pity that the Plague Doctor appeared on the scene, and neither he nor Brit could handle it, so the game ended. "Let's go. Let's go through the front door first." Brit waved his hand and took the lead, with the others following behind. They walked through the circular passage. Brit looked at the Navi as usual and pressed the button after confirming that there was no danger, and the metal door opened. As far as the eye could see, it was still a circular passage leading to a right branch in the middle. It was the same layout as before. They did not linger, they chose the metal door in front and continued to move forward. After opening the metal door again, the scene behind the door finally changed. It was no longer a circular passage, but a hall, with a door at the end in front and a path to the right in the middle. There were cracks in the ground in the middle of the hall, which looked weird and inexplicable. The style of the entire hall was more robust than that of the light containment area, and the mottled concrete walls seemed to have witnessed countless anomalies and blood. The group came to the center of the hall, looked to the right, and indeed found a metal door. "Go ahead." Brit paused and said. The others naturally had no objections. The area here was unknown to them, so it didn't matter where they went. They moved cautiously. After opening the metal door, the scene behind the door came into view. "Ha, it's a Tesla gate." Vale was the first to exclaim in surprise. The others were also surprised. Behind the door was a tall passage, and there was a Tesla gate in the middle of the aisle. A yellow warning sign was marked on the Tesla gate, and a small red light was flashing on it, indicating that the gate was activated. "It seems that the heavy containment area also has a Tesla gate," Brit said before entering the passage. "When I first started playing the game, I thought this thing would be difficult." Vale shook his head and smiled. The first time he encountered the Tesla gate, he thought it was difficult for players to pass, and then he gave up. However, later in the game, their team managed to find a way to get through. The method is very simple, just stand in the yellow activation area on the ground first, then retreat quickly, wait for the gate to shock, and then run over quickly. Because the gate has a charging time, it cannot shock continuously. Okay, it's not difficult to pass this gate, let's go one by one. I'll go first, Brit said. The others nodded, saying, Be careful. Brit, be careful. Don't worry. With a promise, Brit took the lead and walked carefully to the grid activation area. The activation area is a yellow slash. After standing on it for a second, Brit quickly backed away. Then he saw a burst of bright grids erupting from both sides of the switch. After the power grid disappeared, Brit ran over quickly. During this time, the shock did not appear again. Okay, come over. After running over, Brit breathed a sigh of relief, turned around, and shouted at the others. This Tesla gate is not too dangerous because the way to pass it is relatively simple. Of course, if the player is careless, or they are not fast enough, there will still be accidents. The others did not hesitate, one by one, they passed through the gate. But when RT and Vale were about to pass through the gate, a dark substance suddenly gushed out from the ground behind them. The others on the other side of the Tesla gate were startled. Vale, come here. Something is coming. Brit shouted. He hurriedly looked down at the navi, just in time to see a red dot displayed on the navigator. Moreover, it was SCP-106. It's over. Why is the old man coming here at this time? Kiwo and Plumbella, who were next to him, also saw the early warning from the navi, and their faces turned pale. RT and Vale on the other side looked behind them and saw the substance on the ground. Damn it! How did this thing come here? They recognized what it was instantly, after all, they had encountered it many times in their previous games. The two of them now felt goosebumps. Vale was even a little scared, after all, he had been pulled into the pocket dimension by the old man and had gotten dizzy in there. He didn't want to be pulled in again. Go, I'll hold him. Vale let out a roar, although he only had one arm left, his combat power was still high. RT didn't have time for nonsense, they immediately activated the gate, backed away, and then ran over quickly after the power grid split out and disappeared. After RT ran over, the rotten head of the old man finally emerged from the substance on the ground. It grinned at Vale, as if laughing at his fear. Vale looked at the old man and felt sick for a moment. But, for the sake of his teammates, he gritted his teeth and decided to go all out against the old man. But at that critical moment, Brit, who was facing him, yelled, "Come here! The Tesla gate! Use the Tesla gate to deal with it! Hurry up!" The step he was about to take was abruptly pulled back and Vale slapped his forehead in realization. Wasn't there a Tesla gate behind them? Use the Tesla gate to deal with the SCP? Why fight for his life? He quickly ran to the activation area, then backed away violently. After the power was cut out, he hurried over. The old man also emerged from the ground at that time. After coming out, it walked toward Vale, but it was relatively slow. After Vale ran past, it could barely reach the front of the activation area. It turned around as soon as Vale ran past. Seeing that the old man was about to step into the attack range of the gate, Vale stepped on the activation area on the other side and retreated quickly. There was no need for him to step on the activation zone, because the old man had already stepped on the activation zone by itself, and the gate was immediately activated. The group didn't know how smart the old man was, but at least at that moment, the old man showed no signs of stopping. They saw a bright power grid suddenly erupt, and the old man happened to be inside it. Yet, seeing this, Vale cheered excitedly, "Give this guy an electric shower." The others behind were also excited. They hadn't expected that this game would give them a chance to stop the old man. What's more, it was with a Tesla gate. Chapter 98, Chapter 97, SCP-513. The voltage of the Tesla gate is ridiculously high. The group felt that if a human being were shocked, there might not even be a whole body left behind. However, if the person who was struck was the old man, then the result might be different. I guess I can't kill this guy. Brit frowned and said softly. The reason Brit made this judgment is very simple. If the old man could be killed so easily, why is he still doing well now? You know, according to common sense, the Foundation will try its best to kill such a dangerous SCP. Only if they can't kill it will they attempt to contain it. It's not just Brit, the others also have the same idea. I also think so. I don't think we can kill the old man. The old man can be said to be a player's nightmare. I don't know how many players died at his hands. Even the viewers in the live stream are complaining. I was dragged into that dimension by the old man last time, and then I walked around. In the end, I didn't know where I went. There was a big monster flying in the sky, and it scared me to death. I don't think the gate can kill it. According to statistics, this thing is one of the nightmares of the players. Hurry up, Brit. This thing will not be killed so easily. Electricity can't kill it. And everyone's speculation will soon come true. Under the gazes of countless people, after being hit by the Tesla gate, the old man also stopped abruptly. It seems to be a little darker, however, its rotting body looks almost unscathed. This scene shocked countless viewers. Damn, almost nothing changed. It's over. I estimate that the hatred of the old man has increased. Run. Don't be too late. Damn old man. Not only the viewers but also the group in the game were surprised. They thought that the old man might not be electrocuted to death, but they didn't expect that the old man was not only not electrocuted, but also completely fine. According to their thinking, under the coverage of the Tesla gate with this voltage, there should at least be serious injuries, right? But there is nothing, at least it looks fine on the surface. This guy is too strong. There's nothing wrong with him, Vale scolded and immediately took 2 steps back. He doesn't think he can stand up to the Tesla gate even though he's been improved. But the old man seems unaffected, as if he is just taking a bath. With such a gap, he had just been thinking of going head to head with it. Let's get ready, we might need to run. Brit said with a solemn face. All 5 of them retreated subconsciously and came to the last metal door, ready to run away at any time. Since the old man at the Tesla gate didn't move, shock appeared again. After the shock, the old man still stood there motionless. It's just that the char on his body seems to be more vague. Damn. RT clenched his teeth, he was also shocked. Let's go? This monster old man is too strong. Kiwo said with a bitter face. At that moment, the old man, who had been motionless, suddenly moved. This change startled a few, thinking that he was going to attack out of anger. But the old man didn't rush toward the crowd as expected, instead, he sank to the ground with a grunt. There was always a dark, sticky substance under his feet, making it look like he was sunk in a swamp. Damn! Run away! They looked around. The old man was no longer there, only a substance remained on the ground. The group looked at each other in blank dismay. Brit immediately took out the Navi and checked it. Sure enough, there was no warning red dot. Maybe he is injured, but it doesn't show on the surface, Brit pondered aloud. Then he put away the navigator and said, whether he is injured or not, as long as he doesn't chase us, that's a good thing. This time is equivalent to finding a way to get rid of the old man. Everyone can also remember this. If you encounter the old man in the future, try to stop him with the Tesla gate. The second half of Brit's sentence was directed at the viewers in the live stream, and the chat responded enthusiastically. This method is feasible. I have been killed by the old man no less than 5 times, next time I must find a chance to shock him. Remember, hahaha. Nice. After interacting with the viewers for a few moments, Brit said to the others, let's keep going. The others, not worried about the old man, nodded and left with Brit. They were already by the metal gate, so they could leave by opening it. However, after Brit pressed the button and opened the metal door, they were stunned for a moment. In front of them was not the passage they had imagined but a small room. There was a shelf on the right side of the room and a metal door on the left that looked like it needed to be swiped. On the opposite wall, they saw a yellow containment sign. SCP-513. Damn, are we in a new containment chamber? What is SCP-513? Vale asked, surprised. Brit nodded and said, it looks like it's another SCP. I don't know what it is, but since it's in the heavy containment area, it must be very dangerous. After speaking, Brit took the lead in entering the room, and the others followed in vigilantly. The whole room was empty, and the yellow sign on the wall showed a picture of SCP-513. It was a very old cowbell, with rust all over it. Additionally, the logo also showed its type of hazard, cognitohazard. Cognitohazard. Brit looked at the sign, frowning and thinking, like that music sheet. Vale, next to him, trembled when he heard the term, unconsciously becoming a little scared. It is a cognitohazard again, Vale said, looking bitter. He was still haunted by the SCP called a bad composition. You know, in that game, he ended up self-harming to death. Thankfully, he didn't have to persist until the end and quit the game halfway through his self-harm, otherwise, he doesn't know if his spirit would have had problems. It's also for this reason that when hearing the term cognitohazard again at this moment, Vale subconsciously felt a sense of fear. It shouldn't be that scary. Brit patted Vale on the shoulder, understanding his feelings very well. SCP-513 should be inside. Chapter 99, Chapter 98, Evil Cowbell. Thank you, Alberto Catalan, Jordan Hayes and Elder_Entity, for becoming a member on my Patreon. The Emperor Protect. The room size is small. On the left is the card-swiping metal door, and behind it should be the containment chamber of SCP-513. Can a level 3 keycard get in? Brit was pondering this when Kiwo's voice came beside him, there are files here. Looking back, he found that Kiwo was standing next to the right shelf, holding a file, and the group surrounded her. As expected, the file contained detailed information on SCP-513. SCP-513, a cowbell. Object Class, Euclid. Description: physically, SCP-513 is an unremarkable, rusty cowbell. No marks or engravings are visible on its surface due to the substantial corrosion. Attempts to remove the rust chemically or mechanically have been unsuccessful. SCP-513 was recovered by Agent while carrying out containment re-establishment procedure MU at site. SCP-513's clapper was firmly held in place by several strips of duct tape. A single scrap of paper was found along with SCP-513, see addendum. Any noise produced by SCP-513 immediately induces strong anxiety in all sentient beings who hear it, regardless of their previous mental status. Exposure victims report feelings of being watched by an unseen entity and present elevated heart rates and blood pressure. Roughly 1 hour after exposure, victims begin to catch glimpses of SCP-513-1 when opening doors, walking past mirrors, turning their heads, or performing any other actions that result in a sudden change in visual perception. Upon being sighted, SCP-513-1 reportedly turns away and runs out of view before disappearing without a trace. Questioning of bystanders indicates that SCP-513-1 is invisible to those who have not been exposed to SCP-513. Sightings of SCP-513-1 recur every 14 to 237 minutes. This stalking behavior inevitably causes extreme sleep deprivation, as victims are frequently disturbed by SCP-513-1's presence in their quarters. Victims can fall asleep before SCP-513-1's appearance and report being physically assaulted by it. Upon awakening, SCP-513-1 flees as usual, see Experiment Log 513. This sleep deprivation, along with the mental stress caused by SCP-513-1's behavior, invariably induces paranoia, aggression, hypervigilance, and depression. All test cases but one have ended with the test subject's suicide. Descriptions of SCP-513-1's appearance are largely unreliable. Test subjects are unable to provide complete accounts of sightings due to their exhaustion, degraded mental health, and disruptive hypervigilance. However, all interrogations thus far indicate that SCP-513-1 is a tall, emaciated humanoid with abnormally large hands. The group quickly finished reading the file, and they were surprised. Is this a cowbell? It's so insane. Oops, I'm getting goosebumps out of nowhere. The items in the Foundation are bizarre. I dare not go in. The streamers felt nervous, and the chat was frantically typing at that moment. I'm starting to be afraid. Although I am terrified, I dare to wonder what that entity is like. Bro, curiosity killed the cat. Brit, be careful, don't touch the cowbell. It's so creepy. The things in the Foundation are evil. They hesitated for a while, and finally, Brit said, "This thing is really weird, but we still have to go in and have a look. After all, there is no other way, we can't turn around and go back, right?" The others nodded. Although a little scared, they knew they couldn't avoid it. Why don't I do it? Isn't a bad composition also a cognito hazard? I survived it, so this should be fine. Give me the keycard, I'll go, Vale suggested. Brit thought about it and didn't object. Vale's mental resistance is stronger than that of the others, so it's safest for him to go. Be careful. Brit handed the keycard to Vale. Vale waved his hand and smiled. Don't worry, and this card may not be able to open this door. If not, we have to go back. Then, the four of them left the room and went to the Tesla gate. To ensure safety, all the doors connecting the passage to the room were closed. After all, the transmission of sound is powerful, so taking extra precautions is prudent. After Brit left, Vale was the only one remaining in the small room. Viewers, I'm going in. Vale took a deep breath, held the keycard with his only remaining hand, and swiped it lightly. After a beep, the metal door opened. It's open, Vale muttered and then cautiously stepped into the containment room. He felt a little apprehensive. After all, what they were facing was strange and unknown. No one could remain calm. After entering, Vale looked around and then opened his eyes wide. Whoa, what happened here? Vale was surprised. He saw that the size of the entire containment room was not small, and in the depths, there was a platform with a strange, transparent colloid-like substance on it. The transparent colloid had been damaged, revealing a rusty cowbell inside. The most important thing is that there was a large hole in the concrete wall not far from the table. It looked like a sizable hole had been knocked out by something, leaving a substantial amount of concrete debris on the ground. *T. What kind of monster did this? Vale was stunned. He subconsciously approached the table and carefully examined the hole in the wall. Having just read the file on SCP-513, the first thing that came to Vale's mind upon seeing this hole was the unknown entity. The viewers shared the same thought. Damn it! If that entity did it, wouldn't it? Dreadful. Vale, be careful. You must not touch that cowbell. I love this so much, it's full of surprises. Hahaha. Vale looked at the hole, noting that it was big enough for an adult to pass through. Behind the hole was a passage that seemed to lead to nowhere. Everyone, it seems that there is no way to go here, except through this containment room, Vale said. Then his gaze focused on the table beside him. On that table, there was indeed a strange transparent colloid, and in the hole of the colloid, SCP-513 was embedded in it. The bell was fixed in place by some of the colloid, preventing it from moving. It looks like there should be no danger, Vale muttered. Then he noticed a worn-out note on the ground next to the table. Vale squatted down, frowning as he examined it. Some handwriting was visible on the little note. Although it appeared very old and looked like it was written a long time ago, it was still legible. You've seen it. Now he can hear you. You've touched it. Now he can see you. Never ring it. If you hear it, he can touch you. Chapter 100, Chapter 99, There are things in this game. You've seen it. Now he can hear you. You've touched it. Now he can see you. Never ring it. If you hear it, he can touch you. The note is very worn. The handwriting on the note is also crooked. It seems that the person who wrote it was very scared. But now it's not just the person who wrote the note who is afraid, even Vale himself, after reading it, couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. It's creepy. Vale frowned and grunted softly. ======. The viewers in the stream were also frightened, and now they were frantically posting in the chat. This is the note that was found together in the file, right? This is so scary. Holy sh**t. I'm getting goosebumps. My god, I'm not curious anymore. Vale, don't touch the bell. Never shake it. If you hear it, it can touch you. This s**t is so exciting. =====. Vale didn't mess with the note. He looked at it for a while, then stood up again. Everyone, it seems that as long as you don't move this thing, you will be fine. As Vale said this, he turned his head and looked around again. The entire chamber was empty, except for the stand for the cowbell and the hole in the wall. Oh, and there's a camera on the ceiling, but it's dark and there's no flashing light. Who knows if it is still running? You can call the others to come in, Vale whispered. Then he walked toward the door of the Foundation room. But just as he took a step, he suddenly felt a strong sense that something was wrong. Vale was stunned for a moment. He looked at his only remaining arm and found that some fine hairs stood up unconsciously. Wait, something's around. Vale let out a low shout immediately. He quickly looked around front, back, ceiling, and even the outside of the hole in the wall, all carefully examined, but there was nothing there. Still, the feeling of discomfort in his body grew stronger. Everyone, there are some things here. I feel like I'm being targeted by something, Vale said anxiously. His eyes were about to burst open, but he couldn't see anything. Damn! Vale broke into a cold sweat. It felt as if he were being stared at by something at that moment, eerie, like a snake, but he couldn't locate it. This feeling of being watched was extremely tormenting. It might be because of the procedure that his perception was so sharp, but no matter what, he was sure there was something in the room. That thing was quite extraordinary and might not be seen with the naked eye. As time passed, a drop of cold sweat slipped from Vale's forehead and dripped onto the ground. Vale's mind was extremely tense. It was hard to imagine the feeling without experiencing it personally. Not everyone can endure the torment of being watched by a mysterious being without knowing where it is. Finally, after persisting for a few more seconds, Vale couldn't hold back any longer and roared fiercely, "Damn it, come out and challenge me!" But the empty room only echoed with Vale's roar, and nothing appeared. Damn! Vale was sweating even more. He quickly looked around and then at the platform next to him. The huge cowbell on it was fixed in the transparent gel, motionless. I didn't touch this thing, and it didn't make any noise. But what the hell is this? ======. The viewers in the stream were startled. What the h***lol is going on? Vale seems to feel something staring at him in the room but can't see it. This is scary. Wow, I can't imagine that feeling. We can't imagine it, I'm afraid only Vale can feel it in the game. After all, Vale has been improved, so his perception is strong. Could it be some kind of SCP? So dreadful. The discussion in the stream chat was buzzing, but Vale couldn't hold on anymore. He gritted his teeth and ran toward the gate. But just as he took a step, he felt like he bumped into something. Because the collision was too sudden, Vale didn't control himself well and fell backward. Vale just happened to land on the platform, and the transparent gel on it also trembled violently from the impact. The cowbell in it shook immediately. Ding! An eerie cowbell rang. FK, SHT, SHT. Vale sat on the ground, frightened by the sudden change. He got up quickly and, with a pale face, looked at the cowbell. Damn it! Everyone, that's what I just heard when I bumped into something just now. There is something in this room. The viewers in the stream were also shocked by the sudden change. Everyone was madly posting in the chat. Damn, I saw it. Vale seemed to have hit something and suddenly fell backward. Whoa! Really? That's right. Vale bumped into that platform, hitting the bell. It's over, it's over. Vale, do you see anything now? Is there anything strange? Did Vale see anything just now? There's nothing in the room. Damn it! The game is haunted. Looking at the chat, Vale's face turned even paler. He swallowed his saliva first, then, with his remaining arm, touched the place where he just hit something in front of him. But he felt nothing. There's nothing. Vale murmured. He remembered very clearly that he just hit something before he fell, but there was nothing in front of him. Damn! Is it haunted? At this moment, Vale panicked. And he didn't know if it was because he heard the sound of the cowbell, but he began to feel frightened. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, then, without any further ado, Vale walked toward the door of the room again. This time, it went more smoothly. Vale came to the door of the room unimpeded. When he got there, he stopped and looked back at the room. The room was still empty, but the feeling of being watched was still there. It was as if some ghost was hiding in this room, staring at him, waiting for an opportunity to move. Besides, Vale didn't know if it was because he heard the sound of the cowbell, but he felt as though there was another gaze on him. This situation made him shiver. **T. Vale cursed silently, then quickly walked out of the room and went to the small room outside. He opened the metal door leading to the passage of the Tesla gate. Brit outside the door was waiting anxiously. When the metal door suddenly opened and they saw Vale behind it, their tense minds suddenly loosened. But then, they discovered that Vale's face was very strange. It was as white as snow. It seemed he was frightened by something. Vale, what's wrong with you? Brit was surprised. Vale's expression was terrible. Could it be that something happened? Vale exhaled slightly, looked at the few people in a panic, and then said solemnly, "There's stuff, this game is haunted." Chapter 101, Chapter 100, The True Face of the Invisible Monster. There's stuff here. Vale's face was pale, and he looked as if he had been scared. Wait. What the hell happened? Brit patted Vale's shoulder, and his expression became serious. Come on, out with it. Kiwo and the others were also watching worriedly. Vale took a few deep breaths, forcibly suppressed the sense of panic, and said, "I just went in." Then Vale recounted the situation from just now. After he finished speaking, the group became stupefied. Brit frowned and thought for a while, then asked, "You got the feeling of being watched, then bumped into something you couldn't see, and then you fell, hit the cowbell, and heard the ring, right?" Vale nodded with lingering fear. "Yes. Brit's face became more grave. According to the archives, the abnormal properties of SCP-513 will only be revealed after hearing its ring, so the initial abnormal feeling. Brit stopped at this point, and the others instantly understood what he meant. Then there was something in the room. Damn! It's not a ghost, is it? This game can even make ghosts. The others were dumbfounded, and at the same time, the two girls, Kiwo and Plumbella, subconsciously moved a little further away from the door. No. There must be no ghosts. Brit shook his head, his voice firm. This is a game, how could there be ghosts? Although there are no ghosts, there must be something else in it. I guess Vale just bumped into that thing. Isn't this mentioned in the guide? Plumbella asked, her face full of fear. Although she had also read the strategy post, she hadn't read it fully. Brit nodded. Yes, everyone has seen the guide. There is a way to beat the game, but there is no explanation for the situation here. We can't know in advance what we encountered. After Brit finished speaking, the others were stuck. They didn't know whether to move on or not. If they moved on, they might get out of the hole in the room that Vale mentioned. And they would have to go back if they didn't continue moving forward. In the end, Brit waved his hand and made a decision, let's keep going. From what Vale said, that thing obviously won't attack immediately, which means it's not as dangerous as the old man, so maybe we'll be fine if we go through the room quickly. Of course, we can also turn around and go back, but who can guarantee that the other way won't encounter any dangerous SCP? We are not familiar with the situation here, and this situation is bound to happen, so instead of going back the other way, it's better to go straight forward. After Brit finished speaking, the others thought about it and nodded. Even if they changed their way, the entire heavy containment area was unknown to them, and they might encounter danger everywhere. You can't back down when you encounter danger, can you? Then how would you beat the game? After figuring this out, the group was ready to set off again. It's just that Vale's performance was far from as brave as before, he seemed a little timid. Now and then, he looked around, as if worried that something was hiding in the dark. Vale, you should have been affected by the cowbell. Brit said. Vale nodded and said, I know, I'm aware of it myself, but all I do is feel like there's something following me, spying on me. After speaking, he shook his head vigorously. It's okay, let's go. I can hold on. Brit sighed and did not speak again. There was no way to solve this problem, so he just let Vale resist. But it's okay, according to the file, the victims of SCP-513 will not die immediately but will only slowly suffer torment mentally from that mysterious entity. Vale had been enhanced, and his mental resistance should be very strong so that he would not have a nervous breakdown. Let's go. Brit clapped his hands, and the group cheered up and set off again. They entered the small room first. Vale hadn't closed the door when he came out, so the door belonging to the containment chamber was still open. They looked in through the door, only to see the empty chamber and nothing else. Brit first took out the navigator and found that there was no warning information on it. It seemed that the things in the containment room could not be detected by the navigator. Let's go in. Brit said softly, and walked into the room first, the others following behind. When they entered the containment chamber, they saw the whole of the room, the empty room, the collapsed walls, the table next to it, and the colloid on the table. When they got here, not only Vale but the others began to get nervous. Everyone stay calm and walk slowly. Brit reminded and then walked carefully to the hole in the wall. When they came to the side of the shelter, they saw the crumbling cowbell inside the jelly. Don't touch it. Brit walked around cautiously, and the others followed suit. The cowbell was obviously of no use for beating the game. As long as it was moved, the player would suffer, so Brit and the group were not going to take it. However, just when the 5 of them came to the hole, they all stopped at the same time. Do you have any unusual feelings? Confused and nervous, Kiwo asked the others in a low voice. Brit and the others also nodded with ugly faces. Yes. It feels like something is staring at me. Shit. I'm scared. The weird feeling of being stared at the same time was enough to show that there was something in the room, and it was not from the cowbell. Because the cowbell didn't move at all, it didn't ring, and its anomalous effects were not triggered. Maybe it was really like what Vale said before, this room was not empty. Thinking of this, they were horrified. What should I do, British? Kiwo said with a bitter face. She felt a little stiff in her body. Although the feeling of being stared at was not very strong, it also made her very uneasy. Brit let out a sigh of relief, and sweat rolled down his forehead. They were a little afraid to move because they didn't know where the invisible entity was, and they were also afraid of accidentally bumping into it. If they didn't figure out what that thing was, they wouldn't be able to play at ease next time. What to do now? Brit frowned and thought about it, but suddenly, he saw the night vision goggles. He was slightly taken aback, and then his eyes lit up. There might be a way. Our night vision goggles have been enhanced and can see at a long distance. Put them on, maybe we can see something. After Brit finished speaking, the others quickly took out their night vision goggles and put them on. Brit also quickly put on the night vision goggles. However, after he put them on, he suddenly froze and stiffened. Because he saw a horrifying human with a deformed face, pitch black eyes and needle-like slender teeth standing in front of him, looking at him with its head stretched out. The two sides were very close, they were almost face to face. The moment he saw this monster, Brit's heart suddenly constricted, and his throat seemed to be squeezed. Chapter 102, Chapter 101, SCP-106 Containment Chamber. Brit didn't even know how unsightly his face was. He looked at the strange face that was only a few centimeters away from him, his throat seemed pinched, and he wanted to yell, but he only made a mutter sound. This situation lasted for 5 or 6 seconds before Brit reacted abruptly, like a drowning person suddenly coming out of the water to breathe, he yelled out. Because he was too scared, he stepped back subconsciously and bumped into RT behind him. And RT continued to retreat, even pulling Vale, and the others back with him. The group also saw the monster before Brit, and the two females started screaming almost immediately, and the sudden shock made their hearts almost stop beating. They retreated in unison, directly to the room's wall, almost hitting the cowbell containment. And the countless viewers in the stream were terrified by the monster. At this moment, they opened their eyes wide, their mouths wide, and their faces were pale. What is it? Damn! I'm dead! Nyen, nyen, nyen. What the h*ll, equals. As time passed, the 5 of them stuck tightly to the wall of the room, and everyone stared at the monster with wide eyes. But even after a minute or two passed, the monster showed no signs of moving over. Gradually, Brit's frantically beating heart calmed down slightly, and he gulped a mouthful of saliva. It doesn't seem to attack. The others nodded, still pale. It seems it won't attack. What the hell is this? Damn! Hearing the others, Brit turned to look at Vale. Is that what you bumped into before? Vale's face was pale, and his whole body was like a frightened bird, appearing extremely acute and fearful. Yes, it should be. Brit knew that the reason Vale was like this was because the abnormal effect of the cowbell was becoming more and more obvious. He sighed inwardly and took a deep breath. Everyone, calm down. We're safe for now. Following Brit's reassurance, Kiwo and the others gradually calmed down. Brit began to look at the monster carefully. The field of vision of the night vision goggles was blue, and the monster was standing in front of the hole, with its head stretched out, looking straight at them. It looked humanoid, but it certainly wasn't human. If he had to describe it, it was more similar to a human with no hair and toes. It was thin, and its face was distorted. In addition, it had numerous teeth like needles lined up in its mouth. Thanks to Brit's extreme fear just now, this mouthful of teeth occupied most of his vision. It can be confirmed that this thing should also be one of the SCP that broke through containment. Brit said, it has nothing to do with SCP-513, it just happened to wander into this room, and it was very unfortunate that Vale bumped into it before. It shouldn't attack at will, but it has unique properties, which are harmful to humans in all likelihood. But we won't know what its properties are until we find its file. Brit expressed his speculation, and the others nodded thoughtfully. Then Brit said again, regardless of its nature, I think we should get out of here quickly. Kiwo also agreed, yes. Stay away from it. It's really scary. With the decision made, the 5 of them set off once more. Brit took a deep breath and took the lead, walking towards the hole in the wall. The humanoid monster stood in front of the hole, but they could get around it by walking around it. Brit bit the bullet and approached the monster. Seeing that the monster just turned its head and looked at him, and didn't intend to reach out to stop him, he was slightly relieved. However, passing by such a hideous monster was a test in itself. Brit lowered his head and walked around the monster as quickly as possible, avoiding eye contact. Then he stepped on the concrete fragments and emerged from the hole, finally feeling relieved. Brit turned around and beckoned, everyone, come out, be careful not to fall. The others were extremely nervous, but they had no choice but to move forward. The 2 girls, Kiwo and Plumbella, walked around the monster almost with their eyes closed, while RT and Vale handled it better. Once all 5 of them emerged from the hole, they breathed a collective sigh of relief. As they looked back, the humanoid monster remained in the containment chamber, sending shivers down their spines. Kiwo wailed softly, her face bitter, while Plumbella nodded frantically beside her. Brit smiled wryly and shook his head, this game is too lifelike. To be honest, that moment just now scared the hell out of him. When Brit put on the night vision goggles and suddenly saw a monster standing face to face with him, the visual impact was overwhelming. Brit felt that if he had a heart condition, he would have had a heart attack by now. Okay, get ready to go. Brit waved his hand and looked around. After exiting the hole, they found themselves at a fork in the path, with one passage ahead and another to the left. From the room they had just left, he could see the metal door at the end of the passage ahead. Brit turned to the others and asked, which way shall we go? They hesitated for a brief moment, and RT pointed to the passage ahead, that one, it's all the same, it doesn't matter which way we go. The others nodded in agreement. Indeed, in this unknown place, their choices seemed equally uncertain. With the decision made, the 5 of them set off once more. Before they set off, Brit took one last look back. He saw that the humanoid monster remained motionless, showing no signs of pursuing them. Brit couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. What the hell is that? But without the file, they could only speculate. The passage ahead was relatively short, and the team of 5 soon reached its end. The metal door at the end had a push-button mechanism. Brit pressed the button, and the 5 of them stood back, alert and cautious. However, when the metal door opened, they were met with an unexpected sight. Instead of a passage, they found themselves in a small room, similar to the one adjacent to the SCP-513 containment chamber. The room, however, was empty, devoid of even a single shelf. On the right-hand wall of the room, a sign indicated the presence of an SCP. The sign was a deep red, a color that instinctively evoked a sense of dread. The contents of the sign were even more startling. SCO-106. Object Class, Keter. Chapter 103, Chapter 102, If you hear it, it can touch you. The room size is not very big. There is a red Foundation sign on the right wall, and the logo's content is SCP-106. SCP-106. Kiwo was the first to speak, staring at the picture on the sign with wide eyes. Wait, did we find the old man? The others were also surprised, they had located the area of SCP-106 so quickly. "Don't worry, let's go look," Brit said as he quickly walked into the room, and then the group followed him. They examined the sign carefully, even taking off their night vision goggles to see more clearly. In addition to the SCP number and class level, there were photos and hazard types on the red sign. The photo depicted the old man, whose dark and rotten face can be said to symbolize the creature. The hazard type on the sign reads, "Sentient and violent." Regarding this point, the group, and even the viewers in the stream couldn't agree more. The old man, although his intelligence is unknown, is extremely violent. It seems that this is the containment chamber for the old man. It should be inside this metal door. After observing for a while, Brit said. He turned his head to look to the side. Next to him was the metal door of the containment room, which he could enter by opening the door. However, the metal door required a keycard for access. Brit immediately swiped the keycard he had received from Vale. After a beep, the metal door remained inactive. Keycard level not enough. Brit shook his head. He was not too disappointed. This was to be expected. According to the guidepost, they needed to go to the containment area of SCP-049 first to obtain a level 4 keycard before they had the opportunity to open the metal door of the old man containment chamber. The post also indicated that there was a higher level keycard in the old man containment chamber, a level 5 keycard. With that level 5 keycard, they would have the opportunity to access other areas. "We can't get in for the time being." "Oh, it would be great if we could get in and get a level 5 card directly. That would be great." Yet, the others had also read the posts, so they understood. At that moment, they felt it was such a pity. "It's okay, let's go another way. Maybe we can find SCP-049 later." Brit encouraged everyone. The others were not discouraged. After all, this is the flow of the game. If it were that easy, there wouldn't be a solo person who beats the game so quickly. Moreover, it was a good thing to locate the room of the old man so quickly. Next, the group returned to the hole in the wall they had seen before. When they arrived there, Brit put on his night vision goggles and looked into the containment chamber through the hole. "Hey, that thing disappeared." Brit was surprised. The others quickly donned their night vision goggles. They were shocked to find that the humanoid monster did not exist in the room. Moreover, they no longer had that eerie feeling of being watched. "It seems that this containment will move when there is no one in it, but I don't know what it is or what kind of abnormal effects it has," Brit guessed. "Let's go. I hope we can find the containment chamber of the Plague Doctor soon." After looking at it for a few seconds, Brit shook his head and removed the night vision goggles. The others also took off their night vision goggles. They didn't need to wear them all the time, since if the humanoid monster appeared again, they would immediately feel the abnormality. Especially Vale, whose enhanced perception abilities were greatly improved, making his senses much stronger than Brit and the others. Additionally, wearing night vision goggles in a well-lit space would impair their vision, so it was better to take them off. After removing the night vision goggles, they set off again. They originally had 2 paths to choose from, one leading to the room of the old man, so now they could only take the other route. This path was a circular passage and relatively short. They quickly walked to the end and arrived at a metal door. After opening the metal door, they could see a dim and dark circular passage. The passage was only illuminated by emergency lights, so they couldn't see the end. Brit took out the navi and checked it. After confirming that there was no danger, he continued to move forward. Upon reaching the end, there was a metal door. Brit checked the super navigator first and opened the door. Then they passed through several consecutive passages, all of which had a similar pattern. Finally, a few minutes later, when Brit opened the metal door again, they found themselves in a different T-shaped hall. In front of them was a small airtight room, and the concrete under their feet turned into a metal path extending toward 2 gates to the left and right in a Y shape. Guardrails lined both sides of the metal path, and below the guardrail, pipes were arranged in a cross, some emitting black smoke. Go to the right. Brit made a decision. The others had no objections, but just as they were about to proceed to the right, Vale suddenly screamed, "SH*T!" The others were startled and quickly looked at Vale with concern while his face turned pale, and he said with difficulty, I saw a person. Damn, I'm not sure if it's a person. He looks tall and thin, and his hands are ridiculously big. Vale pointed to the pipes in the darkness outside the guardrail. It found me and ran away when I saw it and jumped into it. After Vale finished speaking, the faces of several people changed. Both Kiwo and Plumbella subconsciously moved away from the guardrail. It's the anomalous effect of the cowbell. Brit said worriedly, placing his hand on Vale's shoulder. Can you continue? If not, you should quit the game first, the four of us will go. Vale closed his eyes and took a deep breath, then a determined look appeared on his face. Yes, I am fine. Brit sighed, nodded heavily, and patted Vale on the shoulder. Let's go. The five of them then walked towards the metal door on the right. Upon opening the metal door, a straight metal walkway came into view, with black smoke spewing from the pipes on both sides of the guardrail. They donned their gas masks and cautiously walked through them. After reaching the end, they opened the metal door again, and behind it was yet another circular passage. They removed their gas masks and stepped into the passage. When they paused in the middle of the aisle, they noticed a thermometer next to a high-voltage electrical box and two pipelines beside it. The temperature was so high that it turned red. Damn you! I'll see where you're going! Vale suddenly shouted as he spotted something and lunged at it, but he bumped his head against a pipe. Foo*K. I saw it, and it ran away again. The others hurriedly pulled him back, and Vale bared his teeth and roared. His head was hot and red, but he didn't care at all. He resembled an angry rooster, trying to catch that thing. The others looked at Vale, feeling a chill creeping up their spines. They couldn't help but recall the content of the little note from before. You've seen it. Now he can hear you. You've touched it. Now he can see you. Never ring it. If you hear it, he can touch you. Chapter 104, Chapter 103, SCP-017, Shadow Person. The group noticed the little note when they came out of the SCP-513 containment chamber, but they did not squat down to see it. However, Vale finished eyeing it and recounted the contents to them so they could recall the details at that moment. After recalling it, they couldn't help but feel a sense of creepiness. Just imagine walking, eating, going to the bathroom, or even sleeping, there is a strange humanoid monster staring at you eerily from somewhere. It's scary just thinking about it. What Vale saw must have been terrifying. I feel that Vale may have problems next, and there's nothing we can do about it. Kiwo's face was full of worry. Next to her, Vale was still red, and his mood remained unstable. This condition mirrored the victim's symptoms described in the SCP-513 file. RT held Vale's shoulders and said worriedly, "Hold on, Vale." Vale shook his head vigorously, then patted his head with his remaining hand. Damnit, what bad luck! Foo*K. While cursing, he displayed a timid demeanor. He couldn't help but look around as if worried that someone or something might hurt him. Seeing this, Brit was also very worried and finally couldn't help but persuade him again, "Vale, why don't you quit the game first? Don't worry about us, at worst, we'll try again." Brit was genuinely afraid that Vale would suffer from some kind of mental illness. Of course, even if Brit didn't care, Vale wouldn't take the initiative to quit the game. At critical moments, the protection mechanism would force him to exit the game. After hearing Brit's words, Vale took a deep breath and replied, "No, I'm still clear-eyed. I'll quit when I feel like I can't hold on anymore. Don't worry, let's keep going." The others had no choice but to nod in agreement, and then, the group set off. At the end of the passage under their feet was still a metal door. After opening it, they saw a passage in front of them, but a road extended to the right in the middle. "Oh, this is like a maze, I'm getting dizzy," Kiwo wailed bitterly. The others also felt headaches. The map of the heavy containment area felt more complex than the light containment area. It was as if they were playing a maze game now. Even if they were asked to go back the same way, they might not be able to find their way. Brit sighed and said, "This way, the game will be more difficult, otherwise, there will be too many players who finish the game. Let's take a look at the road ahead first." The others had no objections, and the 5 of them went straight to the metal door at the end. Brit pressed the button and opened the door. As far as the eye could see was a hall, with 2 metal doors in the middle and corresponding signs on them, "Workspace." "Wow! We've all made it to the office checkpoint," Kiwo exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. The others were equally surprised, as the hall in front of them was indeed the checkpoint hall. 2 metal doors led to the 3rd level, which was the office area of this site facility. After arriving at the office area, the players were one step closer to beating the game. However, on the wall between the 2 metal doors, there was another monitor. The display showed, "Checkpoint is locked. SCP-008 Foundation system failure." Sure enough, just as said in the guide, we still have to deal with the failure of the SCP-008, and the checkpoint can only be unlocked after it is resolved. Brit looked at the monitor and said. The others nodded regretfully, and the excitement of finding the checkpoint had subsided significantly. "Hey, even if the checkpoint is not locked, these 2 metal doors cannot be opened with a level 3 keycard. According to the guide, they must be opened with a level 5 keycard," Brit spoke again. The group felt even more disheartened. They had finally arrived at the checkpoint, but they could only look and not enter. This situation was depressing. The 5 didn't waste much time. Since it was impossible to leave, they could only go back and explore the map of the heavy containment area. They returned to the center of the passage. Turning to the side, they followed a road they had not yet explored, going to the end and opening the metal door. When the scene behind the door came into view, the 5 of them collectively froze for a moment. They even squinted their eyes subconsciously because it was so bright in there. During their gameplay, they had never experienced such brightness. And the bright light always brings people a sense of security, even if that sense of security is false. "This looks like another containment chamber," Brit narrowed his eyes and whispered. The bright space in front of them was a small room. The difference was that there were some electronic devices with no specific function in this room. It seemed to be used for observation. In addition, there were shelves, filing cabinets, desks, computers, and other items in this room. The group stepped through the door. Because the surrounding environment was so bright, everything could be seen clearly, so they subconsciously relaxed a lot. After entering the room, the 5 noticed a red sign on the right wall. When they saw the red sign, their hearts unconsciously raced. Until now, they were almost 100% certain that red signs indicated extremely dangerous SCPs. "Go see what it is," Brit said softly and moved to the front of the red sign first, the others following behind. SCP-017. Object Class, Keter. "Wow, another Keter class!" Plumbella exclaimed in a low voice, and Brit nodded solemnly. RT squinted at the sign and said, "But this SCP, why does it look weird? It seems like a mass of black shadows." "Hey? It looks somewhat humanoid." It wasn't only RT who was confused, even the others felt puzzled. In the picture on the logo, SCP-017 appeared to be a shadowy figure resembling a human. Besides, it seemed to be enclosed in a glass case. "Let's look around, there should be a file," Brit said, looking around the rest of the room. On top of a low filing cabinet, he noticed a file and quickly walked over to grab it. The others quickly surrounded him and stared at the file, even Vale was temporarily distracted. His pale face was full of curiosity. As they read, their expressions gradually changed. SCP-017, the Shadow Person. Object Class, Keter. Description: SCP-017 is a humanoid figure approximately 80 cm in height, anatomically similar to a small child, but with no discernible identifying features. SCP-017 seems to be composed of a shadowy, smoke-like shroud. No attempt to find any object beneath the shroud has been successful, but the possibility has not been ruled out. SCP-017's reaction to shadows cast upon it is immediate and swift. SCP-017 leaps at the object casting the shadow and completely envelopes it in its shroud, after which it returns to its normal size, leaving no trace of the object behind. Chapter 105, Chapter 104, Weird Shadow Monster. SCP-017, the Shadow Person. Object Class, Keter. Description: SCP-017 is a humanoid figure approximately 80 cm in height, anatomically similar to a small child, but with no discernible identifying features. SCP-017 seems to be composed of a shadowy, smoke-like shroud. No attempt to find any object beneath the shroud has been successful, but the possibility has not been ruled out. SCP-017's reaction to shadows cast upon it is immediate and swift. SCP-017 leaps at the object casting the shadow and completely envelopes it in its shroud, after which it returns to its normal size, leaving no trace of the object behind. Compared with the files I have seen before, the file of SCP-017 is very brief. However, after watching it, the group felt a sense of creepiness. My God, as long as a shadow touches it, it will start to devour it. Very scary. The group was in disbelief, and at the same time, many thoughts began to emerge unconsciously in their minds. For example, what if the shadow of a building is covering it? Or the shadow of a mountain? Will it just swallow an entire mountain? If it can be devoured, then that is terrible. It's not just Kiwo and the others, the viewers in the stream were also stunned by the file on the Shadow Person. At this moment, viewers were all sending chat messages. Damn! The Shadow Person is so powerful. As long as there is a shadow covering it, it will swallow the source of the shadow. This thing has the possibility of destroying the world, in theory. What kind of crazy things are in the Foundation? My God! Ah, I'm so excited! I want to see what the Shadow Person looks like. In the game, facing the shocked teammates, Brit exhaled slightly. Then he said in a serious tone, "This Shadow Person is dangerous. However, if we want to move forward, we may have to find a way to pass through its containment chamber. After all, there is no way in other directions. There are 3 paths in total, one is the way they came, one is the checkpoint in the office area, and the other is the containment chamber of the Shadow Person. They have no choice, they can only find a way to pass through the containment chamber." Thinking of this, the group looked around the room again. First of all, in this room, in addition to a metal door that they came in, there is also a metal door that needs to be swiped on the far right. Brit walked over to it and found that a level 3 keycard cannot be swiped, which means their way is blocked. The game will not set a dead end for the player, there must be clues or items here, Brit frowned and said. The others nodded in acknowledgement. There must be some hidden clue to discover, as the game would not set a dead end. Then, the group dispersed and searched the entire room. After a while, Plumela's surprised voice came out, "Everyone, come quickly, this computer seems to be a surveillance camera." I pressed it, and it turned on. The other 4 were overjoyed. They gathered around Plumbella, and in front was a desk with a computer on it. The computer screen was now on, it looked like a surveillance screen inside. "Is this a picture of the containment chamber? Damn it! This is the Shadow Person. Mom! It feels so scary!" the others exclaimed. On the computer screen in front of them, what was displayed was the real-time monitoring screen of the shadow person containment chamber. Inside the huge room, there was a suspended glass cage. Inside the glass cage, there was a black smoke screen. The shadow looked like a child, and it was squirming slightly at the moment. It seemed to have noticed something. The child's head seemed to lift, looking at the monitoring probe. However, it was covered with a black smoke screen as a whole, so the group couldn't see its eyes. Of course, it doesn't necessarily have such a thing as eyes. After seeing it staring at the surveillance camera, the group felt nervous for a moment. That feeling was as if people like themselves were being watched by the shadow person through the screen. Very scary. Wow, so scary. I'm getting goosebumps. Me too. Kiwo and Plumbella hid back, fear evident in their eyes. Brit, Vale, and RT were also a little scared. After all, the shadow person doesn't look big, but its file description is really scary. From the surveillance screen, it can be seen that the shadow person containment chamber is full of lights. The ceiling, the floor, everything, is all aimed at the glass cage in the middle, letting the shadow person surroundings be illuminated by light at 360 degrees without dead ends. It can be seen that the Foundation attaches great importance to the shadow person. It is probably very troublesome to contain it. Looking at the computer screen, Brit exhaled. Let's look for it again. There must be a way to pass. Of course, if it doesn't work, let's go back to the original path. Brit turned around and looked around the room. The others also dispersed, searching for any possible clues and items to move forward. After a while, RT shouted in surprise again, "Hurry up!" He found a piece of paper from the filing cabinet and waved it at the others. The group hurriedly surrounded him. After seeing that piece of paper, Brit and Vale felt a sense of familiarity. This thing is similar to the structure diagram of the containment area of that zombie epidemic doctor. Vale frowned and said. Brit nodded, yes, this should also be the structural diagram of the shadow person containment chamber. The paper held by RT is SCP-017 Containment Chamber Design Scheme. It includes containment chamber, power control room, passage, and so on. I see. The game probably wants us to clear the level according to the structure diagram. Brit's eyes lit up. He and Vale once experienced similar things in the containment chamber of SCP-049. They used the structure diagram of SCP-049's containment chamber to find the power control point, turn on the lights, activate the elevator, and escape. Of course, they didn't escape in the end. Looking at it now, the structure diagram of the shadow person containment chamber most likely serves the same purpose. Quickly write down the structure diagram. I guess something will happen soon. Brit quickly shouted. Just as his voice stopped, suddenly, the whole room started shaking. Chapter 106, Chapter 105, Bulb Repairman? Desperate Career. Thank you, Creepy Wanderer, Galaxy Phoenix, and Rider_Black, for becoming a member on my Patreon. The Emperor Protect. Quickly write down the structural diagram, I think something will happen later. Brit quickly shouted. But just as he finished shouting, an accident occurred. The whole room suddenly started to vibrate violently, and an inexplicable roar came from an unknown place. It sounded like some giant beast was roaring wildly somewhere in this facility. In addition, the lights in the entire room suddenly began to flicker violently. It was like the power supply was unstable. Damn it, damn it, damn it. What the hell is going on? Grab onto something. The group was startled and quickly grabbed anything around them that they could. Fear bred in their minds, with Vale being the most obvious. He was sweating profusely, and his face was frighteningly pale. During the violent shaking, he saw a tall and thin person appear at the door of the room, staring at him with a pair of distorted eyes filled with malicious intent. Its hands were large, and it felt like it could pinch the head of an adult. Ah! Vale, who was already terrified, broke down. With a scream, he bolted away. After being enhanced, his speed was extremely fast, rushing to the door in the blink of an eye. But he was still a step behind. The strange entity disappeared in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Vale suddenly lost his target and was shaken violently, causing him to fall to the ground. His face made intimate contact with the ground, resulting in a nosebleed. Just in time, the shaking of the room began to weaken and finally calmed down slowly, and the lights in the room stabilized. Vale. Damn it! Vale, are you okay? The others saw that Vale's face was covered in blood, so they rushed to help him up. Did you see that thing again? Brit frowned. He observed Vale's condition and knew that the abnormal effect of the cowbell had occurred again. Right. Vale nodded, his face dripping with blood. He was about to speak again, but he vomited blood uncontrollably. Brit quickly patted Vale's back. Vale waved his hand, looking a little tired. I'm fine. Hurry up and find a way to move forward, I don't think I can last long. Brit sighed. Vale was not only suffering from the abnormal effect of the cowbell, but also the side effects of being enhanced. His current condition could be described as very poor, he was probably going to die soon. Can Vale endure? Vale can't do it, you should get out first. Don't hold on. The others looked at Vale with concern. Vale shook his head and grinned, it's okay. Let's go. Let's go now while I can still move. The others felt very helpless. Since Vale was unwilling to quit the game, they could not force him to. Their attention shifted to the violent vibration they had just experienced. RT asked with confusion on his face, what happened just now? That sound was so loud. Like, damn, how large must the thing that made that sound be? After RT asked, the others nodded vigorously. I don't know, it's probably a very dangerous SCP in this facility. Brit shook his head. Just as RT was about to say something more, an alarm sounded in the room. The group was startled, and when they looked back, they immediately saw a small red light flashing on the instrument in the room. Furthermore, the metal door through which they had entered suddenly closed. Did the shadow person break through containment? Brit was shocked. Then he noticed that a red warning subtitle had popped up on the computer screen on the table. Warning, System Failure. Location, Lighting Unit of SCP-017, Metal Door of Containment Area. Object Class, Keter. Contact the supervisor immediately. Brit was still in shock when Kiwo, next to him, suddenly pointed to the depths of the room and exclaimed, Look! That door is open. They turned their heads to look and found that the metal door requiring a card swipe had opened. The metal door in the containment area is malfunctioning, it should be part of the game's plot. Brit quickly figured out the situation and approached the adjacent metal door. This door was a button type. They had entered through this door before, but it had just closed automatically. Brit pressed the button, but the metal door remained unresponsive. Sure enough, the entire containment area is sealed off. Brit said softly. From this point of view, the meaning of the game should be to let us solve the system failure. After speaking, Brit looked back at the computer screen again and continued to analyze. 2 faults are displayed on the computer screen. The metal door of the containment area broke down and opened automatically. This should be for our convenience in entering the containment area, otherwise, we would not be able to get in, let alone solve the problem. And the failure of the lighting unit in SCP-017's containment room should be what we need to resolve. After the lighting unit failure is addressed, the blockade here should lift. After Brit finished, Kiwo and the others nodded slightly, clearly agreeing with his analysis. But then Kiwo said with a grimace, that means we need to enter the shadow person containment room. Yes, that's right. Ugh. Kiwo groaned. The others also looked worried. From the file, the shadow person was an extremely dangerous entity. If they entered its containment room rashly, they might accidentally be swallowed by it. No way, this is the game progress. Brit sighed. However, since the game provides such a level, the player must have a chance to beat it. Otherwise, what's the point of this level? Don't be discouraged, let's go. Don't lose heart. Let's go. Kiwo raised her small fist and shouted boldly. Brit couldn't help but laugh. Afterward, the group officially set off and approached the metal door of the containment area deep in the room. The metal door had opened automatically, revealing the scene inside. It appeared that there was a passage, with a metal door at the end of it. Additional metal doors lined both sides. The five then entered the passage one by one. After arriving here, the SCP-017 containment area design plan they had found earlier came in handy. Following the design plan, they quickly located the containment room, maintenance area, power control room, and other areas. To test whether the containment area was truly sealed off, Brit went to the end of the passage and attempted to open the metal door that led outside. As expected, the metal door did not react at all. It seems that we must solve the malfunction in the containment room before we can go out. Brit shook his head. He wasn't discouraged, he waved his hand and led the others to explore the entire containment area. Finally, they found a document. The file's title was Detailed Explanation of the Lighting Unit in SCP-017 Containment Room. They opened the file and saw the basic technical information regarding the lighting unit in the containment room. It also provided a solution to the problem. After reading the information, they suddenly realized. Plumbella said, "That means we're going to be light bulb fixers for a while." Brit nodded. "It looks like it." RT pouted, shook his head, and said, "This light bulb repair job isn't easy, it's life-threatening." Brit shook his head, "No way, no matter how difficult it is, we have to fix it." After a pause, Brit added, "Let me do it this time." Chapter 107, Chapter 106, Close Encounter with the Shadow Person. "Let me do it this time," Brit said softly, with a serious expression on his face. The others wanted to deny it, but after thinking about it, they concluded that Brit was indeed a more suitable candidate. They were not hypocritical and advised Brit to be more careful. "Don't worry. No problem." Brit patted his chest, but after thinking it over, he still felt a little guilty. He continued, "Well, I'll do my best." Next, Brit was going to put on the reflective clothing he found, an item discovered in the maintenance area. When they first found it, the team was amazed, but after considering the abnormal traits of SCP-017, everyone understood its importance. The containment chamber is full of lights. If you don't wear reflective clothing to go in, it will create shadows and increase the risk. Of course, wearing reflective clothing only reduces the risk, it does not mean that there is no risk at all. After putting on the reflective clothing, the five returned to the passage and came to the door of the containment room. "Bro, be careful." Vale patted Brit on the shoulder. Although he was in a bad state at the moment, he was still a little worried about Brit's safety. "It's okay, don't worry." Brit shook his head. He was wearing a matching mask, the lenses of which were aligned and dark. The helmet of the reflective vest also had a headset device, which connected to the equipment in the room with the computer. The others could contact Brit through the device later. In addition, the zipper and belt of the reflective clothing were plated with ultra-reflective chrome, which undoubtedly increased the safety of the players performing tasks. "Okay, I'm off." Brit took a deep breath and announced. Then, he pressed the button, and the metal door of the containment room opened. As far as the eye could see, there was a small elevator. They were not surprised because they had already reviewed the corresponding containment area structure in the structural diagram. SCP-017's actual containment chamber was below. Brit entered the elevator and pushed the button, the elevator doors then closed. Before closing, Brit waved to his teammates, who were cheering him on. Once the elevator started to descend, Brit let out a long breath. Everyone, this is a one-time fight. Brit raised his hand as a gesture. The viewers in the stream were immediately excited, cheering for Brit one after another. After all, given the situation just now, many people did not dare to carry out the task alone, and Brit had decisively taken the initiative, which made many people admire him. In a few seconds, the elevator reached the bottom, and the elevator doors opened. What appeared before Brit and many viewers was a small corridor. Many high-power light bulbs were installed on the floor, ceiling, and walls of the corridor, but even with so many bulbs shining, Brit still felt a little cold. After reading the structural diagram, Brit knew that this was because the temperature in the containment room area of SCP-017 was controlled to be relatively low. The reason for this deliberate control was precisely because the densely packed high-power light bulbs in the containment room were easily heated or damaged. To avoid this situation, the Foundation had to lower the temperature appropriately. After walking to the end of the corridor, Brit came to an automatic glass door. When he arrived, the glass door opened automatically. Inside the door was the containment chamber. "Brit, can you hear me?" At this time, Kiwo's voice came through the headset. Brit swallowed and suppressed the tension in his heart, responding softly, "Yes." "Okay. Brit, be careful, we can see you in the surveillance." Kiwo deliberately lowered her voice, as if she was afraid of disturbing Brit or the entity in the containment room. Brit looked up, noticing the surveillance probe in the corner above the corridor. He raised his hand and waved toward the probe. "It's okay, don't worry." Then, Brit looked again at the containment room ahead. After waiting a few seconds, he resolutely stepped into the containment room. After entering, Brit suddenly felt as if he had entered a world composed of light. In the entire containment room, every surface emitted a dazzling light. The containment chamber seemed to be immersed in a sea of luminescence. Brit's binocular lens could effectively block the light, allowing him to keep his eyes open. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked around the containment room. He saw that in this huge containment room, every wall, including the ceiling and the floor, was covered with high-power arc lights. The light from these lamps was concentrated on the suspended glass cage in the center of the room. From the monitoring, the glass cage seemed to be floating in the air. However, once he arrived at the scene, Brit saw that it was hung from the ceiling. The rope suspending it was very thin and had been treated with reflective light, making it hard to see clearly. These were just details. The most important part of this containment room was the entity inside the glass cage, known as the shadow person. In Brit's eyes, it was a dark mist in the shape of a vague child. The ambient light hit it, making it look like a black stain in a bright world. It was motionless and appeared completely harmless. But Brit, who was well aware of its abnormal traits, felt his muscles stiffen upon seeing it. It was caused by extreme tension. "Brit, are you all right?" "Bro, relax. It's okay, let's start over." Kiwo and the others' concern and greetings came through the headset again. Brit took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and kept mentally repeating, "Just be careful, and nothing will go wrong. Just be careful, and nothing will go wrong." A few seconds later, Brit opened his eyes and softly responded to his teammates, "I'm fine, I'm fine. Next, I'm going to start looking for the faulty light bulb." After Brit finished speaking, he squinted and searched the entire containment room. After a few seconds, he finally located the broken bulb. It was on the opposite side of the containment chamber. From the outside, this distance was nothing, but here, that short distance felt like thousands of miles away. However, Brit felt lucky that the broken bulb was not on the ceiling but on a wall more than 1 meter high. If it had been on the ceiling, it would have been troublesome, significantly increasing the task's difficulty. "Don't panic, take your time, and be careful," Brit reassured himself in his mind. Then, he stepped forward and walked toward the broken light bulb. At the same time, the group in the room above and thousands of viewers held their breath, focusing on Brit as he performed the task of repairing the light bulb. Everyone seemed to assume Brit's role, feeling as though they were the maintenance personnel. Be careful with every step. Be cautious with every move. Because you never know when your tiny shadow will bring you disaster. Chapter 108, Chapter 107, Suffering Maintenance Tasks. Brit's POV. Brit walked towards the opposite side in an arc, step by step. There are high-power arc lights everywhere under his feet, around him, and above his head. The light produced by so many light bulbs, if he thought there was no special mask, it is possible to blind a person. It is precisely because there are so many light bulbs that he has to be very careful with every step so as not to step on the light bulbs on the ground. At the same time, he must also pay attention to his movements, even if they are extremely small. Because he didn't know when and under what circumstances a shadow would form, even if the shadow was extremely faint, it might trigger the attack mechanism of the entity in the cage. Anxiety is high in Brit's mind at the moment. His lips began to dry, and his heart beat extremely fast. This is a game. This is a game. This is a game. Don't be nervous. Brit kept muttering in his mind, but he soon discovered that his murmurs were hardly having any effect. Because this game is so realistic, the sound of his breathing, every detail of the environment in front of him, and even the light refraction of those arc lamps are as real as they get. In this environment, even if players know that all these are virtual, they still feel uncontrollably nervous, especially after the players know the dreadfulness of the enclosure. We're almost there, a few more steps. A drop of sweat slipped from Brit's forehead and fell into the sealed clothing. He stared at the broken lighting unit, taking one step after another. Finally, he was only 2 meters away from the light bulb. But at this moment, from the corner of Brit's eyes, he suddenly noticed that something was wrong with the shadow person in the enclosure. He paused, and a cold sweat broke out all over his body. Brit swallowed a mouthful of saliva slowly, and with great difficulty, he turned his head extremely slowly, looking at the cage in the center of the room. In the cage, that childlike shady shadow moved slightly, its head turned slightly at Brit. This made the anxiety in Brit's mind reach the extreme in an instant. At this moment, the others who were watching Brit perform the task, as well as thousands of viewers, their hearts to their throats in an instant. The others looked at the surveillance screen, and the uncertainty on their faces could not be suppressed. Brit, come on! Come on! Damn it! Brit, try harder! They didn't dare to talk to Brit anymore for fear that doing so would distract his attention, leading to mission failure and Brit being devoured. And the viewers in the stream are also frantically swiping the chat, encouraging Brit. Come on, come on, come on! Brit, come on! Oh my god, that monster has already looked at him. You must go there. Brit, you can do it. In the game, Brit didn't have the energy to pay attention to the chat, he stared fixedly at the shadow person in the cage. He looked at the glass cage, looked at the angle of his body, and observed whether there was a shadow appearing on him. The shadow person in the glass cage had no movements, and Brit didn't see any shadow. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. His body was completely drenched with sweat, and so was his hair. This made him suffer, and there was nothing he could do. There is still a little distance, it's okay, just take a few more steps. Brit murmured. He feels that today's task is the most stressful thing he has done so far in his life. He seems to be walking on the edge of the abyss, if he is not careful, he will fall into the abyss. Finally, after a few more steps, Brit reached the damaged lighting unit and took another deep breath. I'm going to start changing the light bulbs. Brit said in a low voice. Okay, be careful, Brit. The others responded immediately. Brit observed the damaged light bulb, and then he was ready to do it. He knew he would have to block a few good light bulbs to change them, but that shouldn't be a problem. After all, there are more than enough light bulbs in the chamber, and the clothes on him are highly reflective. Therefore, it is guaranteed not to cast a shadow. Brit bent down slightly and gently opened the chrome trim around the damaged bulb with his hands. After placing the trim on the ground, Brit began to unscrew the damaged bulb. During this process, he didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that a pair of eyes were watching from afar, and this put him under a lot of pressure on him. He could only force himself not to think too much and just focus on the light bulb in front of him. After removing the damaged bulb, Brit put the new light bulb in the position of the damaged light bulb. "Don't fail, don't fail," Brit prayed secretly in his mind. Since there is no power outage, the new bulb will start working immediately after being installed. After installing the new light bulb thoroughly, it finally glowed brightly. The moment Brit saw the light, the boulder in his mind instantly disappeared. But it's not quite there yet, because next, he has to leave safely. "It is replaced, and it is on," Brit said. If the new light bulb didn't work, he had to bring in a new light bulb to try again. Fortunately, it was on. The others, as well as many viewers, started to cheer. Brit then installed the trim again. After taking a final look at the new light bulb to make sure it was fully working, he let out a breath and then turned around and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, he found that the shadow person moved again in the cage in the center of the room. Its body faintly showed a tendency to rush towards Brit. This situation made Brit's heart skip a beat, and he felt that his legs were stiff, he couldn't walk at all. Fortunately, the shadow person only showed a slight movement, and nearly 10 seconds passed, and it didn't show any more movements. Good. Brit exhaled, then he took a step and walked slowly towards the exit. Chapter 109, Chapter 108, Planets also have shadows, can the shadow person also devour them? I thought Brit was going to be dead. Me too. **T. That thing is scary. I dare not play this game alone. Brit, come on. It's almost over. The chat in the stream room was moving frantically. But Brit in the game was unmoved, he was concentrating on the ground in front of him. There were dense light bulbs on the ground, and he was walking nervously, with small movements, trying to avoid any possibility of shadows as much as possible. After walking like this for about a few minutes, Brit finally came to the door of the room. He stopped here and looked back at the glass enclosure in the center of the room, finding that the shadow person had shifted its head and was still staring straight at him. "Goodbye," Brit murmured silently, enduring the discomfort of being soaked, and carefully exited the room. After exiting, the door closed automatically. "I made it." Brit let out a long sigh of relief, and the boulder in his heart sank significantly. The group burst into cheers in the surveillance room, and the viewers excitedly launched a celebration. Many people didn't hesitate to donate, and donations flew across the screen. Brit stood at the door for a while, then set off and returned to the elevator. He pressed the elevator button, and the doors gradually closed. Then, the elevator started running and went up. After Brit returned to the top and stepped into the passageway of the area, he felt utterly exhausted. The others were already waiting at the elevator door and looked at him with concern. Brit waved his hand. "Go and see if the defect is resolved." Plum Bella nodded and was the first to run back. Then RT ran to the end of the passage, and his voice came over after a while, "Open." "Hahaha. I can go." Plum Bella also ran back from the surveillance room, full of excitement. "The room lighting unit failure is gone." Brit let out a sigh of relief. After looking around, he sat on the ground against the wall. "I will take a break." To Brit, the task experience just now was like running a 100-kilometer marathon in one breath. He was feeling exhausted both mentally and physically. The others understood, so no one urged him. They all sat next to Brit, chatting about various topics related to SCP with great interest. And the viewers in the stream also spoke enthusiastically. One of the joys I found in this game was exploring the various SCPs, which are of various natures and satisfy my curiosity. Hahaha. I just want to know what SCP will appear later. Although I don't dare to play, I can watch Brit and the others play. Me too. Come on, Brit. Try to beat the game quickly. By the way, the planet also has shadows in a certain sense. Can the shadow person swallow it? After the break, Brit also interacted with the viewers in the stream room. But soon, the chat attracted Brit's attention. Listen to me. A friend of mine was playing a game just now, and then he also encountered the shadow person area that Brit and the others faced. When my friend failed the task, he was swallowed. Then the shadow person broke through the containment and swallowed the entire team. Seeing this chat, Brit couldn't help but think back to the shadow person in the glass cage. If it is fully free, how powerful will it be? Brit pondered. The power of the shadow person was beyond doubt. Although they hadn't seen how it was at full power, judging by the files, it should theoretically be able to devour anything. As long as that thing has a shadow, it can swallow it. In other words, any object, whether living or non-living, as long as it can cast shadows under the light, the shadow person can devour it. If you consider this ability, you will find that it is extremely terrifying. After all, as mentioned in the chat just now, in the vast starry sky, even huge planets have shadows. Does this mean that the shadow person can devour planets? Brit suddenly felt creeped out. Even if an entire planet was swallowed, let alone the lives on it. The more he thought about it, the scarier it became. Everyone, what exactly is this shadow person? What are its qualities? Brit spoke, his face full of confusion. The others suddenly fell into deep thought. Yes, with such an ability, what exactly is this shadow person? Is it a living thing? Or abiotic? Or is it a special kind of abnormal existence? Does it have a consciousness of its own? Or is it completely unconscious, and all its behavior is entirely due to its nature? If it is conscious, what is going on in its mind as it watches the player repair the broken light bulb in its Foundation cell? Is it anger? Or indifference? Or some other emotion? These questions lingered in the minds of Brit and the others, leaving several people tangled in their thoughts. Fortunately, everyone was soon relieved. Because if they were to get to the bottom of it, the game would be unplayable. After all, every SCP here is full of unknowns. For example, the peanut, the old man, and the builder bear, etc. They are all extremely bizarre and mysterious entities. It is almost impossible to figure out why they are so weird, so it's useless to think too much. After discussing it again for a while, the group got up and prepared to set off again. Brit took off the reflective suit and organized all the items again. Then, they officially set off. Following the passage, they arrived at the end. The metal door here had been opened by RT just now, and outside the passage was a circular corridor. Looks like the maze will continue, Brit said with a smile. The others were a little depressed but soon relieved. After all, they just beat the shadow person. They felt confident about continuing the game until the end. Let's go, Brit said again, and then stepped into the passage first. The others followed in turn. Among them, when Vale stepped out of the metal door, he saw a thin, strange man standing in the distance, and an odd person was staring at him eerily. The blue veins on Vale's forehead protruded, but he gritted his teeth. In the blink of an eye, Vale saw the odd man run away and disappear again. That's what it does, tormenting the victim bit by bit until, eventually, the victim dies. Chapter 110, Chapter 109, SCP-966 Sleep Killer. Thank you, Joshua Potter, for becoming a member on my Patreon. The Emperor Protect. In the files of SCP-513, all victims will eventually be tortured to the point of death. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Vale's outcome is likely to be death. However, he has undergone enhancements and has greatly improved in all aspects, so he must be able to withstand it better than ordinary people. But how long that will last, he doesn't know. Because Vale didn't make a sound, the others who were walking in front didn't notice anything strange about him. They walked silently straight to the end of the circular passage. Brit was the first to take out the NAV, check it, and found that there was no warning on it before he opened the metal door. After the metal door was opened, a T-shaped hall appeared in front of them. What differed from the T-shaped hall encountered before was that there was a large room in the middle of the hall before them. 2 steel halls extended to the exits on both sides. What room is this? Kiwo stretched her head in wonder. The others also leaned in to look. Brit frowned and speculated, isn't it a containment cell? As soon as Brit's voice fell, he suddenly froze. Not only him but the others were also stunned. They felt that something seemed to be in this hall, staring at them with cold eyes. That strange feeling was the same as the previous one. The faces of the 2 girls, Kiwo and Plumbella, suddenly turned pale. They immediately remembered the invisible humanoid monster they had sensed earlier. Kiwo subconsciously asked, "Did you encounter that thing again?" Kiwo didn't say it clearly, but she believed that the others could understand her meaning. Brit nodded solemnly. It should be. After saying that, Brit looked around, and the silent, dim hall felt extremely empty. There was almost nothing here except for the crisscrossing pipes along the walls. There should be something in that room. Everyone put on your night vision goggles and be careful. Brit suggested softly. After that, they picked up the night vision goggles and put them on. Once they wore them, the hall in front of them instantly became a blue world, revealing the real situation. They saw 2 humanoid monsters standing on the left side of the large room ahead, staring straight at them. When the group saw them, their hearts skipped a beat. This time, however, it was okay because they were mentally prepared, so they didn't overreact. But although they weren't too flustered, being stared at by those 2 humanoid monsters still invoked an unavoidable sense of fear. The reactions of the 2 girls, Kiwo and Plumbella, were particularly pronounced. They leaned tightly against each other, as if they feared that the 2 monsters would pounce on them at any moment. RT, next to them, was also a little scared, but he seemed to notice something and said, "Why do I feel that the room is their den?" Vale, with a pale face, nodded, clearly sharing the same idea. Brit narrowed his eyes and carefully examined the 2 humanoid monsters. It should be their containment room, but the door isn't here. It should be next to where they are standing. Shall we go and check it out? After Brit finished speaking, the others showed hesitant expressions. But then they recalled the key point: if they chose to flee out of fear at this moment, how would they face these monsters later? Without understanding their nature, they would essentially be living time bombs, liable to explode at any time. It is better to confront the danger knowingly than to die confused. Thinking of this, the group nodded decisively. Let's go and see. We've got to know what they are, don't we? Let's go. Brit nodded and smiled. Let's go, I assume they won't move. So, the group walked toward the 2 humanoid monsters, their posture suggesting they were preparing for a confrontation. Of course, they appeared calm on the surface, but in reality, all 5 of them were somewhat nervous. After all, the appearance of the humanoid monsters frightened them, just looking at them made people feel uneasy, let alone gathering the courage to confront them. But at that moment, the arrow was on the string, and they had to release it. Even if they were afraid, it was worth it. Brit and Vale led the charge, the 2 girls stood in the middle, and RT held the rear. They approached the 2 monsters step by step, just as Brit had predicted. There weren't any movements from the monsters. They just stared straight at the group. As the group drew nearer, the monsters merely turned their heads slightly to observe them. When they reached this point, the group breathed a sigh of relief, then turned their attention to the room. They guessed correctly, this was indeed the containment room for the humanoid monsters and could also be regarded as their den. Next to the group was the open metal door of the containment room. On the wall next to the metal door, there was also a corresponding sign. SCP-966. Object Class, Euclid. The photo on the sign depicted the two humanoid monsters next to them. Of course, for such monsters invisible to the naked eye, their photos must have been specially taken by the Foundation. It's their containment room, and they're not Keter-class anomalies. Kiwo whispered, sounding a little excited. So far, the Keter-level anomalies they had encountered were incredibly dangerous. Although the Euclid class was also dangerous, it felt less threatening compared to the Keter class. It was because of this that seeing these monsters labeled as Euclid level made Kiwo excited. It is indeed their containment room, let's go in and take a look. Brit nodded and then walked toward the metal door first. Now that they were all here, there was no reason to give up halfway. The others followed suit. After entering the containment room, they discovered that the containment area was divided into inner and outer layers. The inner layer was the real containment chamber, while the outer room served as the observation room. Inside, they found filing cabinets, computers, subs, and various items. At that moment, in the blue field of vision afforded by the night vision goggles, they spotted a humanoid monster standing in the inner room. "Everyone be careful," Brit whispered. He looked out and found that the two humanoid monsters outside had no intention of attacking, which relieved him somewhat. Then, he noticed a file on the cabinet in the room. The others quickly gathered around. The file was that of SCP-966. After reading the file, the group learned the names of those humanoid monsters. SCP-966, Sleep Killer. Object Class, Euclid. Description. Chapter 111, Chapter 110, Hurry. Thank you, Nightmare and Troublemaker, for becoming a member on my Patreon. The Emperor protect. They gathered together, looking at the file. SCP-966, Sleep Killer. Object Class, Euclid. Description. SCP-966 is a predatory creature that resembles a hairless, digitigrade human and possesses an elongated face with a mouth lined with needle-like teeth. On each hand, it has 5 claws that can be up to 20 centimeters long. Although sharp, these claws are easily broken, making them unfit for combat. SCP-966's height ranges from 1.4 to 1.6 meters, and it can weigh up to 30 kilograms. Physically, SCP-966 is weak, possessing hollow bones and low muscular density. It does not seem to rest through sleep, instead, it will suddenly cease all movement at seemingly random intervals, resuming normal activity 3 to 5 minutes later. SCP-966 is visible only at wavelengths ranging from 700 nm to about 900 nm. This applies to all its tissues. If its skin, muscles, or organs have suffered from 2nd to 3rd degree burns, the affected areas will be visible at wavelengths ranging from 360 to 900 nm. SCP-966 feeds on medium to large-sized animals, including humans. It hunts either alone or in pairs. Its hunting methods consist of emitting a single burst of a previously unknown type of wave, dubbed waves, in honor of the late Doctor, which permanently inhibits the ability of the affected creature to enter any of the NREM and REM sleep stages. The ability to microsleep is also lost. The effective range of the waves is up to 20 meters, however, tests show that they can be blocked by post-transition metals, particularly lead. All attempts to make victims of SCP-966 sleep have failed. It is still possible to induce other forms of unconsciousness, although these will usually prove detrimental to the affected subject as they do not provide true rest. After depriving its victims of sleep, SCP-966 will stalk its prey until a lack of rest incapacitates it. At this point, SCP-966 will proceed to consume it. SCP-966 has proven to be very agile and silent while stalking its victims. Occasionally, it will deliberately make threatening noises around its prey to further stress it and may even physically assault it if the victim proves to be particularly durable. Other than the common symptoms caused by sleep deprivation, some victims of SCP-966 have shown signs of suffering from extremely vivid hallucinations, as well as sudden bouts of rage with no apparent external stimuli. It is currently thought that these are the effects of prolonged exposure to waves. Why SCP-966 continually exposes these waves to only some of its victims is unknown. One hypothesis is that SCP-966 will only do this when starving, since it further degenerates the physical and mental state of its prey, incapacitating it at a faster rate. Wild instances of SCP-966 are found all over the world. Since their discovery in 19, the Foundation has succeeded in drastically thinning their numbers, though they are still found in large quantities in many countries, particularly in SCP-966's file is relatively long. After a few minutes, the group had finished reading it thoroughly. After studying it, they had surprised looks on their faces. Wow! I didn't expect this thing to have this kind of ability. Kiwo shook her head and sighed. Plumbella nodded beside her and said thoughtfully, no wonder it is called Sleep Killer, it deprives victims of the right to dream. The viewers in the stream also saw the file, and they were discussing it at the moment. I don't think this sleep killer is particularly dangerous, but it's so tormenting. It just won't let you sleep, depriving you of the right to rest. Why do I feel that the sleep killer is more terrifying than other SCPs? Just imagine being unable to sleep all day long. My God, people will go crazy. It drives people mad and makes them paralyzed. When it's almost done, they can finish them off and then enjoy a big meal. Sure enough, the SCPs in the Foundation are very wicked, but I'm curious, are there any SCPs that are harmless to humans, or even friendly to humans? There should be, but no one can guess until one appears. In the game. Except for the two girls, the three men were also full of emotion. Among them, RT looked at the two entities outside the containment room and said with a smile, no wonder they don't attack us, it turns out they are weaklings themselves. Brit nodded slightly in agreement. Vale's face was pale, and he also looked outside but saw not only two sleep killers but also a thin and weird figure standing between them. Do you want to kill them? Vale suddenly spoke, anger bubbling beneath his voice. Brit frowned, sensing Vale's abnormality. He immediately reached out and patted Vale's shoulder. Do you see that thing again? Vale froze for a moment, then realized he couldn't control his emotions. He nodded, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath to calm down. Let's go quickly. Just as he was speaking, Vale spat out another mouthful of blood. Hiss, it hurts like hell. Vale felt the pain of being pierced in his internal organs, and his forehead was sweating profusely. Damn it! Is Vale unable to hold on? Vale, it's okay, don't push yourself. Vale, get out quickly. The others looked at Vale with concern. The viewers in the stream also noticed Vale's worsening condition, and many expressed concern. But Vale shook his head, his stubborn temperament flaring up. No way in hell, I refuse to have a nervous breakdown now. The group showed helplessness on their faces, and the viewers were also feeling helpless. Brit sighed and said, okay then, let's leave quickly. Don't worry about these sleep killers, their abilities are at least temporarily harmless. After Brit finished speaking, they were about to leave. However, just as they exited, the two sleep killers at the door suddenly moved, blocking the entrance to the containment chamber. The sleep killer in the upper room of the containment room moved and came to the outer room. Damn! What is this? RT exclaimed, his eyes widening. Kiwo and Plumbella subconsciously grabbed each other's hands. They seemed to be about to attack. Brit's face became tense. It is said in the file that these sleep killers will also use physical attacks under some special circumstances. After Brit finished speaking, their expressions shifted. Even the chat in the stream was progressing faster. They may have sensed something was wrong, so they used physical attacks. Hurry, hurry! Brit, run away! Although the files say these sleep killers are weak, their claws still look dangerous. Yet. It feels like at least 2 band-aids are needed to treat a scratch from them. No, 3 band-aids. Bro, you're trying to make me laugh. The group didn't pay attention to the chat, they were now engrossed in watching the sleep killers, on guard against their attacks. Just in this tense situation, the group was shocked to find that another sleep killer appeared in the vision of the night vision goggles. It stood at the door of the containment room together with the 2 sleep killers. Vale's eyes were red as he shouted, "How many of these things are there?" The veins on his remaining arm were bulging, and his fists were clenched tightly. The others looked similarly terrified and confused. Brit shook his head slightly, guessing, "I don't know, but this one is probably the one we encountered at the beginning." After speaking, Brit frowned tightly. The current situation, 3 in front and 1 in back, a total of 4 sleep killers blocking them in the containment room. They had nowhere to go. Chapter 112, Chapter 111, Fist to Flesh. There are 3 sleep killers blocking the door of the room, and there's one in the back, too. The group has no other way to go, so they are extremely anxious, especially the girls, Kiwo and Plumbella, whose faces are all pale from fear. After all, the sleep killer's appearance is scary, and it hurts to observe. It's good that they don't move, but if they move at this moment, they are clearly showing signs of attack, which makes them panic unconsciously. Fortunately, their psychology is quite resilient. "Be careful, everyone," Brit said in a low voice, his body unconsciously taking on a defensive posture. The 5 of them were back to back, facing the enemies in the front and rear, and they were on guard. "When they rush over, you run, and I will deal with them," Vale whispered. He's been driven crazy by the anomalous effect of that cowbell, seeing that unknown entity. If he dies in this round and quits the game, then the torture is over. After Vale finished speaking, the others did not refuse. They were not hypocritical, they understood that, currently, he is the most powerful person on the team. Therefore, Vale is the most sensible choice. Time passed. The viewers in the stream couldn't help but hold their breath, staring at the screen intently. At this moment, they have unconsciously substituted themselves into it. It seems that they are the players surrounded by the sleep killers. Come on! This is a group of weak chickens. I estimate that Vale could kill them all by himself. Damn, if I were trapped in this place alone, I would be scared to death. *T, I'm so nervous. The viewers were frantically typing in the chat. But Brit and the others in the game didn't have the time to watch it. As time went by, they grew more and more nervous. The sleep killers just barricaded them like that, with no intention of rushing towards them, nor did they intend to retreat. The group felt very depressed. Why are they not coming over? Vale gritted his teeth and said. Brit shook his head and replied, they may be judging the strength of the enemy. Ah, they are coming. Before Brit finished speaking, Kiwo suddenly shouted. As expected, while Brit was still talking, the sleep killers, who had been motionless all this time, suddenly moved and rushed towards them. They had originally looked sluggish and slow, but now they were quite fast. You guys go! Startled, Vale shouted angrily for the first time and then rushed out. He swung his remaining arm and punched the sleep killer at the front. That sleep killer was blown away, and in mid-air, it spat out a strange black liquid that looked like its blood. Finally, it flew into the wall of the Foundation room and fell to the ground, motionless. God damn! This scene stunned everyone, even Vale himself was shocked. The remaining sleep killers were startled when they saw their companion being knocked down. Not only did they stop immediately, but they also looked at the attacker and their companion on the ground in fear. Of course, their expressions did not change, and the panic was only in the minds of the group. No one knew what they were thinking at that moment. Not only did the two in front stop, but the one rushing over in the inner room also halted. The sleep killers seemed confused. None of them appeared to have imagined that human beings possessed such power. Of course, they may also be wondering why humans can see them. Seriously? Hahaha, this monster is so weak, it fell with just one punch. Seeing Vale's record, Kiwo blinked her eyes in surprise and then became excited. The fear in her mind had diminished significantly. The others were also very excited, but it didn't take long for everyone to change. The remaining sleep killers suddenly opened their mouths together and roared at the group. That roar was not too loud, but it felt like a silent shockwave. This is their attack method. Bearing that roar head-on, Brit shook his head vigorously, but he didn't feel any discomfort. Plumbella said, "It should be their ability. I feel that if I go to sleep now, I will not be able to fall asleep." Not only Plumbella, but also Kiwo and RT felt the same way. However, Vale energetically declared at this time, "No matter what kind of attack it is, I will kill them all." Vale had also read the file, so he knew that the sleep killers were very fragile. But he didn't expect that his punch would be so powerful that it could take down a sleep killer. This realization made him incredibly excited. He couldn't wait to experiment with his power again. So, after he finished speaking, he immediately rushed out again. The target was the remaining sleep killers. Then the group saw Vale hammer the sleep killers to death. By the end of the pounding, the corpses of the sleep killers were left in disgrace. "Vale, you are too fabulous," RT said in amazement. The others were also in shock. The viewers in the stream were also stunned. Damn, aren't these sleep killers too weak? Why does it feel like Vale is beating them like chickens? They are sh*t. What the folder says is good, but the sleep killers are not that scary. They are very fragile, and they are disgusting. Yet, I feel like I dare to play games again now. I also want to enhance myself, and I will become Superman. In-game. After Vale finished killing the sleep killers, the group's depression was greatly relieved. His eyes were red, and his body was stained with a lot of monster blood. Great! Vale shook his head, looking extremely excited. While the others came to him, Brit looked at him with a little worry and said, "Vale, are you okay?" Vale paused, then nodded and said, "It's okay, I have a sense of balance, but the impact of this game is nothing to underestimate." Speaking of this, Vale remembered the fight with those with many voices beasts. That kind of carefree battle is the ultimate romance of a man. If possible, he even wants to do it again. Chapter 113, Chapter 112, Complete the first objective. Thank you, Steve Thent and Hydro, for becoming a member on my Patreon. The Emperor Protect. The battle with the with many voices beast took place in the warehouse area, and he was alone. At that time, Vale was desperate and considered quitting the game voluntarily. He never thought that his physical power was so strong after being enhanced, and in the end, he won the battle. Thinking back to that battle now, Vale feels a little spirited. He finds that the sensation of physically fighting monsters is very engaging to a certain extent. The feeling of fist to flesh, that sense of power, and the sense of impact are addicting. Vale is sure that, from his experience, this game is the best he has ever played. Of course, this game is also quite torturous. For example, at this very moment, when Vale was talking to the group, he saw that skinny strange man appearing at the door of the room, staring at him with a pair of gloomy eyes. Foo *k off. Vale let out a shout and ran after it. But that skinny weirdo was so agile, he turned and disappeared. Damn it! Vale shouted again, his face flushed with anger, and his head was about to steam. You saw that thing again? Kiwo said in surprise. Vale nodded with a dejected expression and his eyes reddened. That thing keeps lingering around and it's been harassing me constantly, and I can't catch it. The group felt goosebumps. Plumbella even looked around subconsciously, wanting to see if any monsters were nearby. It's estimated that the occurrences of that thing will become more frequent. Unless you quit the game, you won't be able to get rid of it. Brit shook his head, looking sad. Vale was thoughtful. He waved his hand and said, It's okay, just let it appear. I won't live long. Brit sighed internally upon hearing this. Then, they looked around again and prepared to leave. Oh, the abilities of the sleep killer should work on us, right? Are we going to be okay? Before leaving, Kiwo glanced at the sleep killer and asked with some concern. Brit thought for a while, then shook his head and said, It should be fine. After all, its primary attack method is sleep deprivation, but we aren't going to sleep here, so it doesn't matter whether we are deprived or not. All right. Kiwo thought for a moment and immediately felt relieved. They then walked out of the containment room. At the moment, they were in a T-shaped hall. Except for the way they came, there were still two options left. They considered it and chose the road ahead. After all, it was just a few steps away. However, before opening the metal door, Brit glanced at the navigator again. After confirming that there was no danger, they opened the metal door. Of course, the SNAV is not necessarily accurate. Because of the sleep killer, the SNAV did not check it out. Therefore, even if the SNAV does not have an early warning, they must remain vigilant when exploring the map. After the metal door opened, a dark corridor appeared in front of them. The thick concrete and the mottled ground were the same as in the previous passage. They stepped into the passage one after another, and the night vision goggles had been removed. Although the passage in front of them was dim, it could still be seen clearly. After reaching the end of the passage, Brit looked at the navigator again, and after confirming that it was safe, he carefully opened the metal door. What appeared in front of him this time was still an unremarkable passage, but a side road extended to the left in the middle of the passage. Seeing this, Kiwo couldn't help saying, Oh my god, this is too large, I'm confused. The others couldn't help but complain. Brit shook his head and said, This map is too big. I just hope that we can quickly find SCP-049's containment area, get the level 4 keycard, and then proceed to the next step. The others knew that Brit was right, so they could only sigh and shake their heads. Then, the group came to the center of the passage. Brit thought for a moment and then walked towards the side road on the left. At the end of the side road was still a metal door. After opening the metal door, they saw a passage, and in the middle of it, there was an elevator. Found it! The moment he saw the passage in front of him and the elevator in the middle of it, Brit's eyes lit up. The others looked at Brit in confusion. Brit had an irrepressible look of excitement on his face, and he explained eagerly, Getting down from that elevator should lead us to SCP-049's containment area. Vale and I were pulled into its pocket dimension by the old man after we got out. We entered the heavy containment area, then we walked around and found this place. This means it's coming. After Brit explained, Vale next to him thought for a moment and then showed a dazed expression. Damn it, I remember it too. This is the place, we finally found it. Vale was also very enthusiastic. He walked into the passage first, waving his remaining arm at the others. Let's go. Let's go down. The others were equally excited. They didn't know how much time had passed since they arrived in the heavy containment area, but now the first goal had finally been achieved, finding the SCP-049 containment area. Now that the first goal has been gained, is it still far from the second goal? Since the second goal isn't far away, isn't the third goal also not far? Now that the third goal isn't far away, is it still far from the final one? Thinking of this, the group couldn't help but laugh out loud. Brit also smiled, waved his hand, and said, "Let's move. Hurry up and get the level 4 keycard." "Yeah." The group nodded quickly and swiftly made their way to the passage. Vale had already stepped into the elevator with one foot, waving his one arm to signal everyone to come in quickly. The others quickly entered the elevator without hesitation. But after entering, Brit suddenly thought of a question: they had all gone down, so what if that thing was inside? After all, he still remembers very clearly the experience he and Vale had in the SCP-049 containment area. Thinking about it, Brit expressed his concerns. Vale, who was about to press the elevator button, also stopped, looking hesitant. Kiwo was in the same boat. Among them, Kiwo still remembered being frightened by the zombies. The speed of SCP-049 is not slow, and its ability to kill people by touching them is hard to guard against. Brit said again, his frown deepening. Chapter 114, Chapter 113, Enter the Containment Area. The speed of SCP-049 is not slow, and its ability to kill people by touching them is hard to guard against, Brit said, frowning. Although their team already has a lot of items, facing the Plague Doctor, Brit still doesn't have much confidence. After all, the Plague Doctor's ability to touch and cause death is too overpowered. You cannot resist it. Not only is Brit lost in thought, but the others are also troubled. They are thinking about how to pass the hurdle. There is a moment of silence in the elevator. The group thought for a while, and finally, Brit said, "I guess it's a bit difficult to pass the Plague Doctor without any damage. After all, its ability is too tough. So, to have a greater chance of getting the level 4 keycard, let's act together." After Brit finished speaking, the others nodded in agreement. "Yes, let's go together. Even if 2 of us are caught, there are still 3 left. If we go one by one, the chances will be smaller." That makes sense." After making a decision, the 5 of them immediately prepared to set off. However, before Vale pressed the elevator button, Brit suddenly stopped him. "Wait a moment." The others looked at Brit in confusion. He touched his body and found a green ring. Will this thing be useful in resisting the touch of the Plague Doctor? The ring in Brit's hand is one of the items they collected in the Foundation area, SCP-714 Jaded Ring. In the file introduction of this ring, it is said to have some supernatural effects of resisting abnormal effects. Although it also has side effects, if its ability to resist abnormal effects includes the ability to resist the Plague Doctor's touch, then its side effects can be almost ignored. After all, if it can resist, then it is something that can save lives. It's possible. I almost forgot about it. Kiwo stared at the ring in Brit's hand. The others also nodded subconsciously, thinking that this might be useful. "I also think it might be useful," Brit said. After thinking about it, he put away the ring again. "Let's use it at critical moments. After all, the side effects of this ring are quite obvious." The others had no objections. After wearing the ring, a person would look like a dull fool. Even if it could save your life, you basically couldn't do other things. Therefore, even if it is useful, you must wait for the critical moment to use it. Then, Vale pressed the elevator button, and the elevator started moving. They held their breaths, waiting for the arrival of the next difficult level. Not long after, the elevator stopped. Brit took a deep breath and said, "The power will be cut off later, the lights in the elevator and the area will go off, and there is a structural drawing at the entrance of the elevator, but you don't need to look at me and Vale to know where to turn on the power." Vale nodded confidently next to him, obviously familiar with the next process. "Everyone put on your night vision goggles," Brit said, then picked up his goggles and put them on. The others also put on their night vision goggles. When the elevator door opened, in front of them was a long circular passage. As expected, the group saw a piece of paper on the ground not far away. That's the thing. If the player is careless, they will probably ignore it, and then the next process will be difficult. Brit pointed to the piece of paper on the ground. The group started to walk forward. But before they could take a few steps, suddenly, the entire area was cut off from power, and everything was plunged into darkness. Fortunately, they were wearing night vision goggles, so their vision was not greatly affected. "Let's go." Brit took the lead and continued to walk forward while the group followed behind. Except for Brit and Vale, the others were quite nervous. After all, they hadn't seen the plague doctor yet. They didn't know what would happen when they did. The group walked straight forward and soon came to the corner. Brit skillfully entered a nearby room, found the power switch, and turned it on. After turning on the power, the entire area regained power, and all the light bulbs lit up. "Pay attention, everyone, there may be some kind of zombies coming." When he first entered the room, Brit noticed that there was no dead body at the door, and at that time, he and Vale had encountered a corpse. It can be inferred from this that the zombies here should change their positions every time, as it is not set in stone. Of course, they just change their location, not increase in number, otherwise, it would be troublesome. After turning on the power, the group carefully went to the outer passage. Afterward, Kiwo, Plumbella, and RT couldn't help but widen their eyes. They saw that in the room next to the passage, not far away, zombies began to pour out slowly. There were marks of rough surgery on their bodies, and there were still noticeable distortions and misalignments in places. Just looking at it made them feel goosebumps. "Calm down," Brit said solemnly. "Based on my last experience with Vale, if we turn on the power to the elevator, the plague doctor will come down from the elevator, so let's not turn on the power supply to the elevator. We'll take what we need first and then talk." The others nodded solemnly. They had to treat this with full attention, otherwise, they could be wiped out. "Damn, leave these zombies to me." Vale shook his head and saw the skinny weirdo again, standing among the zombies. But it was just right, he was going to kill zombies anyway. "All right, be careful." Brit patted Vale on the shoulder as Vale walked toward the zombies. The zombies didn't move very fast, so Vale rushed out first, kicked one over, and that stopped the others. Vale shouted, "Hurry up and get moving." The others didn't waste any time, they quickly passed them and headed straight to the room. Brit followed his memory and soon found the level 4 keycard on a table with a file. "Got it." Brit held up the keycard and yelled at Vale. After giving Vale a response, Brit looked down at the file. He had also found the file last time, but he had been killed by the plague doctor before he could read it. This time, he had to see what kind of entity the plague doctor was. Chapter 115, Chapter 114, Kill First and Then Revive. When they arrived in the area last time, Vale and Brit were both ordinary humans. They felt a headache when they met a few zombies. But this time around, things are different. Although Brit is still an ordinary person, Vale has enhanced himself into a superhuman. Now that his strength has become so strong, it is no problem for him to deal with a few zombies. Even if he's missing an arm, it's not that big of an impact. Vale brought down the zombies. After they were down, Vale looked around, but he didn't see that skinny weirdo again. "Don't run if you have the ability." "Damn." Then, Vale stomped the ground and quickly ran into the room next to him. In the room, Brit and Kiwo were checking the file of SCP-049. Seeing Vale come in, they looked up at him. "What is going on? Are you all right? No more injuries?" Vale shook his head and said with a smile, "It's okay. Compared with those with many voices beasts, this thing is too weak." Hearing this, the group breathed a sigh of relief as they could probably guess the result. After all, Vale's strength was very strong at the moment. The with many voices beasts could be killed, let alone a few zombies. Although the strength of those zombies is not bad, there is a gap in comparison to Vale. "This is the doctor's file." Vale looked at the file in Brit's hand, curiosity on his face. Yes, look. Brit nodded and handed the file in his hand to Vale. Vale looked down. The more he looked at it, the more surprised he became. Item number, SCP-049, Plague Doctor. Object Class, Euclid. Description, SCP-049 is a humanoid entity, roughly 1.9 meters in height, which bears the appearance of a medieval plague doctor. While SCP-049 appears to be wearing the thick robes and the ceramic mask indicative of that profession, the garments instead seem to have grown out of SCP-049's body over time, and are now nearly indistinguishable from whatever form is beneath them. X-rays indicate that despite this, SCP-049 does have a humanoid skeletal structure beneath its outer layer. SCP-049 is capable of speech in a variety of languages, though tends to prefer English or medieval French too. While SCP-049 is generally cordial and cooperative with Foundation staff, it can become especially irritated or at times outright aggressive if it feels that it is in the presence of what it calls the pestilence. Although the exact nature of this pestilence is currently unknown to Foundation researchers, it does seem to be an issue of immense concern to SCP-049. SCP-049 will become hostile with individuals it sees as being affected by the pestilence, often having to be restrained should it encounter such. If left unchecked, SCP-049 will generally attempt to kill any such individual. SCP-049 is capable of causing all biological functions of an organism to cease through direct skin contact. How this occurs is currently unknown, and autopsies of SCP-049's victims have invariably been inconclusive. SCP-049 has expressed frustration or remorse after these killings, indicating that they have done little to kill the pestilence, though will usually seek to then perform a crude surgery on the corpse using the implements contained within a black doctor's bag it carries on its person at all times 3. While these surgeries are not always successful, they often result in the creation of instances of SCP-049-2. SCP-049-2 instances are reanimated corpses that have been operated on by SCP-049. These instances do not seem to retain any of their prior memories or mental functions, having only basic motor skills and response mechanisms. While these instances are generally inactive, moving very little and in a generally ambulatory fashion, they can become extremely aggressive if provoked, or if directed to by SCP-049. SCP-049-2 instances express active biological functions, though these are vastly different from currently understood human physiology. Despite these alterations, SCP-049 often remarks that the subjects have been cured. The whole file is very long, and it took a while for Vale to finish reading. The more he read, the more surprised his expression became. In the end, he couldn't help but widen his eyes and ask in disbelief, "WTF, this thing is a doctor? What kind of insane doctor is this?" Brit, next to him, shook his head and smiled helplessly. "That's right, the plague doctor is like this. Its ability to kill people by touching them is something even the Foundation doesn't know the specific means of." In fact, not only was Vale surprised, but the others, as well as viewers in the stream, were also taken aback by the abnormal nature of the plague doctor after reading the file. After all, the ability to kill people by touching them and resurrecting dead bodies through crude surgery is bizarre. They began to wonder if the minds of the development team were insane. Otherwise, where did these weird entities come from? These are fine, but the weirdest thing, I think, is that the plague doctor's clothes and mask grow with its body. Don't you think this is terrible? Kiwo spoke. She rubbed her arms unconsciously, feeling that her goosebumps had risen. Hearing Kiwo's words, the others were also slightly taken aback and immediately felt that what Kiwo said made sense. Yes, how can anyone's clothes grow out of their own body? It's almost monstrous. Of course, SCP-049 is not a real human being. They don't know what it is, only the developer can know what its core is. No matter what it is, we have to beat the game first, Brit said, shaking his head. The others nodded subconsciously. Afterward, RT said with some confusion, mainly from the file, "This guy has been clamoring to treat the pestilence, but what is the pestilence?" Vale next to him shook his head and said, "I remember I asked this question last time, and it was the plague doctor who answered." "And then what did it say?" "I can't remember, but it probably means that we are too stupid to understand the pestilence." After Vale finished speaking, the others were speechless. Brit, next to him, also nodded and said, "No one knows what the pestilence is. In short, Vale and I both have the pestilence in its eyes. It said it wanted to cure us well, the kind of treatment that kills you and brings you back to life." Leaving aside the treatment effect, the plague doctor's attitude is quite genuine. Perhaps this is its exclusive treatment method? It's just that we can't understand it. After Brit finished, the group was dumbfounded for a moment. WTF, it seems quite plausible. Chapter 116, Chapter 115, Goodbye Plague Doctor. Thank you, Chase Kirby, for becoming a member on my Patreon. The Emperor Protect. WTF, it seems quite plausible. RT stared with surprise in his eyes. Kiwo, Vale, and Plumbella were also surprised. It was like discovering a new world. The reason they reacted this way was that they had thought about it seriously and found that what Brit said was really reasonable. First, the goal of the plague doctor is to cure the pestilence. Although no one knows what the pestilence is, the plague doctor is extremely serious about it. Its treatment method, in the eyes of human beings, is very cruel. After all, it involves killing people with abnormal methods first and then performing crude surgeries on them. But in its eyes, that is a method of treatment. Its intention is indeed to heal people so that they will no longer bear the terror of the plague. However, its treatment method is still too cruel for human beings to understand. The group was lost in thought. Even the viewers in the stream began to discuss eagerly. I'm more and more curious about the plague doctor now. What is its nature? I want to know about the pestilence it is talking about. I guess the plague that the plague doctor mentioned is not the plague in the usual sense, it may be some kind of obscure concept or something else. It's over. After reading the file, I think that the plague doctor is so endearing. After all, he is obsessed with curing the plague. 10 seconds passed silently, and the group in the game finally chose to give up thinking. Brit shook his head and said, "Everyone, don't think about it for the time being. The main task now is to beat the game. As for what is going on with the plague doctor, I feel that no matter how we think about it, we can't figure it out." The others also nodded helplessly. The SCP in this game is too mysterious, they can't figure anything out. Let's go. The level 4 keycard has been obtained. The next question is how to leave the Foundation area. Brit waved the level 4 keycard, then walked out of the area first, with Kiwo following behind. After leaving the area and coming to the passage, the group saw Vale's masterpiece. A group of zombies were now lying on the ground motionless. Even if some could still move, they couldn't get up because all their limbs were destroyed by Vale. The area looked a little bloody. Kiwo and Plumbella took a second look, their faces turned pale, and they hurriedly looked away. Well, hot damn! RT could bear this kind of blood. He hugged Vale's shoulder, his face full of surprise. Vale raised his eyebrows, clearly in a very good mood. The power switch of the elevator is in the opposite room. We have to turn on the power before we can leave, but after turning on the power, the plague doctor will probably come. Brit pointed to the opposite side. The group turned their heads to look and found a room with an open door not far away. There were some machines inside. Brit thought for a while, then said, "The 5 of us can't all go to the room and turn on the power because if the plague doctor arrives, we will be in trouble if we don't have time to escape. The last time Vale and I came in, the plague doctor got off that elevator over there." Brit pointed to one end of the passage, then he pointed to the other end, go to the elevator door on the other side and wait first. I will stay and turn on the power. If I don't have time to leave, you should leave quickly. At least 4 people will survive." After Brit finished speaking, Vale immediately retorted, "Brit, let me do it. My speed is fast, so my chance of survival is the highest." Brit hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said nothing. Everything was for beating the game, and the contribution made by Vale would be remembered by the rest of the team. "Okay then. Remember, after you turn on the power, run over immediately. I assume you won't be able to withstand the abnormality of the Plague Doctor. By the way, hold this ring. It might be useful at critical moments." Brit patted Vale on the shoulder, instructing him very solemnly, then handed him the ring. Vale also nodded solemnly. "Don't worry." Then, the group walked to the end of the passage while Vale stayed where he was. After the others disappeared around the corner, nearly 10 seconds later, Vale entered the opposite room, found the elevator power switch, and turned on the power without hesitation. After turning on the power, Vale buried his head and ran away. He was also very wary of the Plague Doctor. Even though he had powered up, he had no confidence in resisting the abnormal effects of the Plague Doctor. After running out of the room, Vale chased after the others. Vale was fast. He ran to the end of the passage in one breath, then turned and ran toward the elevator. But he hadn't reached the end yet when he saw the others, who had already reached the end, standing still. They seemed to be looking inside the elevator. "Ha!" A bunch of question marks appeared in Vale's head instantly. But then, Vale also noticed the scene inside the elevator. There was a figure standing there. Its hands were behind its back, wearing a thick black robe and a beak mask. Its eyes were cold. It was none other than SCP-049, the Plague Doctor. Damn it! Vale was dumbfounded. **T, why did it come out from here?" he couldn't help cursing. Then, in the next moment, the group, who had been in a state of shock at the elevator door, reacted. They turned and ran away. While running, Brit hurriedly shouted, "Hurry up! Hurry up! This is unexpected. It will randomly appear in a certain elevator. Foo **K. Vale cursed inwardly and could only rush toward the group, shouting, "Run! I'll try to stop it." Just as he finished shouting, his eyes widened in shock. He saw that after the Plague Doctor emerged, it immediately set off and quickly caught up with the group. After catching up, it reached out to attack, and Plumbella was unfortunately chosen as the target. The Plague Doctor's blood-stained hand lightly touched Plumbella's neck, and she collapsed to the ground instantly. Even the expression on her face was frozen at the last moment before death. Damn it! Vale was stunned. Now that he saw how the Plague Doctor killed with his own eyes, he truly realized the horrifying power it wielded. All it took was one touch, and it was all over. This was simply too overpowered. Chapter 117, Chapter 116, Magical Ring. Thank you, Bronson Hind, for becoming a member on my Patreon. The Emperor protect. Plumbella dies immediately. On the surface, it looks like the Plague Doctor reached out and touched her. After that, she fell limp to the ground. Brit and Vale, who had experienced this before, were better off, but Kiwo and RT, who had not encountered this, were taken aback. Even though they already knew about the Plague Doctor, they still felt a deep fear growing from the bottom of their minds. British. This is the Plague Doctor. Kiwo looked at the dead Plumbella, her face turning pale as she asked Brit in fear. Brit nodded, yes. Plumbella has left the game. Let's go. The group was shaken by the sudden change, but after Brit reminded them, they immediately ran away. However, the Plague Doctor suddenly turned to look at the group that was running away. I'm treating you. Why did you run away? Its voice was full of confusion and incomprehension, and at the same time, there was a hint of anxiety. The group was suffering so acutely that they could not express it. They knew they couldn't reason with the plague doctor, so no one stopped, they kept running. But accidents always happen one after another. While everyone was running, Brit staggered and fell hard to the ground. Immediately, he felt severe pain in both knees, rendering him unable to get up. Brit! Brit! The others were taken aback and immediately wanted to run back to help him up, but Brit hurriedly waved his hand, telling them to leave quickly. Everyone knew that the ultimate goal of the team was to beat the game, so the group gritted their teeth and continued running. Before Vale left, he shouted to Brit, "Brit, the ring. Don't forget." "That's right. The ring." Brit's eyes lit up. If Vale hadn't reminded him, he would have forgotten the ring, and now it was time to experiment. Without hesitation, he quickly took out the ring and put it on. The ring automatically adapted to the size of the wearer's finger. After Brit put it on, he felt a surge of fatigue almost immediately. He was very tired, sleepy, and wanted to rest. At that moment, the plague doctor approached him. The plague doctor did not attack immediately. He knelt, stared at Brit, and said in a serious voice, "You also have a plague in your body. I must treat you, otherwise, you will sink deeper and deeper. That kind of terror is beyond your ability to bear." After the plague doctor finished speaking, Brit stared at him in bewilderment. After a while, he replied intermittently, "You, what?" The plague doctor was taken aback. Brit's reaction was a bit off. "I said, your short-sightedness prevents you from seeing the great terror within you. You need to be rescued by me. Not only you, but also the few people who just left. They must also be treated. They should not run away, they can't escape." Brit lay on the ground, tired and dazed. The plague doctor waited for a few moments, and Brit replied in a daze, "Oh." A cluster of question marks suddenly popped up on the plague doctor's forehead. It could tell that something was wrong with Brit's state, but it didn't want to waste any more time. It stretched out its hand and placed it on Brit's neck. Time passed slowly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Nearly 10 seconds had passed, and Brit was still on the ground, with a sleepy and dazed expression, showing no intention of getting up. The plague doctor was confused. What was happening? Why was this person not reacting? The plague doctor was filled with confusion. It looked at Brit, then at its bloody palm. For the first time in its life, it doubted itself. As for the situation here, although the others couldn't see it anymore, the viewers in the stream could still follow along. Brit's unexpected move not only confused the plague doctor but also left the viewers somewhat perplexed. Damn! He is not dead! Hahaha! Look everyone, Brit can't even be taken down by the plague doctor. It must be the ring's credit. That ring is immune to the nature of death by contact with the plague doctor. Brit! Hahaha! It's the first time I've seen the plague doctor look so confused. In game. Brit was surprised. His sluggish brain didn't even register that the plague doctor was trapped at the moment. He turned his head slowly, looking at the spot where the group had left. It took a while for him to realize that they had successfully escaped. Then, similarly, it took him a long time to burst into excitement. Successful, that's good. After relaxing his mind, Brit suddenly felt the exhaustion hit him even harder. He glanced dazedly at the plague doctor and finally lay down on the ground, closed his eyes, and wanted to sleep on the spot. This unexpected action immediately made the plague doctor even more confused. What did this mean? Was he pretending that I didn't exist? The eyes behind the mask showed a hint of indifference. It stretched out its hand again and placed it on Brit's exposed arm, but Brit smacked his lips in his sleep. The plague doctor was speechless. It thought for a while and decided to stop trying to kill Brit with a touch. Instead, it took out various tools from its medical bag and prepared to give Brit surgery. But just as it picked up the rough scissors, Brit, who was lying on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes again, and the plague doctor stopped immediately. It looked at Brit with confusion in its eyes. After Brit opened his eyes, he stared blankly at the ceiling for several seconds. Then he supported himself with his hands and slowly stood up. After sitting up, he moved his lips again, speaking in a slow and lazy tone, "Why, can't I sleep, ah?" His head felt nauseous, and his thoughts were running at an extremely slow pace. He felt very tired, very sleepy, and that as soon as he lay down, he would surely fall asleep immediately. But for some reason, he just couldn't seem to fall asleep. Chapter 118, Chapter 117, You chase me, catch me, I will let you. Brit's current situation is very abnormal. His thinking is like a rusty gear, although it will not stop completely, it runs extremely slowly. For example, under normal circumstances, Brit would casually answer a question about the color of the sky. But at this moment, Brit has to think for several seconds before providing a possible response. This is a side effect of the jaded ring. To put it simply, it can reduce people's energy, responsiveness, and thinking ability many times over. However, while there are many side effects, the positive effect of the jaded ring is also obvious. If you wear it, you will be immune to the touch of death effect of the plague doctor. This can be regarded as giving the player a chance so they will not be instantly killed when encountering the plague doctor. At this moment, in the entire area, only Brit and the plague doctor are left. In the quiet environment, Brit can almost only hear his own breathing. He is very tired and wants to rest. But at the same time, he knows that the reason he is acting this way is that he is wearing the jaded ring, so merely taking it off would cure him. However, he also realizes that he is indeed immune to the death effect of the plague doctor. Therefore, he dares not take off the ring, because as soon as he does, he will drop dead. Now, what to do? Brit's mind is operating extremely slowly. He is so sleepy that he closes his eyes subconsciously. They remain closed for a few seconds before he opens them again, feeling that he can't sleep. Even though he is very, very sleepy due to the influence of the ring, he just can't seem to fall asleep. This strange situation of being tired yet unable to sleep makes Brit very depressed. Very slowly, he ponders the reason why. Soon, he figures it out: SCP-966, Sleep Killer. Brit remembers that he and Vale were attacked by the Sleep Killer ability before. Therefore, judging from the current situation, they had already been affected by the abnormal effect of the Sleep Killer at that time and can no longer enter a sleep state. The abnormal effects of the Sleep Killer and the Jaded Ring are superimposed on each other, resulting in this strange situation. This also proves that the abnormal effect of the ring cannot invalidate the abnormal ability of the Sleep Killer. Now, what to do? After figuring out the reason, Brit begins to think about a solution to his current predicament. What Brit is thinking, the plague doctor next to him doesn't know. Of course, it doesn't care too much. In its eyes, there is only plague. After the initial shock, the plague doctor quickly regains his composure. It looks at Brit, dazed, the eyes behind the mask are deep and mysterious. "I'll cure you, and you won't have to suffer from the Great Terror anymore," the plague doctor says in a low voice. Then, looking down at its strange instruments, it says again, "You are very special, but there is still a scourge upon you, you must be cured." The tools of the plague doctor are diverse: scissors, needles, weird knives, and so on. Some tools are also stained with unknown liquids, just looking at them gives one goosebumps. After careful consideration, the plague doctor selects the scissors it had chosen at the beginning. If you are treated while you are conscious, it may cause great pain, but it is only temporary, the plague doctor says, looking at the scissors. Brit, listening to the words of the plague doctor, feels a wave of uncontrollable fear in his mind, despite his sluggish thinking. And it's not just Brit who is involved, even the viewers in the stream are shocked by the plague doctor's words. Brit, run away. It's over, it's so over. Damn. The plague doctor is going to perform an autopsy. This is scary. I can't bear to watch. Brit doesn't seem to have any reaction yet. Why are the side effects of that ring so severe? Brit can see the stream chat, but he is suffering under the effects of the ring and can't say anything. The almost stagnant thinking makes it difficult for him to do anything. He knows he is in danger right now, but he can't think of a good solution. The only option is to risk taking off the ring while the plague doctor isn't touching him and then run away. Hey! I hope I can run away. Brit mutters, and then he starts slowly taking off the ring. Not long after Brit begins to take off the ring, the plague doctor is ready. It holds the scary big scissors, looks at Brit again, and says softly, I'm going to start treating you. As long as you cooperate, I will heal you and save you from the terror of the plague. After speaking, the plague doctor prepares to give Brit an extremely crude on-site biopsy. But just as it reaches out, Brit suddenly rolls over sideways in a very sluggish manner, avoiding its touch. After dodging, Brit wipes off his cold sweat. Damn, fortunately, I took it off at that moment. He glances at the ring in the palm of his hand and feels immense relief. When the plague doctor reached out just now, Brit had just taken off the ring, and then his strength recovered and his tiredness vanished. He rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the plague doctor's hands. This move could be said to be a combination of luck and skill. You've recovered. The plague doctor, squatting next to him, looks at Brit, the eyes behind the mask show confusion. It notices that Brit's state at this moment is different from before. The current Brit's reaction ability, mental thinking, etc., are much better than a moment ago. His expression and movements are no longer sluggish. Why is that? Why such a sudden change? The plague doctor's eyes behind the mask narrow slightly as it scrutinizes the man in front of it. Then, it keenly notices the green ring in Brit's hand. It vaguely remembers that Brit had just taken off the ring. But it had been busy with other things at the time and hadn't paid much attention. Now it seems that the green ring is the main reason for the drastic change in the patient. Your ring is special. The plague doctor stares at the ring in Brit's hand, its tone slightly suspicious. Brit is staring at the plague doctor in great fear. Hearing this, he is taken aback. He hadn't expected the plague doctor to notice the ring's abnormality so quickly. Nevertheless, Brit doesn't plan to continue talking to the plague doctor. He stares at it closely. Just when the plague doctor seems ready to say something, Brit abruptly turns around and runs straight away. The plague doctor is taken aback, it hadn't expected Brit to run without saying a word. This is unexpected behavior. You can't escape. The plague will always be upon you. Tormenting you. I am the only one with the treatment. The plague doctor watches Brit's rapidly disappearing back and speaks in a low, hoarse voice. Then it puts away its tools, stands up, and chases after him. As Brit runs, he keeps glancing back. For some reason, at that moment, Brit suddenly thinks of a phrase, "You chase me, catch me, I will let you." Chapter 119, Chapter 118, Show the Doctor a Big Transformation. Damn, what am I thinking? Brit, who was running wildly, shook his head violently. Then he turned his head and looked ahead to concentrate on running as hard as he could. After running for a bit, Brit arrived at the passage of the area and quickly approached another elevator. The plague doctor wasted little time because he had to pack up his tools, therefore, even if it was fast, there was still some distance between him and Brit. However, its speed was much faster than Brit's. The thick black robe on it didn't affect its speed at all. Because the robe grew out of its body, how could one's own body affect one's speed? After Brit came to the corner and entered the elevator passage, the plague doctor chased after him. There were only a few meters between Brit and it. Brit glanced back quickly. He could see those eyes beneath the beak mask of the plague doctor, and he showed helplessness on his face. At this moment, he once again realized the difficulty of this game. If one is playing this game alone, it will be very difficult to get past the Plague Doctor, let alone those zombies. The Plague Doctor, the big boss, is like a nightmare for players, plus, those powerful zombies make the difficulty of clearing the level for players obvious. I hope Vale and the others can finish it, Brit sighed in his mind. He felt that he probably wouldn't be able to get past the obstacle in front of him. He could only hope that the group could beat it smoothly. Thinking of this, Brit felt the Plague Doctor getting closer behind him. I can't give up, I have to struggle no matter what. Thinking this, Brit gritted his teeth fiercely and put the ring on his finger. But at that very moment, Brit staggered, lost control of his body, and fell to the ground violently. F***ck. Ah! Brit clutched his knee, taking a deep breath from the pain. When he fell, the ring in his hand flew out all of a sudden, landing several meters away. It's over. Brit complained. No more ring. The Plague Doctor behind him only needed to touch him lightly, and he would GG. The viewers in the stream were also extremely nervous at this moment. Many viewers couldn't help but send messages, telling Brit to get up and run away. Brit could see the chat too, but he could only smile wryly and shake his head. Everyone, I'm going to die. This leg is about to fall off. After Brit fell, the Plague Doctor finally caught up, but it didn't touch Brit immediately. Instead, it came to the front of Brit and picked up the ring that he had dropped. This ring. The Plague Doctor looked at the ring, its eyes behind the mask slightly confused. Brit sat up, rubbing his knees and looking at the Plague Doctor. He didn't plan to run away anymore. If he was going to die, so be it. However, just when Brit was about to give up, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw something beside him. Brit subconsciously turned his head to look. Ha! Brit was astonished. He saw that the level 4 keycard was lying on the ground next to him, having fallen from his body when he fell. Damn it! The keycard is still with me, and the others already passed the dam. Brit showed helplessness on his face. Just then, everyone had run too fast and forgotten about the keycard. As a result, the level 4 keycard was still here while the group who didn't have the keycard had already gone out. Brit didn't know if there were any other level 4 keycards on the map. But he knew that the guide only mentioned that there were level 4 cards here. Unfortunate, everyone. Brit shook his head and sighed. The viewers were in remorse. After all, everyone wanted to see Brit and the others beat the game. But just when Brit was feeling defeated, his eyes glimpsed the two things he was carrying. After seeing them, Brit was startled for a moment, and then his eyes lit up. Everyone, there is a way. Brit said excitedly. The two things he saw were gas masks, one of them was a super gas mask. After wearing it, he would have unlimited stamina. But this wouldn't help much in the current situation, unlimited stamina didn't make him immune to death. He still wouldn't survive a touch from the Plague Doctor. But the other mask was different, it was an SCP, specifically, SCP-1499, the gas mask. Just by putting it on, he could instantly teleport to another dimension. Although there were terrible monsters in that world and it was extremely dangerous, no matter how dangerous it was still better than the situation right now. And Brit had been so busy earlier that he had forgotten about this thing. Seeing it again now, Brit was like a drowning man grabbing a life-saving straw. He became extremely excited. But Brit did not act rashly, he first carefully looked at the Plague Doctor in front of him. He saw that the Plague Doctor was still carefully examining the jade ring. Then, Brit carefully calculated and took off the mask. While staring at the Plague Doctor, he gently moved the gas mask to his face. Now! As the mask was raised in front of him, Brit shouted in his mind, and his movements sped up instantly. At the same time, the Plague Doctor finally set its eyes on Brit again. It immediately noticed that the mask in Brit's hand seemed a bit unusual. But before it could react, Brit had already put it on. Then, under the plague doctor's gaze, Brit vanished into thin air. The plague doctor was puzzled. It quickly stepped forward to where Brit had just been. Its eyes scanned the ground, searching every corner, but Brit had truly disappeared. Not a single trace left. The plague. A trace of anger flashed in the plague doctor's eyes. It placed its hands behind its back and stood quietly in the passage. The beak mask under its hood faintly reflected a cold, eerie light. On the other side. In the vast, boundless space of the dimension, Brit was sitting on the dark ground. When he saw that the surrounding environment was no longer the passage, he let out a long breath. I made it out. Because he was wearing a mask, Brit's vision was somewhat limited, but he could still see the vast sky and endless land of this strange world. Phew! Brit exhaled again. Recalling the situation just now, he suddenly felt like he had just performed a magic trick in front of the plague doctor.